Break it up over there. Break it up. Ready? All right, I'd like to call this meeting of the King George Board of Supervisors to order.
Call this meeting to the King George County Board of Directors for the Service Authority.
First, we're going to stand for the invocation led by Supervisor Sullins, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Would you want me in prayer? Gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for giving us yet another day on this side of eternity, and we ask that you would give us another day tomorrow. Father, we thank you for all that you do for us, Lord. We thank you for a country that we live in where we are free to gather and assemble and debate over various policies and procedures and just different aspects of our government. Lord, I thank you for that gift, and I pray that we use it wisely. Lord, I thank you for all the folks that were able to join us here tonight, both here in public or here in person and those that are online. Lord, I pray that you'll be with us as we go about our debate, Lord, that everything will be covered with grace and that we'll have the best interests of the county in mind. And Lord, I pray that all that we do glorifies you. We ask all this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here. We're going to start off. Are there any amendments to the agenda? Seeing none, we'll move on to public comment.
Mr. Stroud, did you have amendment to the agenda?
All right, so we'll move on to public comment. Comment will be limited to 3 minutes per person in order for everyone an opportunity to speak. Please provide your full name and district in which you vote so it can be properly included in the public record. First on my list, I have Pastor Davis.
Good evening, Board. My name is Sherman Davis, a resident here in King George County for the past 50 years almost. Anyway, I want to read you a verse of scripture tonight. Before I do, there was a preacher who asked a young man whose father had recently passed away. And the young man said that my father didn't have any. He asked him for his last words. What were your father's last words? The young man said, my father didn't have any last words. Said Mama was with him the whole time. So you'll get that later, I hope. Amen. But last words are important. Jesus' last words on earth were, go into all the world and preach the gospel to every creature. Go into all nations. All means all. That's all means. Go into all nations, preach the gospel everywhere. And so that means that no matter where you are, I don't know where people got off and thinking that about the separation of church and state and the government and the Constitution being a separation. You can't say anything. That's not in the Constitution. I don't know why people believe that lie. Even Christians believe it. And I want to thank Lee the other night, Thursday night at the town hall for standing up and saying what he said at the end of the meeting. What a blessing that was as he give out the fact that we are a country that was, of course, God is the center of what we are. God is the author of government. And so he expects Christians to be involved in our government. But the last words of Christ, he said, go ye into all the world and preach the gospel to every creature. This is part of all the world, whether it's a courthouse, whether it's a schoolhouse, whether it's a White House, whether it's a jailhouse. In fact, if we did more preaching in the schoolhouse, might be less folks in the jailhouse. But we're going to all the world and preach the gospel to every creature. And I'm commanded to go into all the world. I'm just glad that this is part of my world. I recognize that folks are not beating the door down and getting into the church house. And with the world thinks to just keep the gospel in the church house, just keep religion, as they call it, religion. It's not religion, it's relationship, but just keep it in the church house. There's no better place to come and read some scripture than right here in the courthouse or in the meetings of King George County. And the Word of God says, ye are the light of the world. A city that is set on a hill cannot be hid. Neither do men light a candle and put it under a bushel. In other words, you don't just light the candle to keep it in the church house, but a candle, he says, and giveth light unto all the world, unto all the house. And so this world is God's house, and we are commanded to go into all the world, every nation, every creature, and share the good news that Jesus saves. I'm not in competition with anyone else. My only rival is is the person I was yesterday. And that fact of the matter is, I was yesterday. I'm different today than I was yesterday. Last year, I was different than I was last year, and every day we're changing. But God bless you. Thank you for your job. I appreciate this board. I appreciate your testimony, and I appreciate you, Lee, standing up. God bless you, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you. Arne Eliason.
Good evening. I'm Arne Eliason. I live in the western part of the county, and living there, I have to say I feel beleaguered, besieged by the sale of a lot of our lands around us to Amazon Services, Green Energy Ventures, and so on. And being one of the little guys without much money on a fixed income and all that, I don't feel like I'm equipped to fight the giants. But I wanted to speak up for the little guys. And I was very gratified at the town hall meeting that we had recently, last week. And it was wonderful to hear people stand up and express some of the same sentiments that I have, that what we treasure about our home county of King George, is its rural characteristic. We don't want to be Spotsylvania or Stafford. I happen parenthetically to have a son who lives in Ashburn up in Loudoun County, and I go visit him fairly frequently, and I don't want to live there. It's not like King George. We have a very special place. And I think the only way we have to control change, or at least mute it or dampen it or slow it, is our zoning laws. So I asked the board to hold the line on rezoning when it's possible, feasible, when it makes the most sense. To satisfy my own curiosity, I did some looking up of how much money is generated by data centers, and it is mind-boggling, to say the least. Data center revenue in the US was projected to generate about $137.5 billion this year. And I then looked up how many data centers there are, and there are about 5,426 of them. Now, not every data center is going to have the same capacities, nor is it going to generate the same amount of money. But doing the simple math that I'm capable of doing, if you divide that number of data centers into that much money, each data center, on average, can generate about more than $25 million. And it's estimated by Green Street, which is a provider of commercial real estate analysis and reporting and research. They estimate that the profit margins exceed 50% per data center. That would mean they make about 12 million per data center. And I'm looking at how much is being proffered to us. Oh, they're going to buy us a new hook and ladder truck that's going to be tall enough. And I'm thinking, wow, that's paltry proffer in comparison to what what funds is coming into their coffers. So I leave you with that, and ask you to champion the little guys, please.
Thank you, Arne. Anna Marie, you're up.
Hi, my name is Ana Maria Lobo. I live in Presidential Lakes. I want to thank you for answering the people questions at the town hall meeting last week. Thank you for your patience and service to the people of the King George. Sometimes people demand things that are not practical, like the gentleman demanding a hospital in King George, when already we have at least 2 hospitals within 25 miles of us. Fredericksburg has Mary Washington Hospital, Spotsylvania Regional Hospital, and the New Virginia Hospital, and the New VA Hospital. At this time, I also want to thank Chief Moody for an amazing presentation at the local chapter of the ARP, where he spent a lot of time answering so many of the questions of our members. He talked about the many health and fire hazards facing senior citizens in our community. Mr. Moody never hesitated to say yes when I asked him to share his knowledge of the fire and health hazards that we face as a senior citizens. Also, a special thanks to Mr. Billy Davis and family for paying a visit to Mrs. Jean Hill at Heritage Hall. This lady was my daughter's teacher when she was 3 years old. This lady has an amazing memory. She used to sing a gospel music groups, and she was 100 years old on May 30 of this year. A special thanks to all our service providers in the county. I never feel alone. I know who to call when I need help. The Sheriff's Department, the Department of Fire, Rescue, and Emergency Service. I know my family has protection. I am very grateful to live in King George. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you. James Shaw.
James Shaw, James Monroe District, columnist for the Northern Next Sentinel, citizen journalist, kgmedia.top, not speaking in my capacity as EDA member. An old hat, a return, futurist. In the filing of a court case in our newly opened courthouse down the road, one can find out that collectively Amazon Data Systems spent $168,890,605 for the 869 acres that they have planned for locating data centers and related facilities on the western side of our county. The acquisition price per acre for this eventual industrial zoned land starts at $194,351 per acre. As stated on a previous occasion, according to the map down the hall here, 91.4% of the land in the county is zoned agricultural, and that land is valued much less, only because the agricultural use produces much less in sales and taxes. Now, for those who can do the math in your head, one can foresee in our county an obvious problem. People from the outside with money are going to look at all of that A1, A2, and A3 land and think that it's real cheap. And in listening to some conversations from those doing land transactions, this bidding up of ag land prices has already begun, with some of the places bringing double what they should have. And this is already thus creating problems for future generations of farmers in our rural area. The financial model for success is just not there anymore. Already, veteran farmers with decades of experience are saying you can't make a living farming, so you have to get a second job to make the farming side work. We need to work on a better model that works better, thinking outside the box here. There are also creative legal ways to thwart this potential and ongoing takeover of our county ag land. We simply need to be aware of this threat so that as citizens we can defend against it and thereby preserve our rural way of life. God bless the King George Renaissance, where our rural character is greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Is it Pam Pearson? Is that right? Looks like Pam Pearson, 9035 Indiantown Road. Sorry.
Yes, sir. My name's James Hildrop. I'm here for Ms. Pearson. She's present in the audience. Again, my name's James Hildrop. I'm an attorney from up in Spotsylvania. Been doing that for 45 years now. She wanted me to come speak about your proposal. It's 0602 that's before you. It's later in a public hearing. I don't know whether you want to hear me now or you want to defer it until that comes up for hearing.
Well, you're already up here now. You can go ahead.
Whatever,
is best for you. Ms. Pearson owns tax parcel 15-19, which is on Daisy Lane, and it's about 24 acres. And it is the property, but you have to pass over her property over a second parcel before you get to the property where the Daisy Hill development, Daisy Solar, or the Davis Hill Solar Plant is to be. Her concern is that about a week ago, and I've only been involved about a week, so I haven't had time to do a lot of research. About a week ago, she got a phone call from someone with the applicant saying they wanted to discuss easements or going over her property. As best I can tell, there is no easement for ingress, egress. There's no easement for utilities. When I talked to the attorney for the applicant today, he reluctantly acknowledged that also. All that's there is a gravel road. Now, I'm an old farm boy. I still have the farm in Spotsylvania, and it's what I would call a farm road. It's maybe 8, 10 feet wide at best, at widest places, narrow at other, is gravel. There's no pavement, there's no improvements, there's no utility lines there. And you're being proffered that there's going to be maybe a 20-foot wide road with utility easements. If I look at their application on page 19 of the material, I pulled it off your website, did not scale it. There's going to be a long section of underground single-phase current power lines that's going to be upgraded to 3-phase. And then as you get back further, they're going to come up out the ground and put single-phase poles. There's no easement there. She's very concerned on how somebody can proffer all these improvements over her property when there hadn't even been formal discussions. So I said the only thing I know of, and I could have confirmed by the attorney for the applicant, is one phone call saying we'd like to talk to it in general terms. So she's very opposed to this being approved with improvements on her property without any input from her, without her granting any easement. And I would suggest that that's not an appropriate approval. I'm not trying to usurp your authority, and I'll sit down because I know my time's up, unless you have a question you'd like me to answer.
Thank you, sir.
You good?
Yep, we're good.
Thank you very much for your time.
Adam?
Adam Simonoff, Darwin District, 5340 Gordon Drive, King George. First, I want to thank Chris Clark for reopening the Darwin Wayside Beach. Also want to thank Sully for helping coordinate, making that happen, and the board for supporting reopening the Darwin Wayside Beach. Second, I have a point. Government is established to enact laws and budgets for our community to function with an acceptable quality of life. Elections have consequences. The Public Waterworks project near Hopyard Farm was funded by President Biden's Infrastructure Act, which was supported by Representative Spanberger, Senator Kaine, and Senator Warner. This enables State Senator Stewart, and thank you very much for that, for your efforts. So this enables State Senator Stewart to fund our public water projects. Government is a team effort led not by political parties, but by civic-minded people working together to serve the needs of our community. In the name of transparency, the voting public deserves to know the pedigree of all major county project funds so that we can vote for civic-minded people like Senator Stewart and our supervisors, and their like-minded successors who help our supervisors serve our needs. Therefore, I propose that the Board of Supervisors enact a county law and policy to maintain a publicly available county webpage which lists every major public county project that includes state or federal funding, which elected officials made the funds possible, name of the laws that provide the funds, the date the county requested the funds, and whether or not the county got the funds. This enables us to follow local efforts to fund the Ralph Bunche High School renovation, public waterworks improvements, and other major county projects. Thank you for your consideration. And thank you for my neighbor's consideration of what I'm suggesting today.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak? I knew you would.
Julianne, you guys all know me from King George. I'd like to say I didn't understand really how time consuming your job was and your job being a board of supervisors. When we were at the town hall meeting, I realized a lot of people showed up for that and we had to answer the same questions that we have in these meetings. I would like to suggest that when you guys do something positive, like the whole water thing that Ken was talking about, we just knew you guys were putting in water down over by Hop Yard. If somebody could have just put like a Facebook memo out, not for anybody to make any comments, but just say, hey guys, we're doing this and this is going to connect this water to this and it's going to be done in 2027 and this is going to be development for our county. And that would be a positive thing that this board has done because a lot of people came here to rip you guys apart and you guys are doing a lot of things behind the scenes that no one knows about. So I would just like to say thank you for that. And if you guys can put a positive spin somewhere out there on social media so people know what's going on positively. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm Pete Walton. I'm the president of the Northern Virginia Shooting Facility. We are the property owners located south of the Daisy Hill Solar Farm. We only recently learned of the effort to create the solar farm there. Not that we have any objections to it, but one of the things when I went through the package yesterday, I didn't see how the storm management, water management plan might impact us because you're going to clear 12 plus acres of land, concerned about the water flow from that higher property down towards Peppermill Creek. That area of our property already floods quite extensively, and we're worried that if we have a concern, hopefully it will be addressed by the county or in the plan from the developer, that we would not see any additional water flow onto our property as it races down the hill towards Peppermill Creek. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else? Anyone online? Has anyone received any correspondence? Right, no, then at this point in time, I will close public comment and we'll move on to reports of the members of the board. Mr. Lee?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pastor Davis, thank you for your kind words. I appreciate that. And for all the board up here, I want to thank you guys for the town hall you guys put on. I thought that was very good. It was a great venue, I think, both for the myself as a citizen and the customers or the citizens of the county here. I think it was great to have a question and answer style format. I think that was really good. For everybody in attendance and anybody listening online, I would recommend, if you have the opportunity, go back and watch the town hall. There was a lot of good service authority information that Ms. Binder had a chance to put out. There's a lot of good information, and it's very extensive. We talked about a lot or Ms. Binder talked about a lot at the town hall related to the service authority. So I would highly encourage anybody who's hasn't seen that or watched that town hall to take the opportunity to go listen in on that. Just one additional public service announcement for those. Sometimes I do seem to get phone calls, and I've interacted with some people here on some things, but I've also gotten some word that people have tried to get a hold of me, and I've got no missed phone call, no voicemail, anything like that. So if you're trying to get a hold of me, please send me a text message, leave me a voicemail. I'll return your call. I hate to have somebody go unheard that may need something. So please reach out and just do what you can to leave a voicemail or text message, and I'll get right back to you. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Collins?
Thank you, sir. Thank everyone for attending tonight and those that are online. Mr. Stewart, so when I watched the town hall, I was unable to make it physically, but I watched it online. Can you address the matter of binding a board to a decision of a past board? So there was some talk about that, but it wasn't
clear in the meeting.
Mr. Collins, so in essence, what the law says is one board can't bind a future board in their legislative actions. Now, can with specific contracts, there have to be ways out. There's certain things, but the upshot is a board should be able to change the laws, the rules, the ordinances, however it needs to accommodate the needs of citizens as time goes on. And so the standard rule, just like the General Assembly, this year's General Assembly can't bind a future year's General Assembly in their legislative authority. The Board of Supervisors has that same privilege. Is that clear?
Yes, sir. Thank you. And the other thing for you, sir, in my comments is Lake Caledon. When's that going to closing? Do you know?
I don't have much information on that other than I happened to be in Richmond in a meeting today, and I spoke with the director of DCR who informed me that there was a delay in an appropriation, and that appropriation would not come out through until July 1st, I believe, and so they planned to close on that in two parts. They had some money for part of it, and they were going to do that. As far as I know, DCR is moving expeditiously. The problem is the way the state budgets money, sometimes those appropriations are not released until certain points, and that's what I understood to be the difficulty. So it may not be until July 1st until everything is closed on that property.
Thank you, sir. So the next thing, so the town hall meeting, you'll notice that there was a lot of alerts sent out. There was alert that it was happening. There was alert that it was happening again. There was an alert that it was happening again. There was an alert that the location was changed. There was an alert on the day of the time it happened. So my suggestion is, so there was 173 people online. There were about 50 people here, from what I could observe on camera. I would suggest that we as a Board of Supervisors send out our meetings alerts in the same fashion so you can have high attendance. Is everybody on board with that?
Meetings here?
Yes.
I mean, they are sent out, but you want to send out more.
Yes. So, I mean, it was very, obviously, the town halls, there were so many alerts sent out that people got the message and came. So isn't that what we want, is to give them the message to come?
Absolutely.
So would you all agree? The South Hall? Okay, it's great. So data centers. I'll be careful what I say because I know what legal challenges have happened. But when you give the numbers for the data centers in the billions of dollars, you have to realize that the state agreed to a deal with the data centers, or several of them, that they, for every dollar that's spent in their infrastructure, roads, buildings, everything, that they get $1 from the state. And in that legislation, they get $2 from us. So when you talk about their profits or you talk about their revenues, just cut it in half, already cut in half. Then you have all these crazy performance agreements and these lowering of the taxes. So the personal property tax that that some of these data centers are only paying, you know, we pay $3.50 for our property, and they're only paying $1.50. So then you cut that money again. Then you go to a performance agreement where localities are agreeing to. Then you cut that again. So what's coming back to the county? Not a whole lot. So that's when you need to negotiate off the bat. And the data centers need to be in the proper locations. So, you know, what we have in King George is a lot of land. And that's what folks are coming after. They're coming after the land. They're coming after it for solar projects. They're coming after it for data centers. They're coming at it for trucking, to add on to trucking, because it's a 301 corridor. So what we need to do is have our ordinances tight and our negotiations good. So our negotiation stopped until we were fortunate enough to get these three gentlemen over here, Smolnick, Stewart, and Norm. So before that time, our negotiations were pretty much a zero. We just took whatever we were given. And you know what happens when you take whatever you're given, you don't get much. So this board, I think we're all in agree. I don't want to speak for y'all, but we've all stood up to the big guy, to the big guys. And the big guys have done a lot of things. Just to show you how much they try to put pressure on local boards, I was followed by a particular data center company for about 9 months all over the place. It got so comical that the folks they hired were out of Fredericksburg. They were so bad at following me, I would lose them. And when they showed up at my house, I'd wave at them when they go by. It went on, it hadn't stopped for now. My family was being followed. My children were being followed. They were looking at any kind of dirt they could find on me on the internet. Fortunately, since after the age of 18, I don't have any dirt. Before 18, I had plenty of dirt, and that doesn't count. What?
For the internet.
I'm just telling you the truth. So I don't think that, I think that, that this board champions all people. And I consider all of us in King George the little guys compared to the folks that want to come in here and take our land and have their profits and their big homes and their big yachts and all that kind of stuff. So I'm not afraid of these guys. It's pretty obvious that it doesn't bother me because, I mean, you know, what are they going to do? Kill me? Reverend Davis, I'm ready to go. So the question on Mr. Hildrep about your client, that's a very good question. And that needs to be answered. But there are other questions with that particular one for the public hearing. You have to be concerned about the runoff. You have to be concerned about many other things that need to be addressed. And so I spoke to Ms. Pearson the other night, and she owns, on the way in there to Fox Run, where Daisy Lane's at the end, she owns the farm on the left and the trees on the right. And I don't know how that you can, a company can have an easement without a written legal agreement. So I guess when those folks come up, we'll have to ask them about that. And I'll save everything else, all my warrant information for the warrants and my service authority stuff for the service authority. Thank you so much for everyone for coming.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Ms. Bender?
I'll go next. I'll be pretty short. I want to thank everybody who came and showed up for the town hall, had good conversation, good questions, and those online, we had quite a viewing. So I thank everybody, and I encourage everybody to stay informed and engaged. I thank everybody that's in the audience tonight. And I do have a couple of things I would like to mention. I wanted to mention one of the shout outs I've gotten the last week, and I spoke to Ms. Southall and the Community Engagement Director about how positive the feedback for the website and the intern that she's had here this year and the work she's done. Allison is her name, correct? I got the name correct. I wanted to compliment her publicly for the work they've done on the website. I've heard a lot of good reviews from folks, especially after the town hall, that now look at the website and say it's been upgraded very well and the ease of use, and I just wanted to thank them publicly for that. Next up, I would like to make an appointment. I know Mr. Smolnick had in his report from Germanna. Is it the Germanna College Community Board? Is that the exact name of the board? I want to get this right. I do have a nomination for that, and we all know this person. This person has been an educator in the public schools, has been an educator in private schools, and have been an educator as a whole homeschool parent. So I'll say the nomination as soon as I get the name. I just want to make sure I get the board correctly.
It's for the Germanna Community College Board, ma'am.
I would like to nominate Ms. Debbie Fairfax for the Germanna Community College Board.
Second.
Motion properly second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes.
And then the next up, I would like to ask our county administrator and my colleagues. I know we just recently got the air quality report for the courthouse. So what I'm asking is for all 3 studies that have been done of that building to be released to the public on the website, and that we have in one of the upcoming board meetings start to have a conversation of that building, because that air quality study was very disheartening. And so I would like to start the conversation about what we're doing with that building. So that's what my last thing I have.
Yes, ma'am, will do.
All right, thank you. That's the end of my report.
Mr. Stroud.
Thank you, sir. I too would like to thank everybody that came out and for the comments that were made. They're all germane. I think, Arn, you guys are becoming commonplace here, and we appreciate you. So, and your involvement here. And your statement regarding the little guys, because I had stated, I think it was in the last meeting, that I had just had some people that are affected by the future data centers there come out and speak to me. And I reached out based off that conversation, I got some names reached out, and people didn't have time to talk to me, but they're going to be impacted. So I don't know at what point people, I guess they'll look outside their window one day and see a data center and say, gee, where'd this come from? And then they're like, how did this happen? I don't know. Even if you knock on the doors, I learned that during the election. People don't necessarily answer, or they may look out and just still not answer. So I don't know. So whenever we do get people that come and communicate with us, it's very important, and it means something to us. And whenever, it allows us then to adjust things on your behalf. So it doesn't fall on deaf ears. Reverend Shaw, I don't think that, I spoke about this at a meeting as well regarding the price of property here going up and the tax assessments and what's happening. I have knowledge of a piece of property that is under contract here, and it's astounding, the increase of the value based on what it's selling for. Not what the assessor said, but what it's selling for. And, so I also know somebody that's looking for some land here. And, so, you can read it. I mean, the realtors that come here often, Bob's usually here, I was looking for him, and they can speak to that. If you're a seller, great news. If you're a buyer, you just hope that whenever you get ready to sell at some point that, you are also get those benefits. But who loses? If you're trying to farm or ranch, you lose. But if you're a retiring farmer and you're going into retirement,
you win. If you're the kids of a farmer that now live in Chicago, you win. But it's just a changing. I mean, it happened in Stafford County, and everybody knows it's trying to move here. I'll pass on Mr. Hildreth's comments because I'm sure we'll hear more on that later, and TC did a pretty good job of addressing that. Adam, those are good points, but a lot of that information is already available publicly, I think, on the state website and such. I think what you're asking us to do is just consolidate it in one place, and I don't know what the cost is for that, or we'll have to get with the county administrator and see if we have somebody to do that. Would it be helpful? Yes, but it's just whether we have the resources to pick it up without. So, Julianne, thank you for your comments. Appreciate that. And we do the same thing because we're wondering, like, where's everybody at? And so it was very good to have the town hall. We're all looking forward to having more of those. But putting that information out, we've all talked about that. I don't know why we're not doing it yet or why that doesn't happen, why we don't put something out. We don't do it, at least I don't do it individually. I used Facebook when I was running for election, and after that, pretty much don't mess with it. But I don't know why we don't do it as a county, or why we don't put more information out. We may want to look at that county administrator, look at him, because he has all the good news. It's just how to get it out there. He has that word first usually. Mr. Walton, so regarding the runoff, the people that look at that primarily will be in the community development. So they'll have to design a plan that is going to limit the runoff and how that affects you. So those would be the people to talk to. And I don't see Kelly here tonight, but yes. She will be. Okay, she'll be here later, Miss Kelly LeDuc. But the office is the first office on the right here, and they'll be able to address that with you, and they're the ones who'll be able to keep tabs on it. So, again, on the town hall, we all enjoyed that. It makes our jobs a lot easier whenever the public communicates with us. A lot of people, I shouldn't say a lot, I have people come to me and they have these ideas. We should do that. We should bring this business into the county. We should do this. And I'm like, yeah, that's great news. Go get them on the phone and get a meeting with us. It's like, well, who goes and does that? We should have, people come up with they come up with ideas. But the challenge is, we have economic development. There's only so much time in the day. And a lot of people just don't understand the work that goes into some of those efforts to making some of those things happen. But, at least you appreciate people coming up with the ideas. It's the people that come up with the problems and don't come up with a solution. So the biggest problem that we have that we're looking for a solution to, because there are people in here that won't lower taxes, don't raise the taxes, and don't do this. And we talk about this so many times. I'm going to try not to beat it to death. That's great. We don't want to do it. We'd like to lower taxes, send everybody a big check. It just doesn't work like that. So we need this thing called money. If we're going to pay the firefighters and the sheriff's departments and all these people that everybody loves, then we need something called money, because that's what they want, right? They want more money. I can tell you right now. You stay in here for a meeting and they're going to come in and ask for more money. So where does that money come from? That's the problem. That's the solution. If you have the answer to that, where we get more money without raising taxes, that's what we want to hear, okay? Send me an email, send me a text message. The further along you've developed your solution before you talk to me, the better. But my ears are open. I attended the community relations Comrail event this morning at Charles County and learned that Captain Townsend's relief is finally here. Captain John Nader will be the new commanding officer at the Naval Support Activity South Potomac. So he arrived this afternoon. Didn't meet him yet. I'm sure we'll meet him soon. I don't know, Mr. Smolnik. We had talked about addressing some restrictions or addressing the signage in the medians in the county. Is there any update on that or anything to add there?
So these are the illegal signs in VDOT right away, is that correct? So Mr. Beal sent me something and I have that. I want to polish it up, with a memo to the board, but this is and we did this in previous localities I've worked at where the board would enter into an agreement with VDOT that would allow county staff members to pick up signs in the right of way. And there's actually a mechanism where you find the people. I know previously I think the maximum is $100 per sign. And there's a provision that if you put out, I'm just saying, if you were to put out a Smolnik power washing sign, I would be held liable for that. It's the person who held to whose name is on that sign. So that is a policy that the board will have to weigh in on. I will have something a little bit more refined for you, probably maybe this weekend report or at the next board meeting. I can get you some examples of other localities who have entered into this, and if that's something that the board would like to do, then I believe it does. I'd have to go back and check. I don't want to speak out of turn if it does require a public hearing. I'm not sure.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, it's something I support because, I see signs, some of them get put up and they've been there for months and well beyond the due date, nobody ever came and picked them up later. So that's not affecting personal property, your property. It affects the VDOT and the common properties. Another thing that I would like for you to look into, sir, I mentioned at the last meeting, the revisiting the meal tax. And, so if you could maybe get some numbers and some more details on it, for us to discuss and talk about. I understand it would require, there's a lot whenever you're looking at adding or changing taxes. So you have to have a public hearing, which is good. But I would like to know, I've spoke to, I eat out just because of business lunches. And I frequent the restaurants usually in this part of town. And the people that I have had lunch with, and I've talked to them, I ask them, well, I've got them hostage across the table from me. And I ask them, I say, so what would you think if we increase the meal tax here to 2 cents to be the same as the other counties around? Like, I wouldn't even notice the difference. They're like, I go to Fredericksburg, it doesn't stop me from going out to eat. They're going to go. If they don't have the money to go out to eat, they're not going to go, but they're not going to change their mind because they have to pay 2 cents more. If they're paying for a $60 meal for them and their wife or whatever, that's going to add $1.20 to the meal, less than the price of a Coke. So they really didn't, nobody I talked to cared. So if somebody listening to this, if you care, if it's going to make that much of a difference to you, I'm interested to hear it. Because from a county aspect and what it does for us as a board, you for the county, whenever we need money, we're looking right now, I think on the numbers, and that's why I asked Mr. Smoke to look at it. We've been told it would increase the revenue by like $1 million, okay? Which would go a long ways in some things that we get hit with. But what it really does for us is, I don't know how much that everybody eats out. Figure it out. If you spend $500 a year eating out or $5,000, what is 2% of that and how bad is that going to hurt you? Really what we capitalize on is I don't spend that much time on, Mr. Davis is into town, but I was over there at Walmart recently and I noticed that the parking lot was full of Maryland plates. And Mr. Adam Lynch briefed here in the Planning Commission that 60% of the employees that work at Dahlgren do not live in King George. They live in other counties. So there's this large population of people driving up and down 301. And that's where a lot of the fast food places are, because the meal tax only affects food that is ready to consume when you get it. If it's not ready to consume, it doesn't impact it. Go to the grocery store, Family Dollar, unless you're buying it from the deli, ready to consume, it doesn't impact it. So, but I think we're missing out on taking advantage of that. And, you know, I look at the state Texas, because Texas doesn't have a state tax. What they do is they have consumption tax. So they take advantage of the people that transit through Texas, and they spend a lot of time transiting through Texas. You're going to eat a few times. And so the state tax is higher. It's like 10% sales tax, and that's what they take advantage of. But it's consumption tax, not a state tax. So clearly, we're not talking about state tax here. I'm just saying that the people that are in this county that are eating or transiting through the county eating, it would impact them, I think, greater than it would us as a whole. So however you feel about it, I'm interested to hear about it. I'm sure that there'll be some stuff on Facebook, but please look at it from a county aspect and then the impact there. I think with that, I'm going to finish my comments, sir. Thank you.
Sullins?
All right, thank you, sir. Thanks, everybody, for coming out tonight. I appreciate everybody with making the public comments. And in the interest of keeping this short, I'll just go ahead and say the stuff that you've been paying me for the last couple of weeks. Had a meeting with the chair and county administrator yesterday where we got to talk about some of the stuff for tonight's meeting and some other matters that'll come to light here shortly. Also, I want to thank everybody once again for the town hall. I did put my thanks on Facebook, Julianne, for that, and seemed like we had some fairly good comments both in the meeting and on Facebook as well. It was really cool to see that number of people in this room. I think we've broken the code. Thank you, Amy and Jackie, for helping advertise that a little bit better. I think next time I'm going to try to get it set up maybe in a school where we got a little bit more room and get a little bit less cramped and nobody sitting on the floor or hanging out in the back of the room having to stand. But yeah, that was a great experience. Also, got to meet with a couple different citizens for breakfast over the last few weekends, some emails and phone calls as you would expect. As Mr. Salmonoff alluded earlier, Wayside Park reopened today at noon. So there's going to be a ribbon cutting for that on the 20th of June. I want to thank Mr. Salmonoff for keeping that up in the front of our minds and staying after us to get that done. I want to thank Mr. Clark. I saw you come in earlier, but I've lost track of you. There you are, buddy. Thank you for pulling that off. I appreciate you staying on it. Thanks for the additional comments from both of you gentlemen regarding the Davis Hill thing. I'm sure some of that's going to be discussed over the next few minutes, so I'm anxiously awaiting the responses to your questions. Julianne, on the Facebook stuff, I have started trying to put some stuff out there individually. We were told, the three of us new folks up here, we were told by the county attorney who was present at the time during our indoctrination, you got to be careful using Facebook, because if you put something out there as a county representative and it's not on your page, it's on somebody else's page, believe it or not, that's a county record. And if it gets deleted, somehow now we've lost track of a county record. It's been deleted. It's out of our control. So I typically only put stuff on my page. I will echo it over on the community page just so people are aware of it. But as far as comments, one of the things I put out there, I turned comments off for that very reason. It ticked some people off. I'm like, well, let me undo that. So people can comment away. Just say whatever you want to, fair game. Just understand, I probably am not going to get into a debate with you on Facebook. It's not the proper venue, but I am trying to share some stuff. Amy's trying to share some stuff out there through the King George. We actually have a King George Facebook page, and so she's sharing some information that way. And we're slowly stepping into the 90s in terms of communication. So, but thank you for the encouragement there. And finally, I need to request to be able to dial in remotely for our next meeting because I'm going to be on vacation. Vacation. I take one of those every now and again.
Board of Supervisors don't get vacations.
That's why I'm dialing in remotely. My son, I'll put him on hold while I'm down in Florida visiting him.
All right. You got to schedule your vacations between the meetings. There's 2 whole weeks between meetings.
It's true.
Where were you Thursday night?
I was at home. I wasn't on vacation, I can guarantee you that. Good shot, though.
Thank you, sir.
I'll think about it and let you know. You good? Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Collins, you had one more thing?
When the other supervisor, when you speak first, the other supervisors say things that you would like to put a little bit more information on. So yes, I do, thank you. The new commander at Dahlgren, unfortunately, what happens is when we start rolling with a commander down there to get things done, to help out our community because they want to help out our community, then they're gone. They're in and out of Dahlgren so fast, and once you get going, they move on, and the last guy, the new guy, doesn't know about it. Nobody talks to anybody down there, and so you start all over again. And
Only we had somebody that worked there.
if we only knew somebody that would work there, full time without vacations. So there was some speak of runoff. So in a lot of these facilities, Mr. Stroud, they meet the minimum from the community development, but you'll see that a lot of the projects, even though they're meeting the minimum, they still have problems. So a lot of these solar situations, the number out there is 90% of them are in violation of DEQ currently. So whether you have regulations or not, I'm concerned about runoff when they can't meet those rules. And Ms. Bender, I don't mean to beat you up on this, but the air quality in the courthouse, I know I know I'm getting you ruffled already. I can see it. So what's really wrong when you look at that survey is the same thing we already know. It's all the air conditioner vents have mold in them. Why? Because nobody would ever change the filters. And you had condensation. So if you never address a problem, you're gonna have a problem. So all you have to do is clean up the problem. And some of those pictures that they took, like the door sill at the Commonwealth Attorney's office, that was there when all the water was coming in the building. So it's not like it's a new problem. They just have to fix the door, fix the jam. So it's not like an unsurmountable problem. And it's not as bad as you may think it appears on that survey. There is some water intrusion in the courthouse in a couple of rooms, and that's because there needs to be some roof work done. But it's not a huge surmountable problem. And I don't want you to call fire when it's not really a fire.
Bender?
My only comment to that is I wanted the discussion, and I didn't know your new degree was in engineering and in HVAC support and all that, but I learned something today. You are an expert in it,
Thank you for acknowledging that.
in your own mind.
Are you done? Anybody else you want to fight with tonight? All right, I guess it's my turn. First, thanks to everyone for coming out. I really appreciate it. The town hall, when we ran, the three of us ran, we were like, I'm going to do town halls, and we were going to do town halls quarterly and things of that nature. And last year we kept to that. We did them quarterly. This year, it was due to the budget and not having the answers that we need. There was so much stuff. So there's no sense having a town hall if you don't have answers to some of those things. And so it was well timed. We finally were getting some, just some solutions and things that we could, let everyone know about. The whole Facebook thing. I mean, you can't control what people are going to spit out there, Sometimes you have to, in my life, I've learned, consider the source. Sometimes, if it's the same, pretty much 10 people saying the same dumb things and it's always negative, consider the source. I mean, could it possibly be that, somebody lost an election and, and their wife has been out of shape and she always has to find something negative to say? Could there be something to it? Just always consider the source is what I'm trying to say. As a pastor's son, you kind of grow up you live in a glass house. Sometimes you just got to consider the source. I am working on some things, though, to make things, I think it's going to be really big in King George to get more news out there in a timely manner and to where everyone, I think, will be will want to tune into it. I'll put it to you that way. And it should be something that I'm trying to get kicked off this month. And that will be something that you can only start things, and then hopefully the next boards, whoever they are down the line, continue those processes, right? And continue being transparent, continue. And Adam, that's exactly, we are trying to be as transparent as possible. I think, people did walk into the town hall the other day. Some people came in fired up and ready to go, but by the time they left, they weren't fired up anymore. And they're like, oh. Yeah, it's just, call me, email me, anybody on this board, and we're going to reach out to you and try to solve it. All the project list, I'm with you on that. Adam, I think it's a great idea. When we came on, I got tired of, we would be sitting here and there'd be a warrant for $80,000 or $180,000 for a project. And we're going, where did this come from? And how come we didn't know about it? And how long has this been on the table? Oh, it's been something we've been kicking around the county for about 2 years, 3 years. And it's like, okay, stop. I want to get a list of every project you're working on right now, even if it's 5 years down. I want to know everything and where we might be spending money so we can get a proper. It's hard to budget. It's hard to save money if things just getting thrown at you and you don't. And so if we aren't being educated on what's going on, it's impossible to educate you. So what as transparent as we can possibly be, and any project we can put on there, I want you guys to know about it. We've done good as far as our CIP is a lot more comprehensive and working with the school systems and things. And I really think that our relationship with the school board is probably about as good as it's been in a while, and really appreciate working with them. Something else that I'm working on doing is I want to have a couple more work sessions with our board this year, probably 1 to 2 more work sessions. And primarily, I want those work sessions to be around next year already. Like I want to start looking at the budgets. We can look at the past 2 or 3 years of budgets. We can pull that stuff. We can kind of project where things are going to be at. Instead of waiting for problems, I want to start working on the budget again this year. And I talked to Mr. Boyd about it, getting together with him and talking with the sheriff and the fire department and seeing what needs they say. So we can start going that direction and then figuring out ahead of time how we're going to pay for things so things aren't a surprise to the community or whatever we're going to do. And, start looking at, whether it's businesses coming in, whatever it is, and just start planning those things out. And so we'll be talking to you more about that, Mr. Boyd, and I'll be catching up with the sheriff and all that, about that. What was I going to say? There's just been, what I've learned, and this has been going on for years, there's just been a lot of things. It's like every time I turn around, Mr. Sullins and I met with Matt Smolnick, our county administrator, yesterday, and every day there just seems to be something else that's just been kicked down the road. It just always just something else that was a problem in 2018, and like, why wasn't it resolved? And, we're looking at the Dahlgren, our water plant down there, and just stuff that's just been, we'll be talking more about that today, just stuff that's just been kicked down. And we've just decided that some stuff we just got to deal with it. We're going to have to deal with as much as we possibly can. And, it's not always going to be, people will, there might be priorities for certain sects, but there's so many things that have come before the problems that pop up today, which is the reason why we're dealing with the old courthouse right now. Because most of the time we build something, that property just sits there until it's like, oh man, that's no good. You might as well just destroy it, tear it down. And maybe that's the direction it goes. I don't know. But we're just trying to stay out ahead of it so that we're going to have a couple more work sessions this year just to kind of start planning again for, next year and just getting ahead of the game, which is, we hope is going to help you, Regina, and help everybody else involved in that process. So I will close report to the board. I thank everyone for being here again. All right.
Yes, sir, if I may.
Go ahead.
Request to be acknowledged. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, sir. So you made me think of something. So what you were saying is I remember flashback to whenever I was sitting out there looking up here, and I used to see TC and Kathy, and sometimes they looked kind of bewildered, like they didn't know what was going on, and they would hear something new for the first time. No, that's what, and I'm like, what do you mean you're a supervisor? How can you not know about this? And because there was a lack of supervision. And I'm like, you guys are supervisors. How can there be a lack of supervision? And you reminded me of this or Sully did when he was talking about the Facebook thing, because it was like, we were going to that end of the dock, and we actually had a county employee who's no longer with us. And he made a statement. Remember that statement? The only time he wanted to see our faces was at a supervisor's meeting. They didn't want to be supervised. Okay, and he's no longer here. And, you know, we're not going to tolerate that. Okay, there's going to be supervision. That's what we're here for. And the other thing I would say is if you see something, say something or do something. Like the leaking door, you know, if you walk to your house and you grab a doorknob and it's loose and you're like, that needs to be fixed. Or you get a toilet lid and it's almost falling off. You know, I personally can't stand that. And I could be in a, you know, if I come to your house and your toilet lid's loose, you know, I'm probably going to tighten it for you, okay? Because I just can't stand that, you know? So if you see something, do something, or if you see something, say something, and it'll help us with fixing some of these problems. Thank you, sir.
Do you do weeding? I need some weeding.
Invite me over, TC.
Okay.
Invite me over.
All right. All right, so anyone else got one more thing they want to say tonight? Are we good? Lee, you went first. There might be something. I know. I wasn't going to actually let him do it. All right, so we'll close reports. So let's move on to the consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion properly second. Is there any further discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
So I hate when we do a motion before there's any talk about what's even on the warrants. So, you know, I like to look over the warrants and see where we're spending money, see where we could save money, see what some of these expenditures are. If I have questions, that means that you would have questions. So I did notice, I know I go from small things to big things. I mean, it's all mixed up. So I noticed that we're paying for water, drinking water, and we have water fountains. And I think that our water is good enough to drink in it. Huh? Okay. The next thing was the old backhoe. I noticed on the warrants, Mr. Smolnick, we paid $1,554 twice for the old backhoe to fix. I'll just run through these and we paid King George Tire $3,825 for a fire truck to fix, and we got 3 part-time workers over there. We got 1 part-time worker that makes $59,000 a year.
Which vendor is that? I can pull it up right now. I have the warrants.
King George Tire is the $3,025. The old backhoe, it's the service authority. It says service authority. That was charged twice. We're paying for a porta potty somewhere for $1,549 for building and grounds.
Mr. Chair, with the backhoe, is that on the, can you bring that back up again in the service authority? Just so I can write it down.
So backhoe $1,554.
Mr. Chairman, so King George Tire, $3,825. We had a King George Fire Rescue truck go down in 2010 Pierce. Unit went into limp mode. It was not, I mean, so this Cummins control module harness 1148, Cummins PAI power steering gasket 750, EGR, COO ring. So this was in a Dextron ATF cord, automatic transmission fluid, a quarter of that. This was to get one of our fire rescue vehicles back into operation for $3,825.
Okay, so my point on that matter is we're paying one, I know one person gets paid $59,000 part-time and there's 2 others. And we have 1 fireman that does some maintenance on the trucks. He's a paid fireman. And so if we're paying 3 people and we have building and grounds do building and grounds work at the fire department. So if we're paying this kind of money to these part-time people, we really shouldn't be paying all these vendors to fix stuff. So did you find the porta potty for building and grounds?
Who's the vendor?
A porta potty. I think it's local.
But when you pay for it, it's split between the water budget and the sewer budget. So really, it's one combined bill. It's just divided. Is that correct?
So it was $3,000.
Yes.
I thought we had a new backhoe. And the old backhoe was sent over to the building and grounds. Wouldn't that be under their budget?
We have a new excavator that we purchased a year ago. When you say backhoe,
It's an excavator.
yeah, I'm not sure if that's one in this. I thought they turned it over to Mr. Muncie's group, but I can't confirm that because I don't know that for sure.
Right, so the service authority is paying that bill for that backhoe. Did you find the porta potty, Mr. Smolnick?
Yes, sir. It looks like this is for local service. Mr. Clark, I believe these are for what I'm seeing here. These are porta johns that we provide the public. Looks like Brooks Park, Ralph Bunch, King George Middle School, Old Elementary Sports Complex in Sealston, Barnesfield Park. These are the monthly rentals to provide the services for the patrons of our parks.
So why is that not under his budget instead of general properties?
It did not move 2 years ago when the staff moved. The finance director at the time wanted to keep it where it was.
Can you move that to where it belongs? In the Parks and Rec?
We can transfer money from one department to the other, yes. We'll do that in the 26th, starting July 1 of 26. We'll make that amendment to the approved budget.
48,000 for sludge hauling? So I saw this $2,550 for Potomac paving, and it said circle. And so up there where Ace Hardware is in front there, there's always been these potholes. And my understanding from the Devil's Workshop Facebook is that they did that for free.
Mr. Chair, can I acknowledge that? That is something totally different. So a lot of people don't realize there's the old circle, which is that area you're talking about. Yes, they did do it free, but the old Route 205 Ridge Road was the circle loop. And
Right.
so it is still referred to as the circle. So there was a tap of a water line while the installation of the interconnect on that side. So they had to do some repairs. And so we had to pay to repair the road from where we made those repairs. So that is not the same location. It's on the circle loop.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for Potomac Paving for doing that because it's been quite the problem. Rico printers, there's a 2 times amount of the same amount.
I know every department has contracts with Rico.
Yes.
Is there a dollar amount that you're looking for, sir?
No, I just noticed that it had 2 of the same amounts for the same dates.
Yeah, believe me, I'm looking at my finance team. If there's I'm just saying in a hypothetical, if there's a monthly lease charge for an equipment and there is, go ahead. It's a service authority split. Okay, you're looking at the service authority split for the Rico lease.
Split with who? Okay. And $2,840 for parts for a boat. I think we now have 4 boats in this county. And they're supposed to be all new. I don't know what we're paying $2,840 for parts for the boat. Do you know?
I know one of the boats, the one that was bought with the Aid to Localities grant, that is the most recent grant. I know there was some discussion about having a boat, I believe it's Station 3. There were this was a new boat that was ordered under the Aid to Localities grant. There were some items that were needed to get the boat into service to meet. And do you have a vendor? And I can pull it. I can go exactly what that was spent on if you have a vendor, sir.
Nope. Next time I'll have all the vendors for you.
Thank you.
So brand new boats cost us $2,840 for a boat. This one is I don't know what it says Sopex, lunch. I don't even know what Sopex is. And it's $1,400. So it says the lunch. Anybody know what that is? Huh? What?
So are those the, this was an email that I received for Sodexo is the caterer for Mary Washington College. I was contacted a little while ago by their accounting department. There were 3 bills dating back to October of 2023 that were never paid by a previous county employee. These bills were still outstanding and recently came up in University of Mary Washington's audit. So I asked for a chain of emails, and sure enough, these were requests, like I said, dating back to the fall of 2023. Nobody ever paid on behalf of King George County. So this is something that I talked to our finance department, and we're using our current funds to make sure that King George County does not owe any vendors any money for services that have been rendered, even though that was 2 years ago almost.
Is the employee still here?
No, sir.
Can you put a lien on their property? So that's the kind of things that we need to really keep track of these things that, you know, I see it and I'm like, $1,400 for lunch. What is that? God knows I would never have guessed it had been a 2-year-old bill.
Yeah, there are 3 invoices for 3 separate catering events. I'm sorry, Ms. Dillard said there were 2 events.
And there's one on here for Corey, Luttrell. It's a mileage reimbursement for $609.
Yes, sir. This was we're trying to take away our reliance on outside vendors. So HVAC, there are 3. I think there are 4 parts towards the apprenticeship step forward to become HVAC certified. Mr. Luttrell is an employee of the county. We're encouraging county employees to get their certification so that we can work on things instead of paying hundreds of dollars per hour whenever HVAC equipment breaks. So this was, I believe, the second step of 4 for this particular individual to become HVAC certified as a master technician.
It cost them $609 to travel.
So this was, the course was, I believe it was a 6-month course, and this was traveling back and forth. I think it's 5 or 6 month course that he takes.
Well, I think that maybe they might want to submit the mileage in a little bit more timely manner because $609 is a lot. I know what we're getting out of the deal.
Okay. Like I said, we're just, okay.
Okay.
By chance, has the county policy regarding training and then
I talked to HR staff today. They're working on it. They've been in contact with Sands Anderson, our attorneys, our HR attorneys, and they're working on that policy right now.
How about like a deadline or something? It's been almost a year.
From when the board initiated this and directed me?
No, whenever I first came and talked to you about it.
Right.
So looking at the to-do list, I also noticed that the propane says ongoing. I saw your email to the board about you haven't gotten the information from the.
And I requested it again from the Service Authority. I copied Ms. Binder. Ms. Binder's on it. This was initial of April 6th. I requested this information. I still do not have the information, and therefore I cannot complete my study for the board without all the usage and volumes paid by the Service Authority.
Ms. Binder, was there a specific employee that was tasked with this?
Yes, there was, and I actually emailed that employee during the meeting, the last meeting, and then also he was in the office with Mr. Smolnik, with myself and Mr. Rasavi, and we took him in to discuss it with Mr. Smolnik, and I did see the email and I sent it to Mr. Rasavi again since he is supervising that employee, but we have not received that email. I don't want to give an employee's name out in a public meeting. I don't think that's very proper.
I'm not asking to give the name out. I'm saying that you directed somebody to do a job. They're supposed to do the job. They didn't do the job. Now it's, here we are 3 months later and Mr. Smolnik can't do his job because this employee did not do their job. So Mr. Smolnik can't do anything with the Service Authority folks because they're not under his preview. And he can't fix our propane problem until we get the information from the service authority. So, I think that that person needs to have some, either if they can't do the job, let them go find another one. I mean, it's something that could be taken care of in less than a day's work, for God's sakes.
I do know he did provide some information, but it is not the correct information. Mr. Rasavi, did you want to mention anything about that?
I emailed him as well today to ask him if he was coming to the meeting tonight to have that information, and I did not hear back from him.
So this is why we have problems in King George, is because these things get put out there and they never get done. The whole service authority, Ms. Bender, you know what I'm talking about. There's stuff from 18 years ago that never got done. Were supposed to be done. And that's why we're all in this situation of all this nonsense in this county right now, is because people are told to do things and they don't do them and nothing happens to them. So am I angry? Yes. Am I blaming you? No. Am I blaming you? No. But somebody needs to handle this. And since Ms. Bender is the acting manager, either make them do it, Ms. Bender, or get rid of them, please.
Is that the directive of the whole board? I wanted that on record.
I believe the direction of the board is simply that you are in the seat of power to make that decision. And if we have employees that aren't doing the job they're being paid to do, then you have the power to do that.
I just want that
And if
on
not,
record.
and if not, then we need to explain what steps are being taken to address it.
Well, thank you. I just want that on record. I'm in an unusual position, and I want that on record. But I also want to address the Patriot invoices for the sludge hauling. As you know, we do not have our sludge hauler left, the person who was in that position. We did interview 2 candidates. The first candidate, unfortunately, turned us down. We could not, CDL, people who have CDL license make quite a salary in today's market. But we have hired somebody very qualified with CDL license, and he does not start until June 23rd. And so because of that, we still have to haul the sludge, and we are using a contractual firm. And unfortunately, they have quite a large price tag. So until June 23rd, when this employee comes, we don't really have an option, unless you can drive a truck, TC.
I don't have a CDL.
That's something you need. I know you mentioned you might get one.
I'm gonna go over to get my free training from the schools and get my CDL and come over here.
There we go.
So, Ms. Bender, so you're in charge of this employee. And so you don't need to have this to be on record, because it fully is on record by having this meeting. Somebody needs to make that happen. Somebody. And if you don't, then we're going to be at the same spot next meeting. And we were at the same spot last meeting.
But look, right now we have a motion on the floor with the warrants. So employee discussion, we'll talk to Ms. Bender about that.
Well, that's on the warrants.
It is, but we're going beyond the warrants at this point.
Well, it all pulls together, mister.
It does.
Chairman.
It is a little bit off of what we're trying to do right now. And I agree with you, though. We have a motion on the floor, Mr. Smartick. I'm sorry, do you want something to say, sir?
So regarding the warrants, the repair that was on Rescue 1 was nothing that our employees could fix. This was a wiring harness. So the King George Tire Auto, that was something that beyond the scope of our employees' capability. Plus, we don't have a county shop or the tools to do this repair. So that's why this particular, and I know Chief Moody is here in case there's any questions. I saw him walking in the room for the boat purchase. If the board would like further explanations, I believe Chief Moody.
I'll let Chief come up and speak to it real quick.
So, Mr. Smaldick, we do have a county shop, and we're just not using it. It's the schools. That shop that the schools has for their buses is actually ours.
Mr. Moody, Chief, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So yes, Mr. Smolnick is exactly right. The repair was an electrical repair. It was a computer module that needed to be put on our heavy rescue truck. We could not do that in-house. And so even though there is a school bus garage, we'd have no access to that school bus garage. So if that's something that the county wants to pursue sometime down the road, but right now we utilize mainly our local vendors to do a lot of our repairs on our trucks. So we'll have another one. You'll probably see the next warrants. We had that same truck, an emergency blowout on the tire. It did some body damage, et cetera. So you'll probably see that again on Rescue 1 at your next meeting. Regarding the expenditure and the warrants on the boat, it's not the boat. The boat was close to $44,000. That was the boat and the trailer. This is the equipment to do the rescue work on the boat. Okay, so you have suits, you have tools, you have equipment, and that equipment, anytime you're talking about life-saving equipment, the price is a little bit higher than, we can't just go down here to our local Walmart and buy life-saving equipment. So the $2,800 was funded by a state grant, and it was for that boat and the equipment for the boat, not the boat itself. Any questions? I'm happy to dig into further details.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So I've noticed on the warrants in the last year that there's been a lot of equipment bought for boats. So how many boats will be out at one time? All 4 of them? 1 sheriff's office, 3?
Well, I can't speak on the sheriff's office boat, but there, we have a total of 4 boats. One of them is just a raft, has no motor. It only has 2 paddles. So that's considered one of the 4 boats. The boat that we just added was for our Company 3 Fairview Beach to do some immediate rescues right off the shore of Fairview and Potomac Landing. Technically, it's state of Maryland water. However, when somebody's drowning right off the coast, we need to have a quick deployment. And that's what we added into our fleet here recently. So I'm not sure about a lot of equipment. We haven't had a boat program for probably maybe, we beefed it up past 2 or 3 years. So if you're talking about a 2 or 3 year span, yes, you've probably seen some equipment for the boats. However, this $2,800 purchase is, that's just for this boat and for that purpose. We also have marine rescue equipment. We have ice equipment. So we're prepared we have ice suits. We have dry encapsulated suits. We have wetsuits. We have rope equipment that's just for marine, for maritime rescue. We have Stokes baskets just for water, not for the trucks. So there is some specialized equipment that is, for that purpose, but it's not necessarily just for a boat. It's for the mission of rescuing people in the water.
So the boat that was down at Fairview was moved up to Company 1, where Fairview is where you all would put in to go out and onto the Potomac. And then you bought another boat and then put the one boat down there. But when stuff comes in front of us, hey, I want to buy a boat and it costs $120,000. Well, the rest of the question is, how much does it cost to equip it? How much does it cost for training? How much does it cost for training for overtime? How much does it cost to have, I saw a warrant not too long ago for some very high dollar pop-up tent. Very high dollar pop-up tent. Even if it being heated, it was extremely expensive. So I do question some of the purchases. It just seems like there's a frenzy of purchasing if you look back at the warrants. And so that needs to be put under control. We don't need every bell and whistle that they make on this earth. You need what you need to do the job to accomplish the mission. And I see that there's an overspending in that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Mayor, if you can speak to it if you like, but it's kind of like having a gun, right? You'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. So when it comes down to if we use a piece of life-saving equipment once over the next 5 years and it does its job, then it's okay by me. All right. So I think there are areas in there where I think that when we came in, has been some irresponsible spending. I think some people have I think a lot of things been captured and brought back in. I don't think it's as prevalent as it was. So doesn't mean that we're not always going to keep an eye on it. So I hope you don't take anything personal, Mr. Collins, or anyone was speaking about tonight.
It's not personal, it's all
Yes.
business.
And
Do you read the warrants, Mr. Davis?
I do. Thank you.
Do these things not pop into your mind of why we're spending so much on certain areas?
Sometimes they do, but I usually get those questions answered before I come in here, so I feel good about it.
And Mr. Chairman, let me add, if any of our board members or anybody watching or that's here tonight, if they ever have a question about our gear, why we have a certain boat for a certain mission, I'm happy. Reach out to me personally. I'm happy to meet you at any of our stations and talk to you about our mission. In fact, I was out here just a few minutes ago. We had a water rescue in Dahlgren, listening to that and, making sure that was coordinated properly. But if there's ever any questions about, the gear, the cost, the mission, what we use it for, reach out to me. Happy to meet with anybody, any of you. And I think you know that. Yeah. I don't think that I don't believe that we're overspending in areas. I don't see us needing another boat anytime in the future. I think we are well equipped and well prepared. And we try to, certainly want to be good stewards of taxpayer money and local dollars and state funds. But happy to have a more thorough discussion or a show and tell. Happy to do that anytime.
I appreciate it.
I have a
question. I'll speak to that too, though, is if I pick up the phone and call you, you answer the phone. And if I want to come meet you, you meet with me. You always take your time to do it, even if it's on the whim. So I do it. I attest to that. I appreciate it. Mr. Collins?
So, so the Potomac River is not owned by Virginia. It's owned by Maryland. And so it's their authority to take care of everything over there. We have a MOU to assist them on law enforcement and EMS and fire and those things. But the amount that they pretty much gave up the Potomac and went on over back to Maryland. And it seems like that we're getting the high end of the cost to protect folks that are down there on the Potomac. Is there a way that we can recoup some money from Maryland?
Hey, sir, I have to ask you to come to the mic so people at home can hear. And just introduce yourself, please.
Hello, my name is Lincoln Armstrong. I've been an engineer at Dahlgren for a while, currently just in support. First off, I'd like to say, sir, thank you for the job you're doing. The repair costs to vehicles has been going up. There's a lot of reasons for it. I encourage the board to look up the whole debate on right to repair laws, which is ongoing in multiple states and also at the national level. It's addressing everyone who particularly has specialized heavy duty equipment because they keep getting hit with these increasing costs. More to the point of Maryland not doing, as the county board says, not meeting their MOU arrangements. We have this wonderful bridge that was just rebuilt down here, but they only seem to be tolling us from coming back into Virginia and not outgoing. It's a risk, but it might also be an opportunity to bring it up with the state to quote all of these things that we are paying for and saying that we don't have an opportunity to recoup these costs, but there might be an opportunity here as a result of the bridge in order to make it a more bi-directional agreement. Just a thought.
So Chief, is there an opportunity to bill Maryland for some of the work we do? One, and two, can we get some numbers on how many times Maryland comes to us? What I mean by that is EMS and fire, because I see that we go over there 3-4 times a week. So we're sending people from our county. I know we have agreements, And you're going to be going over an agreement soon. And I understand what the mutual agreements are for. But when, it's kind of like a marriage. If one person's doing more than the other, then the marriage is not going to last, or somebody's going to have to pay. So
Do you understand the question? I mean, if you have an answer, yes.
If we can bill Maryland, I think was the heart of the question.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I mean, that'd be a legal question.
Yeah, I think it's.
Mr. Chairman, just as a point of order for the board, we were going over warrants.
Yes.
And so I would just suggest y'all are getting a little far afield from the actual warrants and discussions on the actual warrant.
Yeah.
No offense intended, just this is what you all pay me to do.
Thank you, sir.
We're going to have a discussion about an MOU regarding EMS, and the discussion is going to be exactly about money. And that's why we're bringing it to you all for direction and guidance.
All right, so here I am. We have a motion on the floor properly seconded. By roll call, Mr. Stroud.
Aye.
Ms. Bender.
Aye.
Mr. Collins.
Aye.
Mr. Sullins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. Next up, do I have any constitutional officers that want to speak? All right. All right, at this time, I will pass this off to the Board of Directors.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We will start off with the consent agenda of the Service Authority.
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, motion properly seconded. Any discussion? Mr. Collins, did you get them all out?
no, but I think y'all have heard enough from me. I get the feeling already.
Well, I just wanted to ask, give you your opportunity. Motion properly seconded. No more further discussion. I'll do roll call vote. Mr. Robotham? Mr. Collins?
Aye.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. Next up, we have Davenport here. No, we do not. We do. Okay, sorry. So Davenport recommended funding approach for near-term capital needs. Now, I do want to mention, so that those in the public sees what we're talking about. This has to do with the Dahlgren, which will be the next presentation. So this is the funding aspect, and this is Davenport. It'll make sense all at the end of the Board of Directors, but we're going with the funding, potential funding source, and then we will hear why it's possibly needed.
So do you have any more for the audience members?
I do not, but that's what we've got right here. We can always get others.
Can we make sure that we provide that on the website, Ms. Fish, Ms. Southall? Okay, it is on the website for all those in the public.
Hold on, let me get Mr. Collins.
Norm, you got this?
So just some background while we're passing out papers. It has been identified, and Bowman Engineering is here in the next discussion to talk about the Dahlgren plant. In all of our discussions over the last year, it has found that we have not been meeting nutrient limits based on a grant that we acquired as the Service Authority back, I think it was 2015. There were some modifications done to the plant that didn't really work out, and the plant has not been meeting these nutrient limits, and we're trying to put the Service Authority on a good path forward, and we have some recommendations for the immediate needs of that plant to keep it in compliance. So this is some recommendations as a possible way of funding it. There are grant opportunities and other things, so this is just possible. Did I cue it up well for you there?
That was perfect. Thank you, Ms. Bender. Again, members of the board, David Rose from Davenport. I am the financial advisor for those that are behind me and those that are watching. As a result of that, you know me, we're not here to sell you anything. We're not bank or brokerage. We are your financial advisor. And I've had the good fortune on behalf of Davenport for doing that now for about 35 years. So again, I'm non-political. I'm not here telling you whether or not you should do these projects or not. Rather, I'm just here to recommend and give you consequences, good and bad, of how to look at funding for these projects. That is, of course, your decision to do these projects or not in furtherance of your mission. So with that said, I will not be too long this evening. A little bit of background. As I said, we are your financial advisor. And in that role, we are here to provide some strategic report, budgetary planning, assisting with financial policies, capital funding strategies, and I'm going to talk about that tonight. And that's because, as we have heard, you have indicated to us that you have about 4 million of capital needs in the near term that need to be done. And the interim staff has asked us to come up with some recommendations. To your point, Chair Bender, our recommendation tonight is going to be to keep your options open so that if indeed we get grants, we can then take advantage of those grants. And that's going to be through interim financing as opposed to go directly to permanent financing. That will beg the question, well, why are we borrowing money? We're going to talk about that as to why that's the most strategic for the short run, and you'll see hopefully in a couple minutes. So, a little background. I was not right here, but we were, I believe, over at one of the community centers back in November. And I presented to you and to the county talking about strategies going forward to maximize the limited dollars that you have and to take maximum advantage of the dollars. Some of the recommendations that we made was to set up a multi-year financial plan. We also talked about using potentially excess dollars to pay down debt. We think that's a good idea, and we think particularly that's something in the general fund. I'm not going to recommend it here in the utility fund. You'll see in a moment why. But again, in the general fund, we believe that's an opportunity. That's not tonight's presentation, but if you'll have us back, we'll talk some more about that. So, initial observations. We are thinking about and have been thinking about the long-term sustainability financially of this authority. It's a work in progress. When I first started, the county had to supplement this authority to the tune of millions of dollars. You've moved into a period now where this authority is self-sufficient. As a result, user fees and charges pay for these improvements. That said, one of the important things about being self-sufficient and to have this as what we call an enterprise fund is to have a certain amount of days cash on hand. Basically, think about it as a savings account, but it's not just a savings account. Those days cash on hand are critical because number one, it helps you as you pay bills, and number two, it helps with keeping in effect the credit standing of the authority up. And the third thing it does, very importantly, is that those monies actually earn an interest rate that goes back into the fund and helps keep down this pressure on user fees, on rates and charges. A well-run enterprise fund authority typically has at a minimum about 3/4 of a year of operating revenues. You have about 8.5 million at the end of the fiscal year, and your overall revenues for the year are between 7 and 9 million. So you are right at where you should be. You're not necessarily over where you should be. If you were, there's some opportunities there, one of which could be to pay down some debt. Number two, to pay cash for some projects or part of it. But again, it's not as if you're just sitting on a mountain of cash as an enterprise fund. You're not. You're in solid shape for that metric, but that's only the start. Now, what we know is that beyond this 4 million or thereabouts that was told to us, you have some significant needs over the next 5 to 10 years. That's not me telling you. I'm not the engineer. That's just the reality of what you've got. So what we were asked to do is to recommend a strategy that keeps options open, such as the ability to maximize use of grants. So here's the recommendation. We believe you should do an interim financing that would mature between 2 to 5 years. That financing, in effect, would allow you to immediately pay for that 4 million or thereabouts. At the same time, it would allow you to keep earning interest on that roughly 8.5 million that's sitting in your funds. The interest on that 8.5 million is roughly about the same cost as the interest that you would have for this $4 million. But what do you get for it, but not just spending $4 million? And that is that to the extent grants come in, you can pay it off. To the extent there's some other things that happen that you have other cash over the next several years, you can pay down part of that $4 million. But if you're not able to do that, and you ultimately, after 2 to 5 years, don't have the wherewithal to actually pay cash to pay it down, then you can exercise your ability to enter into a long-term funding for that. That's the options we're recommending. In effect, said a different way, keep your powder dry and don't just blow that money, half of your, in effect, fund balance. That would not be very strategic. On top of that, the other problem with that is if you do that, when it comes time to actually borrow for bigger projects, for things that you have to do, your overall credit standing will not be as good. Many of you know the old adage, banks only want to lend you money when you have money. Well, that's true here too. The fact that if we have a good, solid fund balance, that is one of the most important things for banks, brokerages, and other credit providers. Again, from my perspective, you can do whatever you want, but again, this we think keeps you most flexible. Now, if we do a 2 to 5 year term and you decide in 1 year from now you want to pay that off, we think that can be set up with minimal penalty, if any. You can do that. But I think we have to be realistic. This is an authority that's come a long way, has a lot of needs. It was not right-sized up until just a few years ago. So again, that's the reality, and you know me well enough. I'm just giving it to you like it is. So lastly, what would be the next steps? So I'm here tonight talking to y'all about this strategy. If you want to do this, then basically starting next week, we would put out a request for proposal for lending institutions. Again, I'm not the person that provides it. That'd be a conflict. That's not what I do. I turn around just like we did for schools and others and say, let's look out there and find who will provide us the lowest cost of money on an interim basis. We get responses back at the end of the month. We'd be in front of you possibly as early as the July meeting. And frankly, if we don't like what we have, we don't need to move forward and it won't cost us anything. No one's going to charge us meaning the service authority, if we don't move forward. But again, that's going to be our recommendation. I think you will get some very good bids and very good flexibility on those bids because, again, for the moment, you're looking solid as it relates to the overall fund balances and the fact that you're making improvements. Madam Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions of anyone.
I'm going to go down the line, and I'm also going to include Mr. Stroud because this also is a Board of Supervisor matter. So I'm going to actually start with Mr. Robotham down in the end. Mr. Collins?
Yes, ma'am. So I'm not sure if this is for Mr. Rosavi or you. So half the bill for the water authority is debt. So this will increase the debt on the bill side. Would that mean that the rate would go up?
I can't answer that at the present time until we answer some of the questions tonight on the budget. Since we paid off the interim financing debt that was just hanging out there and we were paying interest on, I believe there is some flexibility that we have in the debt service payments right now. But the one thing which I'm going to explain to you here as we move on, some of the revenues that the authority has been fortunate to receive over the past several years because of the development in Hop Yard and some other places are starting to decline. And so that is something that we will have to look at in the future. One of the things that I've been working with the finance director on and our auditors. I've noticed over the years, there was no interest earnings accrued to the service authority. And so basically, since the funds work, they all go into the centralized checking account, and they've all been basically, I guess, credited to the general fund, where they should have been prorated on the basis of the funds, because I believe the authority is the second largest contributor to that. And so you'll see in this budget where we're including a revenue source, and we have set up a program through BAI to help do that calculation for the treasurer and the finance department so that it can be properly attributed to the water and sewer fund.
And let me add to that, if I could, Mr. Collins, because your question's a very good one. So let's assume that we don't do interim financing and we pay cash for it. That $4 million will come from your fund balance. To Mr. Asavi's point, that $4 million will have to come out of those, what you're now about to get as earnings. So you're actually going to lose money. So it works opposite of what you'd hope to accomplish here, because you will no longer get the interest earnings. The point is that interest earnings right now, today, if you go through the state program, it's called LGIP or SNAP, depending, borrowed monies at SNAP, LGIP non-borrowed monies, basically about the same, overnight monies, no risk to the local government in losing any money on those investments. Those are earning today a solid 4.5%. So what'll happen here, think of it this way. If you take, or you have that roughly $4 million at roughly 4.5%, that's a couple $100,000 that will now be credited to the service authority. So to your question, it'll actually help drive down the pressure on user rates. But if you take that money away, you will no longer have what could be a couple $100,000 each year. So our recommendation for the short run, interim, is to say, look, we got a lot of moving parts over the next couple years. Let's not just go with one direction that can't be reversed or amended a year or two from now. That's why the interim funding makes sense in our experience as your advisor, so that if a year or two from now there are some extra dollars that come in, you can pay cash for part of it or potentially all of it. But right now, I think you should keep your powder dry, and that's what I would do.
So the folks that I represent in the James Monroe District, which are quite a few of the users, would not, they've already been run over the coals on rates with the debt. So people are paying a crazy amount of money for water and sewer debt, and they do not want to pay any more money. So
Okay, then I would do the interim financing. I agree with you. Then do the interim financing. That's how they don't pay more money. That's how, because again, we're going to basically, we'll find out through the bids, we will probably end up getting bids that are going to be very close to the earnings that you have right now or will be having. So I agree. We're saying the same thing. But again, it's important to point this out, and you've been around me a long time, Ms. Collins. We're not talking about adding permanent debt. It's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about doing something on a short-term basis, because you meaning the authority, have identified some immediate, urgent needs of $4 million. I haven't. That's not my world. So the question is, how do we best do that? And that's our recommendation to you.
So you're saying that so we have $25 million in debt roughly, right?
I believe it's around 20 million.
20 million. So that has slowly, increased over time. No debt to 20 million, and we never pay it off.
And that's not right.
Well, we paid off a little bit last year, but we don't really pay.
Okay.
We're consistently getting more debt.
Well, let me stop for a second. That's not you're right on one hand, but not quite. So number one, when we have done, or you have done borrowings, you have always paid your debts off on time. And when you enter into that debt, whatever that is, there's a certain amount of principal, no different than if someone is fortunate to have a mortgage, they pay a certain amount of principal every year if their mortgage is over 30 years or 20 years. You've been doing that. Now, at the same time, because I've been involved with y'all since about 1985 when I started working with King George County, your population is larger today. Things are more expensive today. You have more regulatory requirements than you did 40 years ago. And so naturally, and I can remember when I started in this business back in the very beginning of the 80s, the federal government paid 85% on average of all water and sewer infrastructure. Today, the federal government pays 0% of all water and sewer infrastructure. So you are, unfortunately, from a timing perspective, you and all your neighbors that have utility infrastructure will see your debts are up from where they were 40 years ago or even 20 years ago. And unfortunately, you just have no choice, as your county attorney will tell you in terms of between DEQ, there's things you just have to do. We have no choice on that. And the best example of that is my hometown in Richmond. Guess what? They kicked the can on water. Y'all read about it. They're not kicking the can anymore. We're about to borrow $200 million for deferred maintenance. And they had to raise the rates because it's over. They can't keep pushing anymore. And we had another water outage a couple of days ago. So for you, all I'm trying to suggest is that debt that you have outstanding, that is for long-term improvements. It's not for operations. And you pay it off on a regular basis, and you haven't been kicking the can. And that's all I can say about that, about y'all's situation.
So the water and sewer rates are paid only by the users.
That's right.
Well, in Richmond, they're paid by everyone.
No, they're only paid by users. It's a revenue bond, sir.
But there's no one in Richmond that has a well and septic.
That's right. Only the users.
Right.
Users, yeah.
So, there's, 4,000 users, Mr. Razavi?
4,700 users.
4,700, there's 28,000 citizens, but 4,700 get saddled with the debt. Now that's the schools and all that, so we're paying schools and all that stuff, paying debt. So that the users are kind of tired of debt. So I hear what you're saying.
Yeah. Listen, I empathize. I have to pay it, but the 4,700 users more than likely represent more than 4,700 individuals because, again, if you're a household and you have 4 or 5 people living at that household, that's the way it works. So Richmond is, the city now is about 230,000 people, but we don't have 230,000 accounts. We have a fraction of that size. But to your point, Ms. Collins, basically everybody has to be on it with a few exceptions that happen to have a well, but that's a rarity. So the point is we don't have 230,000 accounts either.
But Mr. Collins, there is another, and I'm gonna jump over Mr. Sullins, Mr. Davis, but I will come back. There is one other option we did look at, was that taking from the general fund or a zero interest loan from the general fund, correct?
Can I ask Mr. Rhodes a couple of questions before we get too far along?
Yes, go right ahead.
The interim financing, David, I assume that would be a tax exempt effort through a local placement?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So let me just jump on that. I'm glad you brought that up, Ms. Bender. So the question is, should we, let's say, take some money from the general fund? All right, so it's the same issue. If we take $4 million, that's the same as an interim financing because we now lose $4 million of interest that the general fund would have. But the problem that I don't like about that on your behalf is what that then does is it actually shrinks down $4 million of your fund balance in the general fund. So it kind of diminishes your, in effect, balance sheet. And it kind of bleeds from the general fund into the enterprise fund. That's not considered a best practice. For everybody's benefit, recently, when I say the collective we, meaning King George County, we were upgraded in our general fund by the rating agencies. So we enjoy excellent credit ratings, which in turn allowed us, when we did the school and things like that, to borrow at very favorable rates. So I think what we recommend is not taking the general fund and bleeding it into the utility fund, which is why when I started a few moments ago, I said, I think what would be more beneficial is to take some excess dollars that we believe you do potentially have in a general fund and actually pay permanently down some general fund debt, not on an interim basis, permanently pay that down. But that's not for today's, I guess, not presentation. We're not here for that. But that's some of our recommendation unrelated to the service authority.
Norm, do you have one more question?
Well, to get back to Mr. Collins' question, which I anticipated you'd be asking, is that will the current revenues be sufficient to amortize this new debt? Which I don't know the answer to that yet because we have not got the proposals back to determine what that cost is. There is some cost in the future that you're going to be saving from the closure of the Perkins Corner plant. And hopefully you'll learn a little bit more about what we're looking at to close the Oakland Park plant, because both of those are the two most inefficient plants that you have. And having fewer wastewater treatment plants will save the ratepayers money. And so the only thing is I can't tell you that exact answer until I get more information from him. And the finance director is trying to clarify the interest earnings and so forth. So those things need to be answered. And then we need your all's response on how we're going to deal with these desperately needed improvements, so you don't have to continually pay a $200,000 fine to DEQ for issues that are occurring at the wastewater treatment plant.
Mr. Collins, I will come back, but I'm going to hit everybody up. I know Mr. Stroud has a question, and I'm going to come to him next.
I don't really have a question. Okay, sir, you've done an outstanding job of explaining that. The simple matter, which he stated probably 3 times, right now, cash is king. Okay, you borrowing the money is saving you money, and it also provides you options. If you spend the money that you have in your account and something bad happens the next year, you're screwed. Right now, you can borrow the money pretty cheap. You don't know if you can borrow it cheap next year. Borrow the money, you have options. If for some reason you hit the lottery next year, pay it off. You may hit the lottery in 10 years. But it's right now the best decision that we can make is borrow the money, and you have options. You still have your money in your hand, and you're paying very little to borrow it to meet this challenge that you've got. Nobody asked for that. You're stuck with it. He also did a good job explaining that. But the best decision right now is to borrow the money and find out. Let him, let him go out and find out. Let people work for it. Let them present their bids and let them work for it to give you the best option that you get on the interest that we're going to pay. It's the best thing that you can do right now. Don't spend the money you've got in hand. Borrow it.
Thank you, Mr. Stroud. Mr. Solons?
Thank you, ma'am. So bear with me. I want to read back in what I think of as layman's terms, a summary of what I think you just said, just so I know how to go on this. But so in summary, we have upcoming repairs totaling about $4 million, a little bit less than that, and we'll go into detail from the engineering report here shortly. We've got a little bit more than $8 million in a general fund.
No, in the utility fund. Utility fund.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. But instead of spending those funds on repairs, you're recommending that we use short-term financing, 2 to 5 years, for a number of reasons. One, keeping that money in the account is going to secure a favorable interest rate, not only for this event, but also for future possible emergencies and contingencies. Also, the money in the account earns interest at roughly the same rate that borrowing the money is going to cost us, so it's not going to cost extra money. We can pay it off early, but also if we finance and later get grants, those grants can be used to pay off the loans, but if we pay it off out of the fund, we can't get those grants to pay ourselves back.
Well, I can't answer the very last part. Legally, I don't know the answer to that, but I would think it would be particularly difficult. But again, I'll defer to Mr. Asavi that if you pay cash and then will they still give you a grant after it? I can't answer that. But everything else that you said, Mr. Sullins, was exactly on target, as well as I totally agree with Mr. Stroud as well on what you've said. Yes,
Cool.
sir.
Thank you, sir. Just want to make sure I followed you.
Mr. Davis?
Yeah, thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Just quickly, I know in the county, on the county side, not the service authority side, we've taken money and invested it, right? Have we invested money from the service authority side into short-term investments?
All of the funds go in to the one checking account, which is the general fund. There has been, I've been working with the auditors since last year in Levita. There has been, I won't look back through the audits, there's been no proration of interest to the service authority in the audits that I've looked back, which is surprising because most water and sewer funds, the interest is accrued to set back for those investments to the source of those funds.
So they're not separating that, is that what you're saying?
Well, what we'll do now is just say, let's just take a simple example. Say $1 million is earned of all the combined funds. She has a program now that will tell her what percentage of that belongs to the service authority. And so she will start doing it on a monthly basis, or the treasurer. But the calculation will say what did you tell me today it was? 16.92% basically of those funds would belong interest earnings to the service authority. And so they should do an entry to the service authority's interest.
That hasn't been happening.
That has, long back as I look through the audits, I don't see that's ever been done, which it should have been done. But anyways, that's neither here nor there at this point.
All right. So I guess the question too is about investing that money too, though, right? I mean, and then making sure it goes back into where it's originated. Right.
Sure.
All right. Thank you.
That's right. But to get just to the point, let's assume that we've got $8 million and the money gets used during the year to pay bills and what have you. So let's say on average at any given time, we have half of that for the year. So if you've got on average about $4.5 million, let's say $4 million for the year, and you're talking about earning, let's say, 4 or 5, let's say 4%, that's $160,000 a year that in effect has not been happening. So to Mr. Collins' point, if that now starts to come back into the service authority, that 160, that will help minimize the pressure on, let's say, interim financing or even permanent financing. I think that's the other important thing. So I could do a little calculation here, but I could say that if we had $160,000 that we haven't had before, how much could that allow us to, in effect, amortize, meaning pay for? Think of it like if you say to yourself, if, you know, for individuals, let's say we have $1,600 a month to pay for at a house, that'll help amortize a certain amount of money. This $160,000 will help us pay probably, I could just do it in my head, it's probably going to pay about $2 to $2.5, $3 million worth of debt permanently, is that kind of dollars. And that's not getting low interest rates, that's just going current market rates. So you get some benefits here that are real. So hopefully that will be helpful.
Mr. Collins?
So I'm still stuck on borrowing money, but so if you don't build wealth when you borrow money, when you create debt, you don't build wealth. You build wealth by not having debt, paying off debt.
Not necessarily, Mr. Collins.
The way it works at my house.
Well,
So
Let me ask you a question that might
just
help.
because so then you'll have $24 million in debt.
right?
And so you say, but it doesn't make your service authority worth a dime more. Even though you're taking care of a problem, it doesn't make it worth anything else. So you're building no wealth
Well,
by borrowing the money,
that's not correct. When you do these projects, it increases the assets of the authority. Now, it doesn't in the sense when you're talking about an individual household, but the problem, I guess, one of the things that's been kind of confusing, and I've discussed this with you when we've had lunch, is I've never seen a locality break out all these individual fees on a sewer bill. As I explained the other day, normally what takes place is you take your budget and then you apply it to the users that you have to determine the cost. And I just never seen anywhere. Now, if someone came in and asked me in my previous employment what amount of my bill is for debt service, I mean, I could tell them the answer to that. But we didn't break it out on the bill and say, you know, this is for this amount, because quite candidly, some of the charges that for the capital expense and so forth, $2 or whatever it was, that wasn't even close. It was closer to like $14 or $15. And the charges didn't balance out to really what the expenditures were. And usually the capital replacement costs are significant. For public utilities is a very expensive function. And matter of fact, I don't know too many public utilities that don't have debt, other than maybe some very small towns and so forth who want to keep the rates low, and so that when the water line breaks, they just keep fixing it and so forth. But I believe, I asked the auditors one time, I said, is there any communities you know of that have no debt on their public utilities? There's one in Minnesota and there's one in Maryland that they pay cash for, whether it be school, whatever. Now, the taxes must be rather hefty in those locations, but otherwise, I mean, if you didn't have debt, you could not afford to, because the finance director and I did a little calculation. If you had to charge each residential user, it was just under $3,000, correct? Because of including this project in there for a year. Now, I assume that there would not be a great deal of enthusiasm amongst the ratepayers to pay that amount, to pay it off in 1 year period. So, and this is my own personal view, is when you put these assets in place, they're increasing the value for the general fund. When Mr. Smolnick wants to do an economic development project, the first two things they're going to ask about is water and sewer. And we're trying to fix as many things that have been neglected, and you're going to hear me talk about that here later on in the process. But I understand, because I've talked to many of your customers about the debt, so I know what you hear. It's just, I guess, the way it's been presented in the past and so forth. But it's not like a mortgage. It's eventually going to be paid off, and then there's no debt, and we can reduce your bill. Because you're always fixing something at a treatment plant. I believe it makes up about 60% of the total service authority budget. It's much more expensive to provide than water service. And the folks at DEQ don't make it any cheaper. And so to keep meeting those requirements, they don't want to hear we don't have the money. Their consent order says when something breaks, you will fix it.
And I'll jump in on Mr. Wasabi, because I had a conversation with DEQ this week, and they just want to make sure we follow the consent order. They don't really care about where we find the money. They want it taken care of and taken care of now. I know Mr. Solons has a question and Mr. Stroud has a question. Mr. Solons.
Actually, I want to provide a couple of different perspectives to some things you just said. One, the service authority doesn't exist to build wealth. It's there to provide an affordable service to its customers. Now, we can easily argue that due to decisions made over the last 20-plus years, it ain't affordable. And, we do need to work on that, but it's not there to provide wealth. Going back to the way you do things with your house, in my house, when I'm doing the bills on Saturday, if we're buying a big ticket item, I look and make sure I've got the money in the bank, and I'll put it on my Visa card because Visa's kind enough to give me cash back. I liken this very similar to that. I've got the money in my bank, I put it on my Visa card, I pay it off before the interest kicks in, and I get a little bit of money out of it. Not quite the same, but very similar the way he's described it to us.
Mr. Stroud.
That was a good example, Shelley. Sir, so Mr. Smollett walked out. Whenever we're talking about the investments, do you know how much money the county has invested? How much of the money is invested versus how much is in the checking account?
I would defer to, we don't know. Again, it also depends, Mr. Stroud, what we can get, certainly, and we all can get, is every month, we can find out what's in, the various, both the checking account as well as what's in sort of the investments.
Would it be something that you could provide to Mr. Smollett?
I cannot provide it, but the treasurer can. The treasurer's got it. Yeah.
We're working on it now, but
Yeah. Mr. Stroud, we can run a treasurer's report that will match up with the audit of where those funds are invested, and I can tell you exactly how much is in the checking account.
If we could do that, sir, I think it'd be helpful because unless somebody else up here has received it, we didn't get the confirmation whether the money was actually invested that we got briefed on with Atlantic Union and how much it is. And just very simple, how much is in the checking and how much is in the other investments. It'd be helpful.
And just so you know, Mr. Stroud, and you correct me as the finance director, but some of my colleagues, we are working on making some recommendations to you, meaning to the board, on how to look at some of these investments and how to do that. Because again, we are unbiased. We don't handle investments. Our firm's not looking to handle your investment. We're here just to give advice and then say, this is what maybe you should think about doing. Now, we also don't control that. And you correct me, because in Virginia, in almost all the cases, the treasurer has the final say as it relates to how the money is invested. You don't, believe it or not. The treasurer does.
We learned that, sir, early on. Whenever we had, the $40 million sitting in a checking account that the citizens have been losing a lot of money on for many years, that was, got me upset. And
gets us upset.
And now that a year and a half later, we still don't know, is frustrating as well. So, thank you very much.
Mr. Stroud, it was identified, Mr. Versavi, last year that the Service Authority has had this money being put in the general fund and there is no interest. So that is something he's been working on. But as you know, we have challenges trying to get all the parties together and work it out, since there's constitutional officers and elected officials and county employees, and they all
we
trying to get on the same page.
I know, because part of what we do with some of your neighbors, and we're trying to do here, is to sort of do exactly what Mr. Stroud asked, so we can make some recommendations, understanding the cash flows month to month of both the Service Authority and the general fund. We can make recommendations so that it doesn't sit, number one, in a low interest bearing account, and number two, you maximize the dollars that aren't necessary throughout the year, because there's a certain amount of dollars that just doesn't get spent down in any given month throughout the year. And that's part of what I was saying earlier about the general fund. We know there's some dollars like that. We do. And especially since you've been earning apparently so little on that, then the idea is maybe taking that and paying off some of the general fund debt, because you are paying interest on the general fund debt. So again,
that's the thing that the county, the citizens of the county don't realize,
right,
the millions of dollars that they've lost because of poor management.
Well, I want to, so we can move this along.
Yeah.
So I want to ask the board, would you make a motion, or well, just need a motion, Mr. Stewart, to have Davenport Work Bond Council to get an RFP out, just to get some bids, or? Okay. I would like some feedback or a motion from the board to the next step. Davenport works with Bond Council to develop and distribute a request for proposals. Is that of interest? And we could bring a follow-up. Would you be able to at least follow up with information for the next board meeting?
Yes, that's the idea with the July 15th. If
All right.
you know, again, it may be a little, maybe the next meeting after that, but hopefully the shooting for July
Gotcha.
15th. Yes.
Because what is the general feeling of everyone? Mr. Solons?
Can you restate that? When you turned your head, I lost track of what you were saying. I'm sorry.
Okay, so the, right there, number 2, to authorize Davenport to work with Bond Council to develop and to distribute a request for proposals to local, regional, and national lending institutions for the interim financing. And then coming back on July 15th in front of the board, and then we can make decisions on these things.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion properly seconded. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I would just say, and then I'm sorry. You're the expert in this field. I'm not going to argue with you about it. And I do finance for a living too. I'm not anywhere on your level. So I don't know everything, but if we had the right people in the right place advising us to do something, I think we should follow that direction. So I just thank you for that.
Mr. Robotham?
So just point of clarification that the motion is to have Davenport get the RFPs. So at the July 15th, we can review
What the RFP's results are.
potentially make a decision on who to invest with based on that. Okay.
Correct.
Got it.
Mr. Collins, did you have anything? No. I have a motion properly seconded. I will do a roll call vote. Mr. Robotham? Mr. Collins?
So of course, this is the first reading and this is the first time I've heard about this. So I don't have enough information yet to make that decision. First time I've heard about it.
Well, this would be to bring, so he could put out the RFP and then get the proposals back. How much does this affect the timeline if we wait?
That's really your call in terms of what you need to do in terms of having dollars. I don't see what waiting is. Again, I just no disrespect, DC, but we're just trying to ask you to let us go and get information for you. That's what we're trying to do. That's all.
Madam Chair, I did want to clarify that. I think all this motion does is a request for information.
That's right.
For you all to evaluate, and I don't believe there's any obligation on the board.
No obligation and no cost. If we get, even if Mr. Rasavi and myself are collective and say, we think you should do this, but you decide as a board not to do this, then that's it. You just don't do it. And then you choose some other way, but that's how it works.
I have a suggestion too, based on, instead of having you come in front of the board on the July 15th, move it to the first August meeting. So that, but get the information to us by July 15th so that Mr. Collins and the other board of directors have more time to absorb the information. Would that be acceptable too?
That would be fine, absolutely. Absolutely. I would still present it, or someone from, would present it on July 15th, expecting no action.
Until the August meeting.
To the August, and that is very standard. That's very typical. That's not an issue.
That will work fine. So Mr. Collins, I don't think I registered yay or nay.
I'm gonna pass.
Abstain?
I'm gonna pass and wait till everybody else votes.
Mr. Solons, I will come. Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Collins?
You don't need me now.
So he is abstaining. Chair votes aye, motion carries. Thank you very much.
So much. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to make an administrative decision just because of the Dahlgren wastewater plant needs presentation goes right along with this. So I'm going to move Mr. Crowlinger up to go next. Do we have that, Jeff, on there? Because this ties in exactly. Yeah, well, I have to make a motion to amend the agenda. I'm just going to clarify, so just makes sense. Yeah. Bob, you want to come up? Sorry, Mike, it just makes sense because we were just talking about that. Go ahead. I'm only going to give a very brief background. We brought you, and I called it, we geeked out together. Norm was with us going through the Dahlgren plant. I knew you were a guy for a job to really look at and evaluate and see what is needed there to give us an outline of the costs and what is actually needs in a tiered system of the immediate needs to the future wish list. I'm going to give it a,
Appreciate that. Yeah,
Yep.
I think it was probably back in March of this year where we presented the need to do a engineering evaluation at Dahlgren. There was a lot of obvious areas where there was some deferred maintenance and some areas of attention. So since then, I'm going to talk a little bit about some of our findings, what we did, and some of the outcomes of that. And talk about the study, then provide some of the recommendations for immediate needs that we feel are going to be of the highest importance to get implemented. And then we can go through some question and answer. So again, we provided an overall high-level review of every process unit at the Dahlgren facility. And really, it's an asset management, to use that term, of what the age and condition of the equipment is, how effective is that equipment. Back when I presented last March, we talked about how stringent the permit is. It's one of the most stringent permits that DEQ issues. So the performance of this plant is really a paramount importance, that all the equipment needs to be running at a very high level of efficiency. So areas where we can improve were part of this analysis, and as where also looked at single points of failure and make sure that we don't lose treatment. This process has to run 24/7, 365 days out of the year reliably. So these areas where there's risks for interruptions and so forth were also part of this, and of course. Meeting the DEQ permit is really what this is mostly all about. And I think we talked earlier, I heard this evening, about the need for long-range plans and not just be reactionary. So one of the ways we putting this report together, report, by the way, will be completed this month in June. But we were asked to provide sort of a preemptive, what are the highest priority needs? And that's what we're going to talk about this evening. But the way the report's going to do is talk about the immediate needs, which is the ones that are upcoming. And then there's 3 tiers beyond that. So sort of give a longer range plan for what priorities that need to be addressed. Can
I ask you, I don't want to interrupt you.
Yeah, I was gonna.
Is that just for Dahlgren that you're doing
Yes.
this? Okay.
Yes.
And anybody wants to jump in on each slide just to
Yeah.
make it easier, just tell me when you would like to ask a question.
Yeah, I'm totally fine with interruptions. But for tonight, we're just going to talk about these immediate needs. These were the most critical for the operation of the facility. And I think last time I talked to the board here, we reviewed the aeration system, which has got it's got a motor on the left side that drives those wheels, and those wheels spin and aerate the wastewater, but it's very difficult to control. It's a very large piece of equipment. It's very hard to do maintenance. Literally, the wheels are suspended over the liquid channel there. And after doing some engineering review on it, we realized that they didn't actually have enough capacity to reliably treat the wastewater. So and also you can see on the right there, there's structural deterioration. These are old and in poor condition. So.
And I'm going to jump in there. One of the wheels is even broken, correct?
Yeah, there was lots of things to be seen.
It's like a half a wheel. And then the other thing I want to, how long this system in place, how long do you think it would last without repair? I mean, it's barely hanging on as it is.
I mean, some of the motors were strapped to the handrail. So I don't want to speculate, but it's, let's just say it's beyond what an engineer would say. It's reached its end of its useful life. It's a term you hear in the industry.
Mr. Solons has a question.
I'm sorry, I just want to point out, so for those that missed it, he said the motor is strapped. If you look on the right picture, in the upper right, that orange thing there, no kidding, the concrete is crumbling. It is held together with a ratchet strap that you would use for moving. It's falling apart.
So it's not only operationally unreliable, but there's also a worker safety issue associated with situations like that. So what are our options? There's options available to replace those wheels, and they fall into 2 categories. One is what we call submerged diffusers there, the picture on the right, where it's almost like an aquarium bubbler that you would have in an aquarium. You can mount those either on big plates that are just dropped into the bottom of the basin, or you can mount them like that photo there where you have individual diffusers. The other alternative is mechanical aerators, which are basically above the surface, and they use a motor and basically like a boat propeller and a bubbler that inject and mix the wastewater. And so these are two viable options, and we priced both of them to determine which would be the most cost effective. This is a photo actually of a very similar plant. It's not Dahlgren, but it might be Dahlgren someday. That yellow line there is where the original disc wheel used to be in this example. And you can see those blue motors there. They're actually that mechanical aeration system that was retrofitted. So a retrofitted Dahlgren would look very similar to this photo. And so we're recommending this mechanical mixer system for a lot of important reasons. One is they're simple and light to mount. Instead of a long shaft all the way across, we just have individual motors in a much shorter shaft. They're easy to control. You can change the airflow in each one of those motors. Are on variable speeds, so we can affect mixing a lot easier. Another important factor is they can be mounted from up above. Those motors are just mounted on a framework there, and you don't need to send people down into the basins. Those basins are very, very difficult to dewater, and it'd be very expensive to get personnel in there and have to dam off either side and make a working area. The submerged diffusers really require cleaning out those basins and getting involved in getting mounting under the water level. So this is a safer, efficient way to do it. And this is ultimately our recommended improvement for the aeration system. Yes.
You mentioned that it's the
Sir, in public comment, you can ask a question, but this is no from the audience. Thank you, though.
with your comment, I wasn't sure.
That's okay.
Okay. So this cost summary, when we did these costs, we did get quotes. In this case, the company at the top. Item one is really the furnishing of the equipment. Then there's the installation cost, and that's fairly significant cost because there's going to be wiring and conduits and breakers and a fair amount of electrical work associated with it. In this case, there is item 3, which is installing a bridge. And the reason is the bridges that were there haven't been designed to hang a motor on. So at least we haven't gotten to the point where we've done a structural evaluation of them. So for cost conservative basis, I just assume we put new I-beams on there and mount them on I-beams. And when we get into the design, we'll actually be able to evaluate those bridges to see if they got the structural integrity to be able to mount the motors the way they showed in that photo. But for right now, I'm going to be conservative and throw in new beams to hold those motors up. And the other thing that's important to note is because we haven't done any real detailed engineering right now, it's just sort of an evaluation and a recommendation. I do put a 25% contingent cost in there for unforeseen things that, perhaps the electrical service needs to be upgraded. So other things that might happen as you get into a design. And so I like to carry a cushion there for that contingency. And all of these are total project costs. So all these, we'll put a 10% for engineering and 5% for construction administration services during construction to provide the total budget. This is the most significant cost out of the 4 recommended upgrades. The other part of this to support the bacteria, though I don't want to get into the treatment process itself, but there's something called an internal recycle that moves the bacteria around the facility. And the system that's out there right now is an airlift. It's literally a bubbler that pushes a column of water up and it goes into this box there. And it's very, very difficult to control this. And the flow rates are not adequate to do the level of nutrient removal that this plant's ultimately going to be required to do by DEQ is required to do. So because that's not effective, it's not working well, we recommend replace that with a more effective system. And we want to replace the airlift with a mechanical pump and a flow meter that it will communicate with. It should actually, there's a significant amount of flow associated with this. Whatever the influent flow is, say it's a 1 million gallon a day plant, we should recirculate 4 times that flow. So it's a pretty significant pumping operation internally to recycle the bacteria. So this is another important process because without that level of control, it's going to be very difficult to meet the permit limits. And that's why this went into the category of immediate recommendation. So similarly, we got the different components in there with a subtotal cost. Again, adding 25% contingency, I feel like that's very conservative to provide the total cost there of $877,324. Project 3 is something that's come to our attention. Is the current blowers are really no longer supported for spare parts. So if you have a failure, there's no more inventory for that particular make and model of blower. So the Service Authority had actually before we came on board have already reached out to vendors and got some quotes to do this replacement. So there's a local supplier that could actually not only supply the blowers, but actually do the installation. That saves us from having to go put out for bids a separate contractor to do it, and will ultimately save some money. There's 2 blowers involved. They're 100 horsepower blowers. The 100 horsepower blowers, it falls a little bit short on what we believe is really the necessary volume of air to be moved. So they're going to be upgraded to 125 horsepower, which will give you some extra needed capacity. So item 2 there, where it says blower package installation by Kaiser, they're supplying and installing that. Now, I'm not saying that we don't go out ultimately and get some other prices from folks, but for budgetary pricing, these numbers we deem to be very competitive, and that was the basis for this this budget. So instead of 10% engineering, it's reduced to 5% because there'll still be some electrical capacity needs to be reviewed since we are making the horsepower a little bit bigger. But ultimately, that resulted in an $825,000 total project cost, including construction and engineering.
Mr. Davis?
Madam Chair, just do you have any idea that, because I saw the notes on the other page about that's assuming that basically there's enough power there to generate it, right? Do you have any idea if it's not, what that cost would kind of be? Is that in the contingencies?
So we'll go through, and that's why I'm carrying contingencies, because we're going to send an electrical engineer there and look at your electrical service and all the motors that are on board there. And if you fall short, we have to go to the power company and upgrade the service. And that's I feel like this kind of upgrade isn't going to cause us to exceed the capacity by the power company, but there might be some internal electrical gear upgrades, and that's why I felt like a 25% contingency for some of these unforeseens is worth carrying.
All right, thank you, sir.
Last project here, as we were going through the facility, there's all the wastewater comes into what's called an influent pumping station. This is what receives all the flow from the collection system and delivers it to the treatment plant. And the photo on the left there, that's the flow coming into the pumping station. You can see the condition of that concrete wall used to be smooth, but there's a lot of hydrogen sulfide gas that gets released in the wastewater, and it is very corrosive to the concrete and cause it to spall. You can see the valve. There's a check valve there in the right photo, and the top of that valve is supposed to be removed to do maintenance. But you can see the top of the vault that it's in is right above it, so it's literally impossible to do any maintenance the way it's been constructed. So as a result, it's very difficult, if not impossible, for the maintenance folks to do their proper work when we don't have a facility that allows access. So what we want to do is rehabilitate the pumping station and also replace the top of that equipment vault so that access is improved and they can actually do maintenance. The piping needs to be replaced. It was heavily corroded. Those valves, that valve I was talking about, needs to be replaced. And I think that we'll have a structural engineer go into that. Into these structures and look at their condition. A lot of these concrete vaults, such as this pumping station here, although it looks bad, you can sort of flake off some of that material and put an internal lining in it and restore the condition of that concrete if it's not too far. If it hasn't gone into the reinforcing steel, which I haven't seen here. So I think it probably is savable. We just need to get in there and do some rehabilitation of the concrete for that. So the description of the cost here is putting in new piping and valves that have been badly deteriorated. Replacing item 3, that's putting in a new proper valve vault top that allows access to the equipment for the maintenance folks, and then replacing the piping, and then rehabilitating the concrete of the wet well. So all of that, again, total project cost with engineering about 253,575. So they're the four main projects, as Ms. Binder indicated, like this plant has not an option to meet this permit. It's required to meet the permit, and these are the four top of tier projects that we feel help the plant on its objective to meet the permit and be able to be maintained effectively and address some of these age and condition issues.
I know Mr. Sullins has a question, but I wanted to ask you a question before Mr. Sullins comes, is in this plant, in the upgrades, it was to bring it to a certain nutrient limit was part of the fund, the WQAF funds, and right now this plant does not meet those and cannot meet those in its current condition, correct?
That's correct.
All right, Mr. Sullins.
Just want to make sure, looks like the 25% contingencies, that was rolled into the bottom line, correct? In other words, this could come in under, in theory, it could come in under the budgeted amount, not worst case scenario, it's 5 million instead of 4 million.
Well, that's what, the last thing you want to do is promise something that's be the low, well, the engineer used to say, be the low bidder on a project, right?
Right.
So I like to be conservative in these numbers, and then there'll be more discovery as we get into the detailed engineering. So typically our experience is that if we carry a contingency like that, we can absorb some unforeseens, and as you know, in any project, there's unforeseen things you didn't realize when you get into it. So it's usually appropriate at this level. About 25% seems to usually be a reasonable
But the bottom line on each one of the slides reflects that 25%
Yes.
rolled in, correct? Okay.
That's correct.
Mr. Collins, do you have any questions on it? Mr. Robotham?
Yeah, so just one question for what I've seen for what you've budgeted here so far. A lot of times when we buy, new things, we don't consider the life cycle costs and maintenance and things like that. So where does that actually play into? Because you're going to end up by generally paying more for maintenance and anything that you ever get than you do in buying the device itself. So does the vendor, do they have something that says, one, general maintenance costs? So we've got something that has a motor. It's either an electric motor, it's got oil, it's got drive shafts, it's got something like that. Failure rates on some of those things, costs of general parts, just an estimate, right? Not, it could not fail in 15 years, or it could fail 5 times in 3 years. I mean,
Mr. Rothbaum, could I just add, what they will do is prepare an operations manual that goes with the plant operation, and it has all that information. What is the life of the service of the pumps and different things, and provides the operator all that information and our maintenance staff. Quite frankly, I've had the contractor provide us those, and the staff scanned them in so we could share those, because they were only existing at each plant. So if you needed to know something, you had to drive to the plant to look through a bunch of paperwork. And so that should be readily available for the plant operators and our maintenance staff to know those things. Because a lot of things I found here is usually you have an extra sludge pump and some things that didn't happen here. So when a sludge pump breaks, you just order another one and wait for it to get here.
Yeah, I guess, go ahead, sorry.
Follow up with Norm. So what we will do is have an operation maintenance plan. We will also recommend spare parts inventories to be maintained. So I talked about single points of failure. There's a need then to identify what are the routine maintenance and replacement parts. We keep shelf spares of these parts. So if one of those mixers does go down, we have a new set of bearings or what have you. So those recommendations will be made and put into an O&M manual, and we'll have some training before anything gets commissioned. We'll actually have the suppliers come out and train the staff on how to do that maintenance, and we'll retain that electronically in manuals. And so that's an important aspect of it. I do agree.
And did some of that factor into the recommendation for the options that you chose, like the bubble diffuser? That may be a less maintenance intensive device, but if you have to barricade off, clean out that whole process may be more expensive than replacing a $50,000 drive shaft on a.
So those mixers' life cycle is much less expensive because the submerged diffusers will require a whole another set of blowers, like I had a picture of, and because they just put the air into the water, but they need an air supply.
Yep.
Now the ones that I'm recommending with the mechanical mixers have their own air supply built into them, so we don't need to put whole separate blower rooms together, which will save multiple areas of reduced asset management. Plus, we won't need to build an extension of the building or something to put blowers. So that one wasn't even close. So that I know it was like 1.7 million, but the diffuser system with a blower room would be $4 to $5 million. So it was a significantly more cost-effective solution.
Mr. Robotham, in the progress meetings we had, I mean, there was lots of discussion from Imboden, Mr. Rasavi, the engineering staff, and the maintenance staff about all of these, and that it was a big, I would say, the engineering wastewater geek session on every possibility you can have, and this is what they came up with in the end to be the best option for us and the most affordable. Did you have any other question? I'm sorry to interrupt that. Mr. Collins, did you have any more? Mr. Stroud, did you have any on this one? All right. Thank you very much for your presentation and look forward to the full presentation.
Thank you.
Next up, find my agenda. Thank you for being patient. This is the Oakland Park decommissioning presentation from Mr. Mike Haggerty, and thank you for being patient. And one little thing I do have to bring up on this, why this is important, Mr. Stroud, this goes in your wheelhouse. A long time, well, not that long time, it's in the time I've been on the board, is it was identified from DEQ, this plant needs to go offline. Unfortunately, due to the rising costs, as we all know, after COVID, the expectation to use ARPA funds or any funds to do both of these projects has not come basically based on increasing costs. So this PER is to give us the pricing for the preliminary engineering report to decommission Oakland Park wastewater plant and send it to Hop Yard and be a more efficient system for not having 5 wastewater plants, but only 3 wastewater plants. So go ahead, Mr. Haggerty.
Okay, thank you. Hi, I'm Mike Haggerty with TRC. I just wanted to give you all a brief overview of the Oakland Park decommissioning PER. I don't have a lot of detail in this presentation. However, feel free to ask any questions that you may have. I do have a copy with me, so if there are specific questions, we can get those answered. Here's just an overall timeline of the report itself. We started back in the summer of 2024, submitted a draft report to the Service Authority in November of last year. We have received comments and then revised the report towards the end of last year. And then I've had subsequent meetings with Service Authority staff to discuss some comments. And at the moment, we are waiting on some additional financial information so we can finish our financial analysis and incorporate that into the final PER.
I'm going to jump in here because a lot of I got to address this, and I also want comments because I did submit the preliminary draft that you gave us in November. As you know, I've been very vocal. I'm not happy with the draft because it doesn't really help us, and it seems to me to be a cut and paste. I mean, I'm being honest. And right now, the first one received county comments on draft PER on December 3rd. We addressed those that read the PR, including Mr. Rasavi, and please jump in here. We had addressed there was too much Perkins Corner, and Perkins Corner is already progress in motion, and it shouldn't have really been included there. Maybe a brief motion, and we have expressed numerous times that we were not happy with the PER, and it keeps being the same PER. That's why I haven't brought it in front of the board until now. On December 23rd, you mentioned that. We had mentioned to your company that it wasn't meeting our needs and it still needed work. And then one other thing, the last one where it says the requested additional financial data, we have provided a lot of information. And I know there was a change order, which I said we don't do change orders. This a PER is supposed to be made to show us the costs that are incurred and the savings we will incur by decommissioning this plant. So I'm going to let my colleagues ask some questions, and then I'm going to circle back. So, Mr. Solons, did you have a question?
Nope, just paying attention.
Okay. Mr. Collins?
I think you're doing pretty good.
All right. Lee, thank you, Mr. Collins. Wow, I'm going to have to mark this moment, 8:23. Where I'm kidding from, Mr. Haggerty, is we need, and Mr. Stroud has mentioned this many times, to even explore the option of a purple pipe. We need these facts and these numbers and this data to help come up with an accurate cost of what it will cost to decommission the plant and the operational savings. And I don't think you've done the job we need to do. So my question is, can you do the job, or do we need to put this out for bid? And I know you've had the person who was a project manager on this project, and I feel bad that you're here and having to have me kind of drill you on this, because the former project manager kind of disappeared and nobody told us. And then when we kept questioning and asking more information, there was no response. We find out that that person no longer works for you. So this has been a while. We had a meeting last August. So why do we not have a project that I could say it's a great PER?
I understand your concerns. I have had several conversations with Service Authority staff with regard to the financial analysis piece and getting the PER finalized, which we are in the process of doing that. I was provided some additional financial information with respect to some of the operational costs at Oakland Park and I believe Perkins Corner. I did have some questions on that data that was provided, and I have not received a response. So that's really the last piece of the puzzle. Once I get that, then I should be able to wrap up the report in a matter of 2 or 3 weeks.
Go ahead, Mr. Stroud.
Yes, sir. What financial information are you asking from the Service Authority staff?
With regard to the operation, as it pertains to the savings of decommissioning the Oakland Park wastewater treatment plant, there are some operational costs to operate that plant that would then be savings when the plant is decommissioned.
But jumping on that before Mr. Stroud jumps back in, we paid you to do a service of an engineering analysis, and Mr. Rasavi brought this up in our meeting today, our progress meeting, that most PERs he's seen and people in the industry that has all that information provided in it. We're paying you to do a service, and you're asking us to give you a lot more on our side, as to you should have figured in those operational costs. A lot of information has been provided to you, but then you want us to do the cost savings. I thought a PER, you guys were supposed to be doing that.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Bender, can I?
Go ahead, Mr. Rasavi. You can.
I spoke to Mike several times on the phone, and after the notice to proceed was issued in July of '24, in August, we met with your former employee, and we had an extensive discussion in our conference room in the county administration suite. And we provided him a lot of that information, and I believe Mr. Young, he's still, yes, was here, and there were other representatives, I think in Bowden and some others. And, you know, and I told him, I said, if there's something that you need, simply call me. And I would say the only other time I recall seeing him is when Bryce brought him when I was doing the budget for the county before Mr. Smolnick arrived. He brought him in to discuss the sludge press replacement at Dahlgren. Those are the only 2 times I saw him. And I tried to get him to call me back, and I may have spoke to him one time, and he really didn't ask me anything, and other than, you know, I'm working on it. And until, I don't know if it was Bryce told me or you told me that he retired or whatever it was, that he was no longer there, but I would think someone would inform us, and you indicated that someone was hired, I don't know, remember they were from Texas, whatever was said, and so forth, but it just seemed to drag on, and we don't want to beat you over the head. We just want to get a result. And I guess I passed the information you requested on to Bowden, who provided the original information. And I guess if you need more specific information, if you email me tomorrow, I will sit down with Ms. Cobb and her staff and try to get the specific information that apparently we either haven't provided or whatever, so we can bring this to, a successful conclusion.
Yeah, understood. And I appreciate that. And if it would help, if I need to reach out to Bowden as well, just to get clarification on the numbers they originally provided, I'll be happy to do that. I do want to wrap this report up as soon as you all want it wrapped up so you can plan for future projects.
Well, it's important that the county administrator has this and the Board of Supervisors for the capital improvement planning, because if we're trying to save money, this is something that they will have to deal with in the future. So they really need this information to have a reasonable approach to dealing with this situation.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Mr. Collins.
How much have we paid already?
Ms. Cobb, do you have that figure? I do not have that on me. I would have to get back to you. Norm, do you have that figure?
I do not know that.
What is your contract worth?
I believe it's in the order of $45,000 perhaps. I don't have the number in front of me.
I'd have to get back to you on the exact figure.
Sounds like it's time to cut the rope.
That's what I'm asking. What's the direction? Because that is why I know I've been asked about it several times. That's why I've not brought it up to the board. I shared the report with you. I did give the public comment to a person that was in your place before, it just seems cut and paste, and there's a lot of information about Perkins, but Perkins has nothing to do with this project. That project is already being under construction and done, and I don't know why it was mentioned in this project. There seems there'll be a lot of Perkins and not enough Oakland. So I know you're kind of sitting up here and taking the brunt, and I apologize for that because it was your previous person, and I appreciate you doing that. But I want to hear the will of the board. What do you want to do? Let them provide them the data, and let them finish and see what the product is, or do we cut bacon and put it back out for bid? Because that will be a delay, and this is important for economic development.
Is there any outstanding payments?
That's something on Mr. Cobb. Mr. Stroud, can you ask that question on the record?
Are there any outstanding payments? Like how much have they been paid versus how much are they owed to finish it? You'd have to look it up. Yes, I wouldn't make the decision to, cut bait. I mean, if you've already paid the money, then what you need to do is you need to accept the deliverables, and they don't get paid until the deliverables are accepted. If that's the case, then you need to accept them, and they keep producing deliverables until you accept them. So, man, I don't know if that's how the contract is written. That's how my contracts are written. But, okay, so he doesn't get paid until you accept the deliverables. So you need to get them first, then determine whether you accept them or not.
So there seems to be a super communication issue, sir. It doesn't seem like it's being resolved at all.
Understood. And I have emailed, I have called, I have requested this information, and I haven't received it. So I feel like I'm not sure how
Who have you called, emailed? You got to.
Mr. Rasavi and Mr. Young.
I have a hard time that Mr. Rasavi didn't provide you what's necessary to do the job, because that's not who he is, that's for sure.
Yes, sir. It was just a clarification on the cost information they had provided. No, sir, that's not the case. I was simply asking for a clarification on the cost so I could do my analysis to include in the final report. That's it.
Ms. Bender, can you turn on this?
Yes, sir.
Norman, so what I'm hearing, Norm, is you get him to email the specific to Mr. Rasavi, and could you have it done by the end of June and to bring back a report by the beginning of July?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I think the question is when can you have the specifics to him first? Is that something to be handled by tomorrow morning? Like, because you seem to know what they are. This was the very specific thing that he needs.
Yes, sir. I can provide a email tomorrow morning with the specific question I had on the cost that was provided.
All right.
then
And so I think what we're trying to get right now is just the time frame. So, I'm looking at projects, I'm looking at milestones, I'm looking at, okay, we're not dragging this out anymore. We're coming to a head on it. He gets that information. How long do you think it's going to take for you to turn that around? I mean, you don't.
Well, I'll get directly with him, Bowden, to try to answer those questions. Or if it's something we need to provide from finance, it's just, I got to see what the nature of the question is before I can find the answer.
Once you get that information, how long is it going to take you to turn that around? If that's all we're waiting on.
I would think 2 weeks.
That's why I was given the end of June, like June 30th. Is that a fair timeline?
Yes, and that would include addressing the previous comments you all had provided.
Correct.
So, yes.
Right. Just everyone's clear then. All right.
And you wouldn't have to come, just if you could submit the report by July, finish June 30th and for the first meeting in July.
Yes, and it is our intention to finish the product that we started.
Just trying to get it done, and unfortunately, not knowing that your person that was our representative left was a big problem.
Yes, understood.
And thank you for coming. I do appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Is there any more questions before? I guess we have a timetable. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, next one. This will be the King George County Service Authority operating budget. Mr. Rasavi.
You have in your packet the projected revenues and expenses that Levita and I have been working on. This is not a balanced budget because it includes the projects that Mr. Crowlinger just outlined to you. And I guess a couple ways that we could approach this is we could remove those from the budget, just put the primary things, and once if you decide to do the financing or whatever the alternative is, then you can add that back in because that is what is causing a major delay in attempting to try to get this budget together. So either way is acceptable because once the financing is determined, if you all accept it, then it's approved, then you would have to approve the appropriation of those funds for the finance department and the service authority to move forward with those projects in the bidding. And one of the things that I think Mr. Sullivan's question was, is it possible the bids could come in very well less than what the projected estimate is from the engineer. You don't know until the actual bids are received. And because I questioned Bob about the 25% because I thought that was significantly high. But right now, with all the uncertainties with regarding tariffs and other issues, I guess everybody's concerned about being caught short. So, but once you have the actual bids in hand, then you'll have concrete information to move forward to make your decision. So I guess that is what the guidance that we're looking at. One thing I want to go through the revenue page, if you have your report available, and just touch on a few items to let you know where we stand. One, the sewer availability fee. If you look back in the fiscal year 2022, the actual revenues were $289,663. In the current fiscal year, we've only received $269,719. So basically, it's almost a 2/3 reduction in revenue. And then the water fees and so forth, they were $437,389 in 22, and in the current fiscal year, it's $195,000. So those, the build out and so forth is probably coming pretty close to completion. So as you can see in the right-hand column, we've dramatically reduced those revenue estimates. If you go to the next page, if you go down to debt service fee water connections and debt service fee sewer connections, again, you'll see the same factor of 22. For the water connection debt fee, it was $486,247. And for the sewer fee, it was $495,234. And the water connection in the current year is $198,285. And for sewer, it's $192,598. So the dramatic reductions in, and we took that into account when we did the estimates last year, but apparently whatever the remaining build out has not proceeded. So you'll see our estimates in the right-hand column are significantly lower than what's been received in the past prior 3 fiscal years. So those revenue sources are declining, and that makes things that much more difficult to do. When you have a lot of funds flowing from new users and connections, that's how your fund balance got up close to $10 million. But now those are declining until some future project comes online. I believe I've always been told, since I've been working with the authority here, that you average 50 a year that you estimated. And I asked Patty the other day how many, and I think she said she's had 2. So that's a pretty dramatic reduction. And so that reduction involves the reduction in revenue. Now, if we can go over to the expenditure side, there's some aspects over there that I need to point out to you as well. You'll see in this comparison the actuals to the previous years. We have spent a significant amount more on repairs of equipment and so forth that has been done in the past. So we were no longer kicking the can down the road. We were trying to address what issues there are, and we continue to try to address those today. One of the major problems that we've encountered here is that, and I don't have the exact, but the chemicals have increased way dramatically above what our estimate was last year. And I've went back and I've talked with Ms. Cobb about what, was it the previous, when the county was doing it, they weren't using the proper amount of chemicals, or is it a combination of the price increase of chemicals? And I don't know that I've got a clear answer. I believe there has been some increase in cost of chemicals. So, but it is a significant amount. We've exceeded a number of our estimates, and I've asked her to prepare a supplemental appropriation for us to get through the remainder of the fiscal year, because the sewer budget is down to 0.80. Yeah. So we're going to need significant funds to finish out the fiscal year. We were told today in our meeting that the micro screen has arrived, and were they installing it today, Ms.
I think it's installing it tomorrow.
Okay. And so
That was the one that came from Germany.
yeah. And, but, that's caused other problems where the stuff that's passed with no screen is now in the plant and has to be removed. And the estimate that we've received for the robotic cleaning is about $100,000. And so, that's the problem. If you don't do maintenance, then you're going to end up paying more for the lack of handling the proper equipment to make the plant run properly. So I just think there's a number of these things that the pump and haul, I believe we're about 140,000, are we not? Close to that? Is it over that now? And some of that is contingent upon weather. When you have increased flows coming into those plants that can't handle the volumes, you've got to pump and haul through the Dahlgren plant that can handle it. And the other portion of it is, as they press more, there's more sludge. to be transferred to the Dahlgren plant. But Mr. Young is working on a building and so forth to add a press at Hop Yard, because I did a brief calculation of what you're spending on pump and haul, and basically you could replace a press every 2.5 years of what you're paying on the pump and haul. So to be honest with you, I've never seen plants built that didn't either have sludge drying beds or a sludge press. And so the cost of, I don't know who made that decision or why it was done in the past, but it was proven to be a pretty costly decision. So, all these variables are affecting the budget, and we're working, the chemical supplies, as you can see on page 3, to date, we've spent $737,000. In 22, you spent $464,000. So, these are all factual information that we have to deal with, and we have to, when these repairs occur, right now we're dealing with this in the past day or so. One of the major pumps went out, and most pump stations have dual pumps as a backup, and that pump replacement cost is, I believe, $27,000. And so we're looking to try to see if can get a better price on it, but right there alone, there were 3 items: a mixer, that, and need to be replaced, and you're probably talking about almost better than $30,000 to fix those items. But that's what occurs almost every day. Something comes up, something needs to be replaced, $5,000 for sensors that have failed, and so it's just, we're constantly trying to play catch up.
Does anybody have any questions on the presentation? No? All right. Anything more, Mr. Wasabi?
No, other than, I think Ms. Cobb does have do you have the supplemental appropriation prepared? Ah, okay.
Mr. Wasabi, do you need a decision on a supplemental, or can it come to the next meeting?
Well, I guess it could wait till the next meeting, but the problem is we have a lot of negative balances that we're trying to deal with, and I was hoping that it would, what was the sum that we were, 700,000.
What would be the motion, or what would it need to be? Since we don't have any.
We would need to appropriate 700,000 of the fund balance for us to allocate across those line items and to try to carry us through
The end of the fiscal year.
the end of the fiscal year. Of course, if you don't need it, then it's not spent. But the problem is right now that we've run into so many negative balances with the pumping and hauling, and both of our trucks right now are in the shop and not available for us to use. Plus, we've been without a driver. And so it just compounds from one thing to another.
What a lot of people don't realize, to be a CDL driver, you need now 160 hours of classroom instruction. And so that it makes it difficult for someone just to go and get a CDL license. And this person we're getting does have the hazardous endorsement and all that. So
I have one more item, if the IT can bring it up. We did check with the Clean Water Revolving Loan Fund. And Jackie was kind enough to put this together in a little spreadsheet for us. Okay, if you go to the next page. Next page. Yes, that page. They offer loans of 20-year to 25 years to 30 years, and those are the published rates that they adjust each month. So in June of 25, a 20-year loan will be at 2.75. a 25-year loan at 3.25, and a 30-year loan at 3.6. If we go to the next slide, we have a proposal to show what each loan is at that interest rate would show you what the annual payment is and the total of the 240 payments during the whole time and the amount of interest that you would pay. And we have that for 20 years. The next one is 25 years to show you what those sums are. And then last, the 30-year one. Whoops, there you go.
So, Mr. Wasabi, we do need a motion for that to move the funds, correct?
To appropriate the fund balance. Yeah.
I have a motion or further discussion on that?
I move that we appropriate $700,000 from the fund balance to be made available for contingencies for the remainder of the fiscal year. Is that sufficient?
Yes.
Do I have a second? Second. Motion properly second. Any discussion? I will vote, roll call vote. Mr. Robotham? Mr. Collins?
Aye.
Mr. Solons?
Aye.
Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. I will do my general manager report very quickly. I just want to mention to everyone, auto pay is live. Thank you, Mr. Jones. It took a little while working with the vendor, but auto pay is live for the customers. We worked with Bowman Engineering on the water master plan. Some interesting data was provided in the last, I'm going to skip over that, but we've been working with Bowman probably every week. We have a meeting with them about the water master plan. Unfortunately, our candidate, applicant A, that we had for the general manager of the service authority, we find out in this world you can't compete with the private industry, and we lost them to the private industry, the amount of money that they can pay, and we are way different. So we unfortunately have put it back out for new general, back for advertisement with an open date, and that is it. So hopefully anybody out there could please apply that would like to be a general manager for the service authority. We do have one person that Mr. Wasabi and I did talk to. They were in the initial pool. We had not included him in the initial interviews. We did speak to him today, and he does seem to be a viable candidate. So I wanted to know if any of the board members could be available next Tuesday on June 10th, Wednesday, June 11th, or Thursday, June 12th to bring him here to interview him. Mr. Collins?
Madam Chair, I won't be available. I'll be available the Monday or the Friday, but not those 3 days.
Were those the only days, Mr. Wasabi, that he was available?
Those are the days he indicated. I could reach back out to him and say,
Could you reach back out? Let me get a consensus from everybody on one of these days, and then we reach back out and see if Monday is acceptable to him. Would that be all right, Mr. Collins?
Mm-hmm.
And at what time?
Oh, I don't matter.
Well, one of these days, can we get consensus on one of these days for the rest of the board and a time?
Ms. Bender, I think on Monday, did he not indicate he has something scheduled with his
Yes, he did.
daughter's
Yes, with
graduation or something?
takes care of a family member and takes
Right.
them to doctor's appointments, yes.
How about the 13th, the Friday?
How about Friday, the 13th?
I'll have
Lovely
to ask
day.
him. I don't know the answer to that.
I'm leaving that day.
Can we check on the next week? Is there any available day on that? Oh, you're going to be gone.
If Monday's he's doing something on Monday, could he do a virtual one on Monday? And if he's
Yeah, can we check on that, a virtual?
do a second one if
Because we can all go virtual, correct? Is there a good time virtually?
If we want to do it the following week, I can dial in from afar, yeah.
Or I have no problem, like we did the last time, that they meet with Norm and yourself
And Lee?
and Lee, and let you guys hash out if it's going to be someone that we need to meet with again.
Is that fine with you? Okay. Is there a date that you're better on these 3 dates, Lee?
I can make myself available.
And which time? At what time? Anytime? Mr. Wasabi, can you reach out, see which is the best date and the time? Thank you. 2 other things. Met with some residents to speak to their concerns about the water line project. And I also want to mention to all those folks out there, I had some calls about the flags that are near the old middle school, and Mr. Young can confirm they did have a progress meeting last week. The middle school will be coming down sooner rather than later. Probably they're going to start work in a couple of weeks or next week. Is that correct, Mr. Young? And so some of those flags you see out there just marking like where the water lines and the cable lines, so the demolition crew does not affect those lines. It's being marked so that there's nothing going on. The building will be torn down in probably less than a month. So just to put it out there, that's what's going on. The old middle school will be no more. It will be gone. And last up, I'm just going to do the secondary public comment. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person in order to afford everyone an opportunity to speak. Please provide your full name and district when submitting your public comment so that it can be properly recorded and included in the public record. Sir, you wanted to give a comment? Come right up.
Hello again. My name is Lincoln Armstrong. I live on Carriage Lane, which is actually directly across from the solar plant. I have two things I'd like to comment based on things that I heard before. The first is with the solar. I've heard a lot of comments about it. One was the possibility of water abating the possible of flooding. I will say this, compared to things like the Walmart parking lot, it is mostly going to be grass. If you'd like, I would encourage people to look at the images that they had up of the panels. They're very widely spaced. The amount of rain you get over a parcel of land is going to remain the same regardless of whether it was the previous owner or the spot of land. The ground's absorption factor probably will not be sufficiently altered. I've done occupational safety and health, including environmental safety. I'm not a specialty in water drainage systems, but I have looked a little bit at it. I personally like the idea of solar. I don't like the idea of coal trucks. I don't like the idea of looking at the thing I've been looking across the Potomac at in Maryland power plant for I don't know how many years. So I personally am for it. The other thing I would like to comment on is the AWS data center. I'll be honest, I'm a chemical engineer. I was trained in Houston. I have seen firsthand what bad industrial looks like. Data centers, they have two inputs. They take in data, they take out power, they put out data, and they put out heat. And if they're done incorrectly, they also put out sound. It's not a bad deal. I fully recognize that the county wants to renegotiate that. Please feel free to do what you want. I would encourage the county to look at things that are non-monetary but beneficial over the long term for the county. They need to run high volume data lines in order for that data center to do its maximum work. If there's an opportunity for the county to leverage off that, bring more internet providers into the county and leverage that line, that might be something to look at. There's also with the amount of power that a plant like that is going to need. Now you're talking about infrastructure improvements that might be helped. That might I'm not sure what the county's needs are, but these are other things that, particularly if Amazon wants to negotiate a new power center that can be put on the far side of the county. Now you're talking about them extending their own infrastructure. If they pay for that and we have the ability to leverage off that, that might be a new contract. I'm just trying to throw out some options to think about because I do some of this for a living. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else have any public comment on the service authority only? Jeff, anybody online? Any correspondence after this long time? With that being said, do I have a motion for adjournment of the Board of Directors?
I make a motion that the Board of Directors adjourn on till Tuesday, June 17, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. in the boardroom of the Rivercombe Building.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made, properly seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Chair votes aye, motion carries. The meeting of the Board of Directors is adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for your patience.
All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break and we'll come back in session.
Let's get fresh air.
All right, let's get started. Are we ready back there? All right. So first up, we have public hearing 0602. King George County Board of Supervisors now hold a public hearing that's been properly advertised to receive public input regarding the Davis Hill Development Daisy Solar. I will first ask for the staff report, and I will then open the floor to public comment to comment specifically about this project, the Daisy Solar. Next time, the comments will be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Just identify yourself, your full name, the district in which you vote. And upon the completion of the public comment, I'll bring the matter back to the board for consideration. So this time I want to hear from the staff.
All right. Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. I'm just going to give a brief overview of the application before you and then the Planning Commission action, and then turn it over to the applicants. So representatives from Davis Hill Development have applied for a special exception permit to construct a medium-scale solar energy facility on approximately 14 acres zoned A2, located at 8209 Daisy Lane. There's a map in your packet and they'll go through it. The area proposed for the solar facility is in the middle of a larger parcel that's approximately 83 acres in size. The subject property lies within the rural development areas as designated in the comprehensive plan. A goal for utilities within the county is laid out in the comprehensive plan is to research and develop strategies to attract and support green energy such as solar and wind while balancing preservation of environmental resources. One of the land use policies listed in the comprehensive plan is to ensure that all new industrial type uses provide adequate protection of adjacent existing land uses through techniques such as setbacks, landscaping, screening, noise abatement, lighting controls, and access control. The performance standards for these facilities, as well as the proposed conditions, are the methods by which this policy will be achieved. The facility is proposed to be well screened from adjoining properties and is over a 1/3 mile away from the nearest road intersection. The application addresses compliance with each of the performance standards listed in section 778 of the zoning ordinance, including a preliminary decommissioning plan. The applicants have been working with county staff to address any comments that they had, as well as their emergency plan and training needs for fire and rescue. The Planning Commission considered this application at their meeting on April 8th, 2025, and voted 8-1 to forward a favorable recommendation to the board. Ordinance O-05-25 is before you this evening and contains 20 special exception conditions. I'll turn it over to the applicants and be here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Leduc.
Good evening. Thank you, all the members of the board, for your time and consideration tonight. Thank you to the members of the public for coming out. I'm happy to answer any questions following. I would like to address Ms. Pearson's comments, but I would ask if I could do that at the end of the presentation because we have our counsel here and just think it would be a smoother process, but let me know if that's okay.
It's fine.
Also, would there be could I reserve some time or is there a rebuttal period after the public comment to address any questions that came to the applicant, or is that?
It's not unheard of. So we can definitely make it happen if it's something that you feel is vital.
Yeah, could we please just request a little time to respond? So as Kelly mentioned, this is the Daisy Lane Solar Project. We're up for a special exemption permit. I do just want to kind of give an overview of how we got here. I think there's some misconceptions on what the process is to get to this stage. And, you know, the idea that some of these solar projects just kind of pop out of nowhere and, you know, we're up here talking in front of the public hearing. So these negotiations and, you know, far beyond that, there's a very detailed process that goes into finding the site and site selection process, contract negotiations with a landowner, which in this case occurred in late of 2022. A lease was executed in January of 2023. Then an interconnection request goes into Dominion in this case. That was back in March of 2023. We had our pre-application meeting with the staff back in May of 2024. We submitted our special exemption application in August of 2024. which essentially we're providing all the documents and satisfying the checklist to apply for this special exception permit. And then it's reviewed by community development staff, and we get into this process. So we had our first planning commission meeting in January of 2025. As Kelly just mentioned, we had our planning commission public hearing back in April and received an 8-1 recommendation of approval. And all that to say, just to explain the drawn out process, and that this doesn't happen overnight. And this is just our special exemption permit. We are not going to start construction anytime soon. So this is just an outline. And just a little bit about Davis Hill. So we're a developer, owner, and operator of community solar and commercial industrial solar projects, just meaning that we plan to own and operate the system throughout its life cycle. We are not planning to sell the project after permit approval or construction. We will be here to field any questions, concerns, complaints throughout the life cycle of the project. This is just a brief overview of our parent company, Skyview Ventures. Davis Hill Development is the development arm of our greater parent company. They have two other assets of the business. One is a EV charging mechanism, and the other is an environmental attributes trading platform. So they trade the renewable energy credits from projects like this on the greater market. This is just kind of a statement of our qualifications, understanding what we do as a company and how it portrays into this process. We do our own origination and development, so finding those sites like I just referred to. We use GIS tools to do so. And then we have our land use due diligence, essentially going through ordinances like this one, making sure the project is in compliance with the comprehensive plan before applying. And then construction management, project finance and asset operations. So like we said, we manage the projects, we finance it internally, and have a O&M team that handles the operations as the project continues to go. So we've successfully developed over 30 grid-tied projects. There's over 250 megawatts currently under development. We have experience in brownfield, landfill, farm, and industrial type uses. Just a very high-level snapshot of kind of where our projects are. As you can see, mainly in the Northeast Atlantic area. Here's just a few photos of previous solar farms that we've developed. Then we'll just kind of get into the high-level project details. As Kelly mentioned, this is a 2.7 megawatt AC project. We are using 12 acres of the total 83-acre parcel, so we're just carving out a small portion for this smaller scale array. We will participate in the Virginia Pollinator Smart Program, and here's just other stats about the project in general and how we provide clean energy. There's ability to provide a 10 to 15% discount to subscribers, and then this specific facility will generate about 690 enough electricity for about 680 homes. This is just the high-level concept plan of the site. As you can see on the outer perimeter, that is the boundary of the parcel. You can see this array is portioned, right in the middle, utilizing existing vegetative screening that's already in place with the large mature trees surrounding the perimeter of the property. So this is just the precursor to the next slide, which is essentially showing visual simulations from different areas and what that would look like from current view. So the top left is the summer view from Mohawk Drive looking west towards the solar facility. So that's vantage point 3. It's tough to see on here, so I apologize, but vantage point 3 you can see on the top right corner of Mohawk Drive looking in. As you can see, you cannot see the facility. The top right is the summer view from the Fox Run subdivision.
Sir, can I interrupt here? I had already asked the chair. in your drawings, I never saw, other people have given us drawings with the panels put into the renderings. So you would see when the tree cover isn't there, what the panels, what the view shed is from the road. I didn't see in any of your paperwork, I saw like fall and spring pictures, but I didn't see any pictures with like an artist rendering of the panels being in it when the trees fall down. Because most of the trees I see here are not evergreens. So obviously the leaves are falling. So that does impact the residents that are on those roads that have to see the panels. So do you have any renderings, or what is the impact of the view shed when there's no leaves on the trees is what I'm asking.
I do believe we have visual simulations of the winter months. I apologize if you haven't seen those. I can dig those up and send them over. But as far as to tell you, I mean, as you can see, there's trees all surrounding in the winter months. Some will be, the view shed will change. But I think based on how far we are from the adjacent properties, I don't think the visual impact will be much, but I'll share those winter month visual simulations.
Because, people don't want to see the panels.
Yeah, totally understood. And
Thank you.
that's why this site was strategically selected, because it is not off a main road. We are using existing vegetation to screen, so we're not planting a bunch of new trees. We will plant new trees to, fill any spaces that are not already utilized by mature trees. But the whole point is to utilize the existing, landscape around it and not alter that in any way. So this is just a list of some of the proposed conditions. As Kelly said, there is 20 in total. I can go through each one of these one by one. I more included them on the slide so others can reference the online material. But most are just reinforcing the current ordinance and making sure we stay in compliance with all those. So we are in support of all the conditions and feel confident we will meet all those conditions. This is just the example letter of the mailers that would be mailed out to the community members, or that have been mailed out to the community members. It's just a high level summary of the project, the design, and really showing where it is in conjunction to the rest of the neighborhood, ability to contact us, and then just kind of the key benefits of the project.
Real quick, what's the, you said the residents, how far out did you go as far as sending these out from the project site?
Yeah, I'll have to look what that exact, I think it was a 1 mile radius around. I have the list of landowners. I think it was 17 or 18 total landowners. I believe it was either a 0.75 mile radius or a mile radius surrounding the property.
Okay.
This is just a kind of slide describing a key misconception or something that's been brought up at past meetings is the noise level. I've been told there's been some noise issues in the past with not only solar projects, but the water treatment facility. I did reach out to Mike Newchuk, as one of the members suggested, just talked about different ways to mitigate noise and understanding that, it's not all about decibel levels. There's also tonal noise. And I do believe our project, with the existing screening and vegetative buffers around it, as well as the greater distance between our inverters and the nearest residents, I don't see noise disturbance being an issue with this project.
I do have a question on that, because there is a hum from when the panels turn, and then also on one of your drawings, you show a substation. So have you any data on the noise coming from the substation?
Where are you referring to?
It looked like a substation in your drawing. You had an artist rendering from above, an aerial.
Gotcha. So the substation's off Dahlgren Road. I think it's 2 miles away.
On the property, you have one artist rendering that has a little building in the middle, like near the panels. I'm not sure. Maybe you haven't got it. I'm talking about, I looked through.
Oh, so you're talking about
See right down there on the bottom, is that a substation, or what is that?
That's the equipment pad for the inverters. So that's just where that.
That's why I was asking, because it looked like on some of the aerials you provided like a substation, which you would naturally have a hum.
Correct. Yeah. So the inverters do have that, and that's what the decibel level that I was referring to. That's the loudest portion of the solar array. And that is what is active during the day as the panels move. And the max emission decibel level for these inverters that we're proposing is 69 decibels, and that's at 3 feet. And just based on some internal measurements, I think the closest house or residence to this inverter is over 1,000 feet away. So I'll just jump to this slide here. I know it's tougher to see from here, but basically just took a few different measurements from where the inverter will be placed to the nearest residence and kind of each corner surrounding the property. So the top left, we're measuring to kind of the western portion, backing up to Gray Fox Lane. And that was 1,280 feet to the nearest house. And at that level, the approximate decibel level was around 18 to 20 decibels. And based on other studies, they're saying that that's quieter than a whisper.
So, excuse me.
Sir?
So you're saying, you're only saying that the decibels is going down because of the distance, correct? That's just a mathematical calculation?
Correct.
Okay. Because we have a problem here in the county where the decimals isn't a mathematical calculation. And you can hear it. And we've had this a few board meetings ago coming from the waste management to Lambs Creek Church Road, and where I'm pretty deaf and I can still hear it. So, but we've been out there with the sheriff's deputies, county administrator, measuring it at different times, and can
not registering on a decibel level?
Oh no, it registers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it registers, but and at different times, but it's not supposed to be that high. So I'm just saying that's a problem. Just a mathematical calculation. There's going to need to be something there to mitigate it if it's a problem. It needs to be more in, mathematically it shouldn't happen. Well, guess what it is? So, that's a problem. And I'm sure here in the county that somebody could take you and you could experience that.
Yep. Would that be something like the county would want to propose a condition that, if there is a noise complaint, we do a, detailed noise study at that time and provide mitigation efforts? I think there's different screening and then also different, buffers and building obstacles that you can put in the way to decrease that tonal noise.
Right. That's what, something like that would need to be, that the language and such would come from.
Mr. Chairman, we had a discussion, I think, Kelly and Kenny, correct me if I'm wrong about this, and because I can't say this one's considered a utility, but it borders on that, even though it's community solar, your ordinance exempts them from the noise ordinance, and that is a part of the new ordinance. I thought they agreed to another condition. Number 5. All right, I read them too fast. Yes, it was added, so they have to comply with the noise ordinance, which means at their property line, it can't be over, is it 70 during the day, 60 at night, 65 at night? I'm looking at you because I can't remember the ordinance. That's right. So they have voluntarily agreed to adhere to the county noise ordinance, but that is at the property line. At their property line, they can't go above 70 decibels during the day or 65 at night.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I can keep going through this, but the distances are relatively similar around the perimeter. So we just talked top left is 1,280. Top right is 1,800 feet. Bottom left is 2,000 feet. And then bottom right would be about 3,000 feet. So, these distances are very far. I understand your concern and understand that, that isn't always measured accordingly. But this is kind of the information we have to go off of. And it sounds like that proposed condition would cover us to, mitigate any issues moving forward. This is just a slide on the benefit to the community. There's the opportunity for local energy savings through subscriptions. And as we said, it's typically around 5 to 15% annually. The tax revenue, so this would be around $250,000 in tax revenue throughout the project life cycle. We're adding a minor tax revenue without taking, critical infrastructure, no use of water, school, sewer, et cetera. I think we talked about this at length last time and agreed that the condition 17 kind of covers this, but just mitigating any issues as far as construction traffic management or damage to the road leading up, just saying we'll be liable to get VDOT out there to do a pre-construction survey and post-construction survey, and then we're liable on the hook to pay for any damages associated. And then just the last slide here is the interconnection pathway. And just to clarify, Davis Hill as the applicant will bear all the interconnection upgrade costs required for the project. So that is all the upgrades associated to get the project online. So we would have 3 new poles installed at the project site. So that would be inside the project area. And then from there, we're tying into existing circuits along the property. So the pink line there is the above ground single phase poles. So those will be upgraded to 3-phase. And then as you pop out to Ernest Ellis Lane, that's when the blue line there goes underground to single phase. We'd be upgrading that existing single phase to 3-phase. And then the green line is tying into the existing 3-phase on Dahlgren Road. So now I think we can address any of the questions or concerns from Ms. Pearson.
Let me ask you a question before you step down real quick. Yep. Sorry. And if you said this, I'm sorry I missed it too. Are you guys taking away any of the topsoil from the property?
Like removing it from site?
Yeah.
No. I really don't think we're doing any grading at this site. We're using, the existing conditions, but any, minor grading, the topsoil would remain on the site, not be taken off.
Sullins.
I had a couple quick ones for you, if you don't mind. Did you guys follow the proper requirements for signage and advertisement for this? Because I've had a few people reach out to me and say they had no idea this was coming.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know who specifically didn't get notified, but we had approved list that was part of our application package that had the list of abutters that we needed to notify. Those mailers were sent out. The signs were posted. 2 signs were posted at the cul-de-sac entering the property, because if we posted at the property, nobody would see it.
Gotcha.
And then I believe the 2 consecutive advertisements in the newspaper was also completed.
Okay, cool. And last question is back on slide 13, this kind of ties in with what Mr. Davis was asking. How long is it going to take to, how long is it going to take to build this? And can you quantify what you mean by minimize erosion and soil disturbance during the construction? So how long is construction going to take, and quantify minimize?
Yeah, construction from first mobilization to completion is anywhere. It should be about 6 months, and a lot of that's all done in phases. So the initial phase will be grading the access road, stabilizing construction entrance, and then the phases through there, it'll be monthly of installing the piles, then installing the panels, so forth. So the total process is around 6 months, 8 months if there's complications, but 6 months is pretty typical. And then as far as the erosion sediment control, so we're at this phase in the process. After this permit, we go into site plan approval and site plan review. So the stormwater calculations, all the erosion and sediment control plans have not been finalized yet. That's what we will work with county staff and engineers to confirm that we are minimizing erosion control. So essentially it'll be done through the erosion, sediment control, and SWIP measures that we were putting on the site, but those have not been completed or finalized yet because we're not at that stage.
I have a few questions, and one of you were just mentioning the equations using. I don't know the exact term, but I think it's called a sheeting equation. Do you factor that into the erosion? And that what that means is when the panels when the water hits the panel, it has a runoff depending on what kind of angle it's at. So do you calculate that in your stormwater calculations?
I can't speak because this one hasn't been completed yet, but yes, we will. We typically do, full runoff analysis, riparian buffer zones, and then also do the, full SWIP and plan according to the requirements in the county. So yes.
I got you, but that information is kind of important now. But what I'm getting at is, I know you have some stormwater retention ponds, but there are several identified creeks in the area. So that stormwater naturally in the land goes to the creeks and fills up the creeks. With these retention ponds, you're kind of stopping the water from going there. So has it been looked in concern to the adjoining properties that might have those creeks on it? You cutting off the water supply to those creeks?
It is not, because the calculations haven't been completed, but could we add a condition that we will do a sheet analysis to show that's been in compliance?
I know that's one of the questions I asked, but to vote on this project, I need to know how it's going to impact the adjoining property owners that have creeks in them. And that's a concern for me, at least. I mean, I understand the condition and I appreciate it, but that is a concern, is the impact. And, we heard in the other solar project, naturally the wildlife that's there is going to be disturbed. It's going to be pushed off to the neighbors, so has it been identified what kind of wildlife is going to be pushed? And I know it seems kind of minor, but I live it every day with development. You got bobcats and other kind of animals that kind of get pushed on your property now because they don't have their home anymore and they don't go back and hang out by your fence. They move on to the next property where, it's all open. So that is a concern. And I'm going to try to keep my not in all the questions, but I'm concerned about the tier 1 panels. What are the tier 1? Is it based on 2025 data for those tier 1 panels?
Yes, so we're always looking at the newest technology and reconsidering, tier 1 as new technology comes out, and we're always trying to get the newest modules.
Right, but if we approve it today, all you have to do is live up to the tier 1 of 2025, or is it something that every time you redo those panels or replace them, it's the tier 1 of the moment? What kind of standard do you hold to that?
Yeah, I can't speak to that. I would think at any time if a module was replaced, we would want a tier 1 module because we are the owner and the operator. So the efficiency is how we make money and how we move forward. So I don't know what you want me to commit to using tier 1 modules as a replacement.
Well, you're talking about, I would like at the standards that are whatever when you replace them, not the 2025 standards. Because we've been told by other developers they only have to fulfill the conditions in 2025, not in the future. Because you could have panels that are much more efficient and have better, don't have as many chemicals in it. Because I really am concerned about the waste that's going to be from any panels. Because you talk about them being left on site, but there's no information about the potential disposal. Where is it going? Is it going to be stored and just left there? There's no information about that. And then my last question, and I'm going to try to sum it up, is solar companies get a lot of money from federal subsidies, and those are going away. So how is this project viable when the money train from the federal government goes goodbye?
I'm just going to go back to your first question, then go back. As far as the species and animals around there, we do desktop critical habitat reviews, and that's all reviewed by DEQ in the next site plan approval phase, as well as the stormwater, best practices. As far as the subsidies, we currently feel confident that we can build these and maintain and operate it. But if for some reason we were to default, that is what the decommissioning plan and decommissioning bond is in place for. So you would have that money to disassemble if we were to go no longer operational. And I believe our cost estimate for that is $582,000.
I got you. You didn't really answer the question, but
how did that not answer it?
Well, from my understanding, for these panels, I've heard a quote of $191,000 a developer gets per panel per acre under panel. It's a lot of subsidies to make these projects viable. Is this project viable if those subsidies are not there anymore?
Yes. So we're currently modeling every project with its current subsidies and current tax incentives, and then without. And if the project does not pencil, we are not moving forward. This project does pencil, so we are moving forward.
That's fair. And my concern was some of this, you mentioned DEQ, what I'm hearing is approve it, and then we'll get you all the information about the storm run and runoff when you go to DEQ. But I need that information now, not after it's approved.
Mr. Chair, can I help a little bit?
Yes.
So they're operating under the community solar program, which is a statute in the state, and they're actually selling power at a discount. It's a weird program that is allowed to be done, and people can actually purchase it cheaper than they can purchase it otherwise. And I don't know if that's a federal subsidy or if that's a state grant.
State program.
State program is what I thought. For the wildlife issue, if you all approve it, then they have to go through what's called, you might as well call it a permit by rule. And they'll have to go to DWR, which used to be Game and Inland Fisheries. DWR will do a review. They'll make them do certain things to make sure that there are wildlife corridors and other things so that the animals are not impacted. The stormwater is the big one, and we've heard a lot about stormwater problems with solar projects. So when Governor Youngkin was elected, he put a guy named Mike Rollban into DEQ, and they effectively, I'm trying to remember now, I think they took effect in 2024, but any project approved after 2024, the stormwater requirements effectively doubled. And that was new, so that you haven't seen all the problems that you saw before, like the one in Essex, that there was this huge problem. That was one of the first things they did was address that. And DEQ will enforce the stormwater regulations, and they are now very significant. And I think those are the questions. I just want to make sure you had factual answers on each question. As far as the disposal, state law requires a decommissioning bond. It is not uncommon for a board to want a similar condition with a review every so many years, and there can be other conditions associated with that.
That would appreciate, because I also don't want the landowner to be stuck with them in the end, or the county to dispose of them. Thank you.
No problem.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, just real quickly, I'm Andy Brownstein with Green Herlocker. We represent Davis Hill. I understand that in the early public comment period, there were some questions or concerns by Ms. Pearson about the right-of-way that people refer to as Daisy Lane. Obviously, Davis Hill is concerned about that as well. That right-of-way obviously is crucial to the access to the property. We're not the only ones that would be concerned about it. Obviously, our landowner is concerned about it, and there are 2 additional property owners for whom their only access to a public right-of-way is via Daisy Lane. So if there is an issue with the right-of-way, obviously we would have a concern about it, as would those three other parties. However, we have done, in the process of development, a lot of due diligence on the right-of-way, including a lot of title work. And we are confident that the right-of-way exists, going all the way back to deeds over 100 years old in 1912 in particular. We don't expect the board to adjudicate that issue. It's not the proper forum for determining the status of the right-of-way. But if the board is concerned about the right-of-way, and after hearing the presentation and the public comment and additional discussion, you'd be inclined to follow the Planning Commission's lead and approve the permit, we certainly would be fine with any additional conditions that might be needed in order to confirm that that right-of-way is appropriately in existence, because we wouldn't be able to build a project without it. So we certainly have no problem with that. If, on the other hand, the board is uncomfortable with granting the permit without resolution of that issue, we would simply ask that you defer the application so that we can come back and resolve that issue to everyone's satisfaction and bring it back to the board at that time. We have just become aware of these issues, despite a number of conversations between our client and Ms. Pearson. Only less than 48 hours ago was the first ever mention of the fact that there may be some problem with the right-of-way, despite all of our previous diligence, which confirms to our satisfaction that it's both in existence and appropriate. So those would be our comments and concerns about that and how we would expect to address it in the future.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Collins.
I'd like to make a motion to defer this application until that easement is satisfied. So we understand exactly what's going on there.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if it makes a difference, but you did advertise a public hearing. I don't know if you want to take public comment and then potentially do that. It's the board's, whatever the board wants to do, but folks did, there may be folks who came and want to speak to it.
Well, I thought they already had public comment. That was, I guess
We haven't done
He's
that.
not open, he's not open public comment on this yet.
I'll rescind my motion for right this moment.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
given the time, I make a motion that we extend by 2 hours with the goal of, being only one. I just don't want to have to come back and do this again.
Second.
Motion properly seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. All right, this time I'm gonna open up for public comment. So all public comments are towards this project right here, the Davis Hill Development, Daisy Solar. The first one I have on my list, please introduce yourself and state where you vote so we can have it in the public record. 3 minutes is the time limit. James Hildrup.
I always think of the Court of Appeals when I see those clocks. I'm here on behalf of Ms. Pearson. I've spoken earlier to you. We do have some disagreement. My client tells me that the first and only conversation she's had with anyone from the applicant was about 2 weeks ago. Not numerous conversations, but one. She didn't agree to anything. She really didn't understand what they were asking for. I can tell you that there's a parcel between hers and the applicant's parcel that also uses Daisy Lane. It's a narrow gravel road. They have been to Ms. Pearson, talked to her because they have done title searches. They can't find any deeded easement for that road either. Perhaps there's one for the other. I've only been involved for Ms. Pearson for about 10 days. I haven't had a chance to do a full title search. So I'm not going to stand here and tell you absolutely there is or there isn't. I'd have to be making up stories. I'm not going to do that. I'd have too much respect for this board to do that. I can tell you that there's a little gravel road. I have been doing this for a long time. It's not unusual for a parcel of land to have been subdivided 100 years ago or more. It got cut up in family. Everybody used the gravel road. Nobody did an easement because everybody knew that everybody in the family was going to use the gravel road. That's just the way it is. I still have a farm in Spotsylvania. You do an aerial of it, you'll see lots of little roads. Aren't really roads, they're farm roads. I do have concern about that. If that's all there is, it's maybe an 8 or 10 foot wide. I think the proffer is like a 20-foot wide. There are trees on both sides. My client owns, if you look at slide 19, the pink part of it, she owns on both sides of that, most of the way up. They're going to have to cut trees, they're going to have to widen, they're going to have to do a lot of work to put a road in there. You're not going to drive just a pickup truck in there. If you're doing construction, you're going to have some big trucks, some concrete trucks. I'm going to assume that they're going to have concrete pads, metal pillars. There's a solar farm that was built in Spotsylvania not too far behind my farm. I went to a lot of that. They have trucks going in there every day. I don't know this farm. I can't say to you it's the truth, but they have panels that I'll say rotate or follow the sun. They face the sun when it comes up and they rotate all day long, so they're facing the sun when it goes down at the end of the day. Then it resets, waiting for the next day. But they wash those panels every day, or almost every day. They told the county, oh, we're going to use groundwater. We're not going to need county water and all. I can tell you right now, Spotsylvania County is in negotiation with me to get an easement to run a water line solely to go to that solar farm to wash their panels. Make sure that that's not something they're not going to need in the future. Maybe not today, but it can come in the future. So there's a lot of impact there. But my client's biggest concern is that, one, she missed all these notices. Perhaps that's her fault, perhaps it's not, but she did. She has never agreed to any enlargement of easement And I suspect if that's gone, that if there are power easements, they're old Virginia power easements that aren't going to allow Dominion Power or Dominion Energy is not going to go in there and enlarge from above ground to underground, single phase to three phase without an enlarged easement. I've dealt with them a long time. They don't just go in and assume an old 100-year-old easement is good enough. Thank you very much for your consideration. If there's any question, something I can submit to you later, we'll be more than glad to do that.
Thank you, sir. Is there any other people from the audience that would like to speak? Please come forward.
Hi, again, my name is Pete Walton. I'm the president of the Northern Virginia Shooting Facility. We're a 501c2. We are the title holding company for the Northern Virginia Gun Club, which is located just north of the property. We have a range that was built there in 1969. It's been in operation consistently since then. Our concern is based on the topography, as the rainwater or any additional rainwater would be coming down through the draws to the west and the east of the property where the project site is, whether or not that would increase the flow of water onto our property. We have a small culvert that is cut in the back of our range, and that's probably 75, 100 yards away from Peppermill Creek itself. So there are actually two little areas of river or waterway that's in there. We have a large area of wetlands to our west that frequently floods, and perhaps flooding's been exacerbated by both beavers and development. But we are concerned that additional rainwater coming into our property, because that's the only place that's lower in elevation than the project site, it's going to come and hit our property. There's no way you can get around it. We own several parcels on there. We have about 250 acres. We extend all the way out to Caledon Road. We recently have experience with ourselves building a new range on our property. So we're familiar with storm wastewater management and the challenges that it presents. And we've been repairing roads. We spend a good chunk of money annually repairing roads that are getting washed out because of the amount of rain that we've been experiencing. So we are concerned that if additional rainwater comes down, it will affect our members and our ability to support programs on the property. We support the Boy Scouts, Fredericksburg Christian School, and their shooting activities from our lower range. And that would be the area most greatly impacted by this. So that we would ask that as the county takes a look at this, they just keep that in mind as the planning for this project continues moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else in the audience?
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to talk. Kurt Erickson, James Monroe District. I live in Fox Run. In fact, the picture of the gazebo was from my front yard looking towards the site. So I mean, as solar projects go, I think this one seems pretty safe, but just a couple of concerns that I have living there. One, the folks that were contacted, I read through the 144 pages, and it was actually 4 houses in Fox Run that actually abut the property, and those that actually touch, I think it's Mohawk and Michael Drive over off of Indiantown. So it would have been nice if some other folks in Fox Run in particular got notified, because if for no other reason, we have to drive through Pam's Field to get to our house. So just knowing, you know, some of those implications would have been good, but it definitely touched anybody that abutted the property. My original concern was the cables, but it looks like they're going to be underground down Ernest Ellis, but they have to go in the ground, and it looks like they're going to have to pop up again out by Dahlgren Road. I'm just curious what that's going to look like. If it's a whole bunch of cables and poles, I'm assuming we're going to have to cross over the top of Dahlgren Road to get to the 3-phase that is across the street. You know, what's that going to look like? Just so that, you know, as we go forward, take that into consideration to make sure it's not going to be an eyesore and some type of messy, nasty wire mess. And then again, Peppermill Creek. I'm curious if you can see this, the panels from the Dahlgren Rail Trail, because I'm pretty sure it runs right down there by Peppermill Creek. So, you know, just as somebody who uses the Dahlgren Rail Trail, you know, walking along and looking at Peppermill Creek flooding, if it happens to be, runoff problems, and then to see a solar panel out there, I just offer that for consideration. I have complete confidence that you have our best interests in heart, but after town hall the other day, I just want to make sure you knew where we were coming from. So thank you for the time.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else? Anyone online? No, you come forward.
Apologize, Lincoln Armstrong, one more time. Since we're open for comment, I did have a couple questions. As one of the people who lives across on Carriage Lane where that will be, I am also interested in what that will look like. I know we have some people with solar panels on their house, but this is a lot more current. Regarding a councilwoman brought up the animal concern, that Dahlgren Trail being the natural way they would go. I'm curious if that would be an impedance. There was a mention that there would not be any grading in the 100-page document that was out there. They mentioned minor grading. That was the difference. I was hoping the applicant could delineate what exactly is going on with that discrepancy. Mentioned the buried lines coming down that road towards Dahlgren Road. The current exposed lines actually don't come down the road. They come across the farm pasture that's on the left-hand side as you proceed down towards Daisy Lane. I want to verify that that is buried lines and they're not going to be reusing the pole lines. The document seemed to suggest that they were above ground and not buried. I just would like to clarify that they are in fact buried. I know there's going to be pilings that are put in for the to hold the panels up. That's probably going to generate a little more noise, though granted on a temporary basis. I was curious exactly if those are going to be driven, if they're going to be dug out, how that's going to work from a construction process. And the last part, you mentioned the retention ponds. As someone who's run through there on a at least weekly, if not daily basis, there's already a fair bit of mosquitoes and deer flies. I was curious if you expect a change in that population as a result of the retention ponds, and or if how the retention ponds are going to be drained or not drained. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ana Maria Lobo. I live in Presidential Lakes. I have a question for you. Who will benefit this, the residents of King George or Virginia Power? Because this happened before with Birchwood. I would like to know who's going to benefit. I know Virginia Power is very clever. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? No one online? Has anyone received any correspondence? No? Step forward. I'm going to give you a chance to answer the questions.
Just in regards to the contact with Ms. Pearson, I don't want to get in a he said, she said argument. We have spoken other than what has been suggested. I'm happy to share any correspondence with the group just to close the loop on that. As far as the gun club, I'd like to talk with you and just address, any specific concerns and where that water you expect that to sit. And we'll work our best to, provide stormwater measures that would make that work the best for your needs. So I'll be in contact with you. And then I think a lot of these questions stem from, a lot is about stormwater, about advanced drawings in the utility upgrades. The issue and why we don't have that information at this time is because the state requires us to get this land use permit before we can submit to DEQ, before we can start the site plan review process. We have to have the land use permit approved. So I understand a lot of these things seem like putting the cart before the horse, but that is just the process that we're given. So we, satisfy all the special exception permit application materials. And then from that point, we move to the next stage with the DEQ and further review from the engineers on the site plan and stormwater measures. Yeah, I think that'll satisfy those questions. I think there's answers that we don't have at this time because
can you speak to Ms. Anne Marie asked a question about the
the
share, not the What's it
The
called?
upgrades, so
Because I asked that question, could you explain to the audience what community solar is? Like, it's a little different than the other solar projects we've looked at.
And how people can tap into that and use it.
yeah, so there's two options where it's, you're selling power to Dominion Energy or you're exporting power from a project and that the power that you're exporting goes to the grid and then any Dominion Energy customers would subscribe to our project and then we have a separate agreement with that landowner so they essentially keep paying their utility bills as necessary. We structure an agreement where it's a cost savings agreement. So it's based on your utility and power usage, and you would get a 10%, 10 to 15% discount on your power bill. So you're essentially paying your power bill as normal, then we pay you the excess credits. So you get the discount from the program.
All right, thank you. Mr. Sullins?
Lincoln, were your questions addressed? I feel like we kind of glossed over them.
Oh, you want to know about the utility, like how it will look at the Dahlgren station?
Changed for the backfeed that's, or the power supply that's coming from your utilities. The retention ponds and how you expect the biting insect population to be able to affect.
For those online that can't hear him, he's just repeating the questions he was asking during public comment again.
So for the utility upgrades and how that'll look, it'll be a standard, utility upgrade from single phase to three phase. I believe Dahlgren Road already has that three phase. It'll just be popping, coming out from underground and doing the traditional tie across the street.
So there's no transformer upgrades or anything that's already on the pole.
At the substation, there'll be transformer upgrades, but nothing on the street there.
But the substation is not further up Dahlgren Road in the schools. Is that correct?
Correct. Chad, what's the substation name again? Arnold's Corner substation is where the new equipment would be. Yep. And then for the water retention ponds, like I said, we'll get to that once we really dive into the stormwater management and get the calculations. But the water is expected to move and not be standing water.
Pilings for the supports. How is that
Ye-
going to be done?
Yeah, so they're expected to be pile driven.
So the ramp, like you drive the dog.
Correct. It's a manufactured tool, pile driven. It's equipment that comes out to the site. And yes, we'll hammer the piles in.
Is there a time frame in which that is planned to be done and not be done?
It'll be probably midway through the construction process. We typically can get pilings driven and completed within, week or two time frame.
Mr. Chairman, could they talk together sometime
Yeah.
instead of having a question
Well,
answer?
It's good.
Oh, sorry. Am I not speaking into the mic?
No, you are. It's just that no one can hear you. So this is online. So, and I'm not asking you to stand up. I'm asking you guys can talk and iron out some of those things. Make sure you feel comfortable with it. Okay. Sound good? Chad, I know you're with the group. You'd signed up to speak and I browsed. Did you need to speak? You got 3 minutes? Okay. Yep. Well, you here, right? You got it. I got it. All right. Present. All right. Is there anyone else? Question? Mr. Stroud.
Yes, sir. I have a question. Are you guys considering or looked at or using or having any of the, keeping the some other agricultural purpose there, like having one of the other projects, Gibson Solar has sheep? Have you guys looked at that?
Yes, we've looked into sheep grazing at the site. We haven't signed any agreements with any sheep farmers at the time, just because we're early on in the process. But it's something that we look at every site to see if it's suitable. A specific thing that we've looked at for this site is working with a company called Hive Tracks. You install beekeeping facilities to produce honey and pollinate the existing vegetation underneath the panels. But as far as any agreements with the sheep grazing, that has not occurred yet. But it's something that we would happily consider.
Yeah, I think that would be good if we could keep keep some agricultural aspects to it. Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Collins.
I'd like to make a motion to,
Chairman, I think you need to close the public comment first.
Public comment closed. Thank you.
try one more time. Ready?
I'm ready.
I'd like to make a motion to defer this for 30 days, especially for the legal issue in regards to the easement. If the applicant agrees.
I'll second that if there needs to be a second.
Mr. Chairman, so we are on a schedule, a timeline here, and I believe the vote has to occur by June 26, Kelly. So I think that needs to either come from the applicant or they need to stand up on the record and agree to defer it to a time certain. Perhaps your first meeting in July. What's that date? If that gives them time to talk to the folks who have concerns and work through issues. The timeline to act as we see it, so. Excuse me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that okay? July 1st, enough time?
Just have a question about the process. Will we be awarded another public hearing, or if this deadline that they're referring to, June 26th, if you can't fit us in the agenda, does that mean we're automatically denied? I'm not understanding
My
the deadline.
anticipation was that you would either agree or request a deferral until the July 1st meeting. A public hearing has been held. By law, you don't have to have another one unless you want one, or for some reason the board wants to take more public comment.
No, we're okay requesting.
Typically, when you request or agree to a deferral, it's just for action by the board, whether it's denial or approval, whatever the board decides to do.
Yep, we're okay requesting a deferral.
So you agree, you're requesting a deferral until the July 1st meeting?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
The deferral is much, it's more for you than anything, my friends, to get the public comfortable with the project.
No, totally understood. I just didn't understand what she said, the June 26th timeframe. I just didn't know if that was like a expiring clock, as in we needed to have this happen before.
So, Mr. Chairman, call the question. I think it's clear, made the agreement. I'd like to call the question, please.
You want to vote? So you're good with July 1st? It's our first meeting in July.
Yes.
We will take it up then. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, closing that public hearing. Open another public hearing. George County Board of Supervisors will now hold a public hearing that's been properly advertised to receive public input regarding the ordinance amendment 0A-0, or is it OA-01-25 amendment to the King George County zoning ordinance section 4-7-1. I'll first ask for the staff report. We'll then open the floor to public comment. At that point in time, public comment will be 3 minutes, and that state your name and where you vote. Upon completion of public comment, I'll bring the matter back to the board for consideration.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, board members. I'm trying not to be before you long on this beautiful evening. There was a typo. That's what Ms. Kelly the Duke is passing you. There was a typo on the ordinance, and it should read an ordinance to approve ordinance text amendment OA 0125 to allow building heights of greater than 50 feet in the industrial zoning districts upon the issuance of a special exception permit. The reason why we're here is on your meeting in April 1st, 2025, y'all initiated a tax amendment for the King George County Code for industrial district regulations and directed staff to prepare such amendments for consideration by the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors. Well, on May 13th, the King George Planning Commission voted 6-2 to approve with favorable recommendations to building height text amendment of the King George County Code and the industrial district regulations. So what we did, if we can go to section 471, industrial district regulations. These are on industrial district regulations, only I-1 and I. And we decided what is the best thing we could do, the simplest thing we could do to give y'all a tool, because we're trying to get other businesses here, especially in the I-1 district, the I districts. How can it be so simple that we can say, hey, do you want your building to be taller? Come and get a special exception. And y'all can decide yes or no. But it's only in the industrial districts. So what we did was on the bottom of this, if you go scan down a little bit, we're going to add a footnote that says buildings may be erected to a height greater than 50 feet upon the issuance of a special exception by the King George Board of Supervisors. There's a typo too, special exception. Yeah, that's a typo too. But I had the right one. I'll pass it out to you. But this is what we're trying to do because we feel that it's a tool that you need. You don't have to do it. There's nothing saying that you have to do it, but if you have the tool in front of you, you can if you want to. And we try to do it the simplest way, and this is what we came up with.
Mr. Chair,
Stroud.
I'd like to make a motion that we pass an ordinance to approve the ordinance text amendment OA.
Mr. Chairman, you
We
need
have to have a public hearing
first.
Public comment, public hearing first.
I make a motion, we have a public hearing. On an ordinance to approve an ordinance to text amendment OA 0125 to allow building heights of greater than 50 feet in the industrial zoning districts upon the issuance of a special exception permit.
Yeah, we're in a public hearing. Did you make a motion?
Okay,
We have to have public comment first. And
Roger.
Yeah, motion just out of order right now.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions for the staff? I know you
I
sat
have one.
down. Can we ask a question? I know you're ready to relax. I don't blame you. When you walked up, I thought you were going to start preaching, man. You got a three-piece suit on. You look a little bit like a pastor right now. I got to be honest.
I'll see you Sunday.
Pass the plate, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Who's got a question? Mr. Collins, Mr. Sullins?
I got one real quick, just for clarification. On the that table you just showed a minute ago, at the bottom, there's a footnote that says buildings may be erected to a height of 50 feet. That's already in there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Note 1, and you're proposing that we add note 2,
Yes, sir.
that they can build them greater than 50 feet with a special exception.
Yes, sir.
Awesome, thank you.
Ms. Bender?
So I have a clarification question. This is in place because there are certain industries that might come in that unfortunately they have to have a bigger building height to make it a viable project, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this allows the board to consider each project individually.
Individually, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Does it affect, I guess, signs too, right? Like signage, and like Buc-ee's won't go anywhere where they can't put a sign at a certain height. Does it affect any of that?
I don't think we really
Just the
look.
building?
Just the building.
I just wanted to make sure. Is there any other questions?
So I could put up a sign 300 feet if I wanted to?
This building's
Got to be industrial.
You know,
Just not for you.
Collins for supervisor sign, like,
Got to be industrial.
Didn't you do that once already?
yes, not 300.
the hot air balloon. All that hot air. You're good. I know. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. So this time, I don't have anyone that signed up for this one, but do I have anyone who wants to? I'm going to open up public comment. Is there anyone who would like to speak? No? Is there anyone online? Any correspondence? All right, then I will close public comment. Mr. Stroud? Public comment has been closed. For now. Now.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve an ordinance to approve the text amendment to OA TAC 01, TAC 25 to allow building heights of greater than 50 feet in the industrial zoning districts upon the issuance of a special exception permit.
Second.
Motion properly second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. You can come in late tomorrow at 5 minutes. Okay. Good. Where am I at? All right. Next up, we have Miss Amy Southall. Talk to us about Tourism Advisory Committee and St. Paul's Oktoberfest event.
Good evening, members of the board. Bear with me. I am still recovering from a month-long battle with laryngitis. So if you can't understand me, I will try to repeat myself. So I'll give a brief overview of the application process for this fiscal year. This will be for the upcoming fiscal year, FY 25-26. We did receive 2 applications for St. Paul's Oktoberfest and Exodus Family Institute Car Show. Staff did meet with both applications to make sure that we understood what they were looking for and make sure that we were able to express that information and any questions that we had to the Tourism Advisory Committee. We met in April to review them, and then in May, we had the applicant come before the committee to answer any additional questions after the first supplemental questions were provided. At that time, the car show withdrew their application as they were unable to secure a location for the event. So we encouraged them to apply next year. In the May 28th meeting, there was a lot of discussion about the St. Paul's Oktoberfest award recommendation from the committee, and they voted 5-0 to recommend the Board of Supervisors award St. Paul's Oktoberfest $2,000 for print marketing materials, $2,500 for parking lot access and signage, $450 for live music, and a waiver for the fee associated with the tent permit for the event. They will still get the permit, it's just to waive the fee. We didn't have the exact number, but their budget estimate was $432, I believe. With that discussion, some questions arose as we anticipated, because this is the first year that we've kind of redone the grant application process to be more specific to what can be funded, and also requesting a lot more documentation from applicants as well. So with that discussion, we're looking for direction from the board for staff on some potential amendments to the grant application. First is whether or not grant applicants are also eligible for the discretionary department sponsorship funds in the same fiscal year. So to remind you, I came back before you to discuss whether or not if there were leftover funds in the line item based off of how many applications we received for that fiscal year, if those funds could be used discretionarily by staff with the direction of Mr. Smolnik to sponsor other events that may not qualify for the grant. So this was something that was brought up because applicants are not eligible for as much funds as they may have received in the past. So the committee asked whether or not that is something that could potentially be an option, is that they could receive the grant funds and then an additional discretionary fund for sponsorship. The next question is, since they are already receiving grant funds, if they are awarded, that means the traditional agreement of what a sponsorship would be is already being met by the grant requirements. So for the interest of the committee was to direct staff or recommend staff to fund a sponsorship with them to provide promotional items sponsored by the county that would then be sold by the organizer. It's a little confusing. So if you need clarification, please let me know. So that was one thing that we wanted clarification on, is whether or not that was acceptable to provide sponsorship in addition to the grant funds, and whether that sponsorship could be for promotional items that the event organizer would sell at the event. And then the last one is whether or not we would like to amend the grant to mirror the state's grant policy of considering 10% of additional funds for non-marketing expenses. That is where the $450 came from the tax recommendation. That is 10% of the overall marketing funds that they were recommending. And that is something that the state is practicing. So that's why that's in there. And then just to clarify, they are in their 4th year, so they qualify for 60% of funds up front. And then after their post-project report and all other provisions under the grant are met, they will receive an additional $1,980. That would be 40% of their funds. Any questions? For me, and then also the applicant is here, Mr. Perello. So you have questions for the event itself.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Collins,
I'd like to make a motion.
motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the St. Paul's Oktoberfest event in the amount of, what's the total amount, Ms. Townhall?
I was directed to include that it would be initially $2,970 when the fiscal year begins, and then $1,980 once the provisions are met after the event.
In the amount of $2,970. And you need additional,
And then it would be, the way it's written right now, it would be that staff confers that they've met all their provisions, but we can amend the grant to have
that the
the
staff,
provisions presented in front of you as well after the event.
For a second.
I have a question.
Can we clarify the total?
well, you got a motion, and then you usually either have a second or it dies, and then you have discussion.
Okay, but if you want me to second, I need to know what I'm seconding.
Well, right now, it's for the total amount. Half of it, I mean, part of it being 2,970 up front, and the rest, what's the total rest?
$1,980.
$1,980.
Motion properly second. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Stroud.
Yes, ma'am, I have a question. I believe that I heard you say that some of the money was going to be used to buy promotional items that were going to be sold at the event. So my question is, what happens to the money that is made from those promotional items that this money is used to buy?
That is not a part of the initial motion on the table right now. That is an additional question for direction from the board. That is, if we provide grant funds to an applicant, can we also provide additional sponsorship funds at the discretion of staff? And specifically in this scenario, since we already provide the traditional agreement of sponsorship as a requirement of the grant, the committee directed for myself and Mr. Smolnick to consider whether or not we would promote items by putting our logo on them, and that would be considered our sponsorship. The intention of which is for the organizer to use that as a fundraiser for the event.
Okay. So on the paper that says, I see you're talking about, there's the recommended action, and then below the recommended action is the staff request for the direction of the board without recommended action. So you're just asking for direction there. So my question applies to the second part. Okay.
Right. The motion is not a part of that funds that you asked about. So the grant is separate. That would be an additional direction from the board of whether or not that would qualify. There's another idea, because I had the same concerns. We could, at the agreement of the event organizer, fund the promotional items, but give them away for free at our booth at the event. so that those items would still be there, but then the event organizer may lose out on the fundraising that they get from those items.
All right, I don't know how I'm still trying to sort through what that
It's
means.
confusing. It's confusing. I completely understand.
But
I think,
I'm ready to vote.
I think we can give them basically merchandise, we'll just call it that, right, with our logo on it, and we can say that they can sell it to raise money for their cause, or we could have staff there, basically, same thing, logos, giving it away for free.
KG.
And that's just if there's money left over and available to do so.
Correct. And we only received the one application, so there is
Yeah,
funds left over.
Yeah, so this motion that is on the table doesn't have anything to do with that section of it, right?
Okay, that's correct.
Correct.
I understand now.
Right.
That is additional direction that would set a precedent for future applications based on the decision and direction you give staff for those discretionary funds.
But we can vote on the motion that's on the floor. Thank you.
Yes.
Correct. Apologies for that clarification.
Yeah. I was just going to make a motion that Mr. Stewart added to his tithing check, but I guess that no one wanted to do that. All right. All right. So by roll call, Mr. Collins,
Yay.
Mr. Sullins,
Aye.
Mr. Stroud,
Aye.
Ms. Bender.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. Now we're going to speak to the item Mr. Stroud brought up, and I don't even know if we need to vote on this. It's just a direction question. What direction do we want to go with, right? And
Correct.
we just give you that direction. I have no problem with the merchandise, and if they want to sell the merchandise and raise the money for the cost. That event grows every year. It's been people are coming from all over to go to it, and from the time it opens to the time it closes, it's been a great event for us, and I have no issue with that. But it's up to the board as a whole.
What is the cause? What is the fundraiser for?
It's just to continue fundraising for the event. Mr. Perillo is here if he can speak to whether or not it goes to the church at all, but it's my understanding that it just helps seed money for the next year.
Is that correct? You can just walk up.
The question was whether or not
You gotta
the
come up to-
funds from
come on up to the mic.
Whether or not the funds from the promotional items, so the steins and the hats and things, the additional profit that you make from that, where does that money go? Does it go to the church, or does it use seed money to the event in the future?
Actually, the Oktoberfest funds the mission of St. Paul's Church. And it's not designated for any particular thing. So one could argue that it does go into the treasury for the church, which could be used for a follow-on event, but the profits go to St. Paul's Church.
Could it be designated? Could it be designated? Can we say that because you guys are coming into like the fifth year next year, right? That money go designated into a fund to be used for future Oktoberfest events, some of that nature. Do you have an issue with that?
I'm processing.
Right. So basically, we're going to give you merchandise that our
I
county
understand.
costs, right? And then you're going to sell it. And then churches, I work with them all day. So it's, you can restrict or designate, right? Restrict means that you can change it. It is, but it can be changed. And designate would mean that that's what it has to be used for.
Okay, so if I could so the $2,000 for the signage, the $2,500 for the parking and all that stuff, and then the $450 for the band, that's one category. If there's additional monies that's used for promotional items that we intend to sell, I don't think that would be an issue.
Yeah, it's merchandise. We're going to create it. We just want that money to go back into that fund. That's
Correct.
all. That's all.
Our concern being that tax dollars are going into this, and not every citizen in the county goes to your church. Not every citizen in the county goes to church at all. And they would have a legal standing to complain that, hey, we can't use this. We can't use King George tax dollars to support St. Paul's Church. You see where I'm going?
Mr. Sullins, the Oktoberfest is at St. Paul's.
Right.
Anybody in the county can go there. So
we're talking about
I understand that, but I'm talking about providing dollars that would buy things that they can use to raise funds, and then those funds go back into their church. It's a stretch, but one could argue that they're laundering tax dollars and turning it into contributions to the church.
I would disagree with that.
We're saying like they could use the money to support a different outreach fund that other people wouldn't agree with that.
I liked your idea of rolling it into the
It just, it cuts
future
down on,
festivals.
so any kind of backlash you get, we're saying, well, nope, that money is just being used to help fund this Oktoberfest that brings money and revenue to our county already, and we want to earmark for that. That's it.
I do understand what you're saying.
I just want to keep it clean is all.
Right, we have a community event, it's open to the community. We get a lot of people from outside King George coming in. So,
Or we could just say, we'll go there and we'll hand it out for free. You know, so those are the kind of, Matt, Mr. Small, why not? The county, not me. What are you talking about? That's the option. I think you're misinterpreting what I'm saying. Go ahead, Matt.
Question, the funds, are these tourism, this is the tourism fund, so these aren't general dollar funds, I just want to make that clear. These aren't the general fund dollars raised by real estate tax rate, personal property. Comes from the extra 3% transient occupancy tax, which in that $138 million was a separate fund. Fund 5, yes. Yes, so it's not your general operating fund from the county. I just wanted to be clarified.
Still tax dollars though, and people are going to complain.
Yeah, that's all.
I just want to keep it clean. I'm perfectly cool with me providing a donation.
right, if it's cleaner for everybody, I mean, whether or not that promotional stuff is added to it, we're very happy with what you're giving us already. If you want to purchase some items with our Oktoberfest and the King George logo and give them away, then then we don't have to keep track of, we will not sell them.
Right.
So that could probably be a cleaner way.
Okay.
And then the county is giving stuff away.
All right. So do you have direction from the board? Ask now or forever hold your peace.
Mr. Short, did you have any issues with this? You looked like you wanted to say something earlier. Are there any concerns?
No, I don't hear as well as I used to. I don't see any issues with that at all. It's a tourism grant opportunity that anyone is allowed to apply for. And it's not discriminatory. There's a policy and there's a basis for it. And I don't, with the way you're doing it, I don't see any problems with it at all.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure there was no legal issue. So was that a determination from at least 3 of you to have a consensus to do the free option or to do the sale and earmark the funds? And if it is the earmark, how would you like me to track that?
Well, I think we're giving you permission to do either, but it's also up to the applicant right here, what he's comfortable with, that they don't feel like tracking every dollar of it. And that becomes, I know it's a long day, right?
Right.
But if they want to. Okay.
If you want to do it, great, and we'll give it away. Get the other stuff, and we're happy.
All right, sound good?
Okay, so just to reiterate, by that discussion, that means that in the future, if an applicant applies for the grant, they are also eligible for a discretionary sponsorship from the department if funds are left over. And then if this perhaps comes up again about promotional items, we give the same option that they can either track the funds that they make from those promotional items or provide the same option of us giving away for free at the event from the tourism department themselves. And were you guys okay? It seems as if since we voted on it, for me to amend with the 10% of additional funds for non-marketing expenses being eligible. You guys voted on it, so I'm assuming that is a,
At
you gave them
discretion.
450.
The word discretion being used, right? You used that word, at the discretion.
Discretion is for the additional sponsorship money. So
Exactly, yes.
but the 10% would be amending the grant so that people could apply for additional non-marketing funds.
Sounds good.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Apologies for the complications.
Appreciate all you guys do over there. It's a great event. Chief Moody, you're finally up, my friend. 06-05, Virginia Department of Emergency Management, King George County Water Rescue Team, MOU.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I got two items for you this evening. I'll be as brief as possible. Our department currently has a memorandum of understanding in place with the Virginia Department of Emergency Management for the purposes of a swiftwater rescue team asset. This MOU is a renewal and extension of the current MOU. The department staff have previously met with the VNM personnel and believe that there are benefits to both agencies by working with them under the provisions of this MOU. By signing the MOU, King George County will maintain and have capabilities of a FEMA Type 3 swiftwater rescue team and will provide assistance in neighboring jurisdictions throughout the Commonwealth and through EMAC, which is Emergency Management Assistance Compact, request as staffing and operations allow. This opportunity is offered by partnering with VDEM and will strengthen the department's local and regional water response capabilities. I'm happy to answer any questions. The recommended action on this item is to approve and authorize the county administrator to sign the attached memorandum of understanding with the Virginia Department of Emergency Management.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Collins.
does VDEM, do they reimburse for you, let's say, go into Southwest Virginia to do a Swiss,
Yes, sir.
everything?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to approve the Virginia Department of Emergency Management, VDEM, and King George County Water Rescue Team MOU.
Second.
Motion properly second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor? Oh, Mr. Sullins?
This is a discussion item, right?
Authorize the county administrator to execute the agreement.
Action item.
Oh, I was
That's
looking at the
amendment.
wrong line. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Next, we have the discussion item, 06-06 mutual aid agreement between Department of Navy, King George County Government for the provision of fire rescue and emergency services. Board report, Chief Moody.
Yeah, so this one's just a little bit more complex. So for many decades, we have had the blessing of a shared mutual aid agreement between King George County and our naval operations here at Dahlgren. Okay, they go by a number of different names, but the tenant and the command that we have an agreement for mutual aid is under the Naval District Washington Command on behalf of the Naval Activity South Potomac. Okay, so we recently were proposed an updated mutual aid agreement. And next slide, please. Or hold on, I have it. Sorry. We were recently proposed a mutual aid agreement by the Navy, and in reviewing that agreement, they added a couple sections, and one of the sections caught our eye, mine and also Mr. Stewart's. And that section is Section 8. And in your packet, you have the copy of the draft agreement along with the track changes, and I believe you see where their legal counsel made some comments and also comments by your staff. And that Section 8 states the parties are entitled to obtain reimbursement from the appropriate federal or state authority for all or part of the cost of providing fire protection on property under the jurisdiction of the other party in accordance with federal law. And so what gives us some hesitation on is that, and Mr. Stewart, correct me if I'm going off course, but what gives us some hesitation is that if we agree to that term and condition, then we are allowing ourselves as King George County to have the Navy send us a bill and that bill be for $100,000 or $500,000, and it says this is for a year's worth of service, And in your agreement, you stated that you agreed to pay. And so we countered that. Mr. Stewart worked very diligently with their Navy legal, and we offered two solutions, and that was, one, get rid of it altogether. It was never in there before, so why do we need it now? And they didn't go along with that. And then the second one was, well, if it had to stay in there, could we provide some limitations to be set? For example, a not to exceed threshold. Maybe we put a cap on there of $5,000, so it's not just an open-ended amount. And their response was, by removing or placing conditions on that section into the agreement, that would create a violation of a federal Anti-Deficiency Act. Now, just did a little homework on the Federal Anti-Deficiency Act. It was enacted in federal law in 1884. And the last time it was amended was in 1982. So we've had a lot of mutual aid agreements with the Navy since 1982. And this is the first time that this is being proposed to be in that agreement. And I'm not saying it's not applicable, it's just that's the first time. So it is a change to our current agreement. The current draft languages say, this is what the Navy legal stated, that the current draft language states that the quote unquote may seek reimbursement, but does not commit the exchange of funds in either direction. So we have had this long-standing mutual relationship. We consider them in King George County almost like a brother and sister fire department and rescue agency. I mean, they're right here in our county. I think anybody that knows anything about our county and our emergency services system, the Navy is a vital part to providing essential, vital, timely emergency services, particularly in the Dahlgren area. So we don't want to stop that. We don't want to ruin that. So we have to somehow, we wanted to bring this to your attention, the Section 8 about reimbursement. It sounds to me that they have no intention to send us a bill, and certainly I don't think King George County has any intention of sending the Navy a bill. But correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Stewart, but I think that was a highlight. And what we're seeking from the board is some guidance on moving forward or where to go from here.
Mr. Chairman, so I've been back and forth with this attorney that works for the Navy for quite some time, and I've offered a number of trying to work through this. But she avows that they have no flexibility whatsoever. And the part that really bothers me is that they can seek reimbursement from the jurisdiction under federal law. And I don't want to submit King George County to federal court. I don't practice in federal court. I don't know what the federal law is on this issue. And that to me is just unreasonable. So I said, well, can we at least put a limit in it? You know, you can't be but so much for the service. Y'all, nobody's ever asked for it before. We've had a great relationship. I suspect it's someone new in that role, and that's where we are. So I called the chief and Matt and said, I'm not going to suggest that we commit the county to something like this without the board looking at it and giving us your thoughts.
Can we outbill them?
Yeah. Can we bill them?
Outbill them.
Outbill them.
So we go to there all the time. So
I would not recommend that.
I know, but if push came to shove,
I'd say if they billed us for 100,000, we could just bill them back for 100,000.
150,000.
And Mr. Chairman, I just don't like this being a federal law issue. That bugs me.
I think we should have a discussion with the commander over there, and just say, is this really the path we want to go down?
This is coming out of the office in Washington.
I was going to say, is this coming from the base or is this coming from Naval District,
No, it's
Washington, up in
coming
DC?
In DC, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think the guys here are necessarily
The only
driving.
question I had, and I think I asked Chief Moody this to y'all, if we don't have an agreement, are y'all going to keep providing service to each other?
I would highly recommend that we don't cease or stop our mutual relationship. I think King George County would
That contingent upon something in writing, though, or if we don't sign a new agreement, and they call you, are you going? Are they coming if you call them?
I would say we have no legal grounds to provide each other service. I don't think it's a matter of whether we would. I think it's a matter that we could not.
So could you get higher level than the Navy involved?
Have we already talked to like Pax River, Quantico, and Indian Head, any of them?
Yeah, so Naval District Washington does cover all those installations, and this is their agreement. This is their agreement with those other jurisdictions. And if it isn't the present one, it will be the new one unless so if we're signing that St. Mary's County and Charles County and
So how are those fire departments in those areas addressing it? Are they having the same rough that we have, or are they saying, "Oh yeah, not a problem"? I'm just curious.
I will say that the ones that have signed this, there has been no charges, no intent for seeking reimbursement, even though that's in their agreements. So from the operations level, it doesn't change anything from the operations level. I mean, we want to still have this mutual relationship. The firefighters on the Dahlgren base, this doesn't change any of that. This is more of a legal issue of, do you want this is this in the agreement, and if so, is it a potential vulnerability of being charged a charge that you haven't had in the agreement in the past?
So we would need to talk to the supervisors in those areas to ask if they have a problem with it.
That would be the proper course. I have not heard if there has been a problem. I do know they have this draft agreement in effect in those other localities. So even if they did have some rub with it, they have it agreed upon. They've signed
Mr.
it.
Collins, I
It's in
want to
effect.
go back to you real
Only
quick.
other thing that I was thinking, Mr. Chairman, that we might, as a board, want to write our congressman a letter and suggest that they look into this, because it's just unreasonable.
Well, before we go that high, the question I wanted to ask is the person on the other end, is it a lieutenant, a staff attorney that's trying to make a fit rep bullet for himself or herself, or is it an 0405 who's actually in charge? Let's go to their superior and say, hey, look, this is what we've got going on, before we go nuclear with the congressman.
Mr. Collins?
So that it would open us up to a vulnerability. So the folks over at Dahlgren say, no, we don't want to bill you. But Washington sent you this bill for $150,000. So then we'd have to fight Washington. So we wouldn't be fighting locally. We would be
on a federal
in a bad situation.
We provide,
I would suggest
that exchange goes with the sheriff's department too. I mean, the sheriff's department does the same. They help on base as well. So there's mutual aid back and forth.
right, but there's nothing in their agreement that says that payments. So I like Sully's idea of going to the next level boss and see what happens there.
Right. And Quantico doesn't fall under this, South Potomac. They fall under MCICOM.
Yes, sir. They are not part of Naval District Washington.
Right.
Nobody cares about the Marines.
The Marines don't do that kind of stuff.
They don't fight fires, they set them.
Yeah. Is there any more questions for Mr. Moody?
What's the outcome?
Well, it's just up for discussion right now. So I think that you said you want to go Sully's route. I have no issue with that.
Go to the supervisor.
Let's find out. Let's let Mr. Stewart do a little bit more work on this, and Mr. Chief Moody. Sound good?
Yeah, I think we got the direction.
So that, when would that have to be signed? This new one?
They have not put a time limit on us, so I'm not sure that we have necessarily a deadline.
So we're still
The other one does not expire.
That's what I was gonna say. We're still operating under the other one then.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It does, there is no expiration date on it, but they, however, we,
That's why I asked the question. Are you going to keep going back and forth if we don't sign this?
I mean, I will say that there is clauses in it, and just like in this proposed one, where they could, if we decided, hey, we don't want to agree on anything new, that they could make notification to us to cancel the one that we currently have, and we could do the same to them. But there's not an expiration like it's cutting off at this date, at this time. So we do have some flexibility in looking at some other options.
All right. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next up, Mr. Bryce Young, 0607 Middle School Turn Lane, Phase 2 Resolution.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. The VDOT revenue sharing project was submitted for FY23 for Phase 2 of the middle school turn lane. As a part of the requirements for VDOT revenue sharing projects, a resolution supporting the application and allocations of funds is needed. The resolution presented to the board today is to reconfirm the board's support for Phase 2 left-hand turn lane at the entrance of the King George Middle School. The total estimated cost for this project is $651,460. The county share is $414,442. For the project, estimate is allocated through the FY 23-24 capital improvements plan.
Mr. Sully, you have a question?
Yeah, I think I misunderstood you. Did you say that King George's part of this is 438,000? I think the total is 438 and our share is 280. Is that right?
No, sir. The total is $651,460. The county share is $414,442.
But it's already allocated in the CIP.
Yes, we have the funds already in the CIP for this project.
This was this was basically revenue, you had to share.
It's a revenue sharing project.
Where's the motion in that one?
What's on discussion unless we want to make it a motion?
Yeah, we're making a motion affirming a commitment to fund allocated the locality share of the middle school left turn lane project, Phase 2, under agreement with the Virginia Department of Transportation, VDOT, and provide signature authority to Mr. Smolnick and the chair.
When does this project exactly start?
FY26.
FY26. I mean, this is a concern. I mean, all those that have middle school students. And this was part of the original design, correct, when the middle school was renovated?
It was part of the original design for the original Phase 1, but due to high bids, it got split into 2 phases.
Thank you.
So this is only on here as a discussion tonight. Do we want to make this an action?
I have a question.
Yes, sir, Ms. Collins.
So back when I was on the school board 8 years ago, we made this agreement. And it was already, the money was already allocated, my understanding. So is this another phase, some other phase?
From everything I've gathered in this project, this was done before I was here. The first phase, it was originally one project, but then once the bids came in, it was split into two phases because we didn't have enough money to do both phases at the same time.
What was the first phase?
The first phase included improvements in the same area. I don't recall off the top of my head.
Do you know how much that was?
I do not recall.
No. That's a whole different project. So somehow, I think that we've gotten shortchanged on this deal. Somehow. And I think this was already taken care of a while back, but I don't know why we're putting up $414 more thousand. I want to know how much we put up before.
This will supersede a previous resolution of $280,000. The increase in cost is due to increased construction costs, and these are all VDOT estimated cost.
So when, Mr. Young, so when we agreed on the 280,000, why wasn't it done then? So we 280,000 was agreed upon, right?
Correct. In the previous resolution, this would supersede.
Right, but VDOT is the one that's doing the work, correct?
We are administering the work.
Yes, but they're going to get the contractor, right?
No, we will get the contractor.
Yeah, something doesn't smell right here. Because this 8 years ago, this was already supposed to have been paid for, and they were supposed to start the construction. And I don't know what the holdup. And now we're over $100,000 more. So I would still like to keep it on discussion and not action until I get the information. There's something not right.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So am I the correct understanding on this particular project? It was a revenue share, which was like a 50-50 match back in the day. It was approved. The county share was $280,000. The county did not act on this for several years. Cost estimates have gone up now. VDOT is, am I correct, Bryce? VDOT is only still contributing what they initially committed to, and we're picking up that delta.
So it wasn't that the county did not act. The revenue share is on a 2-year rotation for applications. We applied for the application 23. That's when the 280 was relevant for a total cost of $438,726 for the county project as a whole. Now the VDOT estimate is $651,460. VDOT does not increase their revenue sharing, so we have to take up the extra.
In 2023, what happened that it didn't happen?
VDOT allocated the money actually for 2028, and we have negotiated with them and worked with the VDOT staff to move this to 2026 to reduce any cost escalation. So VDOT works on a 6-year funding cycle.
But when VDOT says, hey, you all need to give us, we need 280,000 for you guys, and then we say, okay, and then could you go back and look in the minutes and see, and do a little more research on this, because I think we're getting screwed on this. We need the turn lane, there's no doubt, but there's something that smells really bad about this.
Unfortunately, this is how the revenue sharing projects work from everything I've gathered. I even went as far as to ask VDOT if they would
So if
putting
we,
more money towards it, but
if we
they will
agree
not.
this year and we go ahead and make a motion for $100,000 for something, and then they're not going to get it done for 5 more years, and they come back and say, oh, we need 700,000 from y'all. That's not, I don't think that's, I don't think that's how the agreement was structured. And I'd like to see the signed agreement.
Mr. Chair, I mean, Mr. Stallings knows this. We are at GWRC. They've talked about VDOT more in the ride sharing, and there seems to be more of an emphasis on the localities picking up the bill. And this will be a cost, this will be a trend in the future.
Right, but I think that we already had an agreement with it. And so can we just get,
I will dig up any additional meeting minutes, and if there's any additional previous agreements, I will have those, or I'll have my staff get those and present them to the board.
There's definitely, at the GWRC meetings, there's definitely greater emphasis on matching funds from the localities, but this seems like a major bait and switch. You know, we agreed to something, they postponed it for years, knowing full well that inflation is going to kick in, and the inflation here was just outrageous, and they're just like, yeah, that's what you agreed to. I think it's bullcrap. That's a technical term.
Are you clear on the direction?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Bryce.
Thank you.
All right, let's hold Chris Clark off until the end after our close thumbs. Okay, go ahead. I'll let you go. 0608 Wayside Park, kayak vending kiosk. Mr. Chris Clark.
Is he fast and funny, dude?
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
I
I actually, Ms. Lavelle said she was going to
out
stay
there?
and watch me speak. I told her it might be tomorrow.
I don't see him coming up.
Mr. Boyd, before I did, are you looking to talk tonight? Okay, I just want to make sure, because I don't think you're on my list. Go ahead. I just want to make sure you're sitting around waiting.
So obviously earlier tonight, we spoke about the reopening of Wayside Park. And one of the things that I met with the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee on was to add additional amenities to the park. So tonight we're looking at adding an unmanned kayak rental system, very similar to this one, an 8 kiosk. In that thing, we most likely will actually, I said red first choice, blue second choice, but we actually are looking to move the dumpster to the red star, and we will put the kayaks probably at the blue star if this gets approved. How it works is you come into the park, you want to rent the kayaks, you either download the app or you scan the QR code on the front of the locker. You go through their website, the locker opens, you do your thing, you come back, you open the locker again, return everything, take a photo, and you complete the rental. King George Parks and Recreation has zero to do with it other than the fact that we've purchased the locker and we've put it on our park. Everything is with the vendor. There are 3 vendors that do this. The first 2 actually do the process that I just explained. The third one sells the lockers, and then you have to do it all yourselves. Everything with the first 2 companies, Rent Fun and Whenever Water Sports, is completely on them. They provide the equipment. They replace the equipment if it breaks. They replace somebody sends it in and says, oh, there's no life vest in here. They have a maintenance person that they've hired locally who goes and puts in the new life vest. They take care of everything. And for Rent Fun, if we agree by the end of this fiscal year, it's a 50-50 revenue share. After June 30th, they're updating their agreements to 30-70. Hence, there's a little bit of expediency needed in this. Whenever Water Sports, while their locker is cheaper, they're a 20-80 share. So it doesn't get us very far. With Outdoor Vending Solutions, we would be responsible for everything else. We'd be buying kayaks every year. When they break, I'd have to hire staff. We'd be manning the help desk if somebody can't get their thing to work. So to me, that is not a viable action that makes things better and easier for the county. I also spoke with the director in Virginia Beach. They had 2 systems. They did a full RFP process last January of 2024 and went with Rent Fun. They went through everything. They actually are adding a 3rd site. Theirs are all on lakes. They're not on the ocean. But and thinking of that, with that, if we ended up collecting $18,000 a year, which I did the math, where'd it go? Would be 750 rentals a year. I think that would be very feasible for us in our short period. We'd recover the cost of the lockers by 3.7 years with rent fund, 6.7 years with whenever water sports, and 8.2 with not knowing exactly what the additional expenses are. A lot of that revenue would have to go to paying staff and those things if we went with the outdoor vending solutions. So staff recommendation is to go with Rent Fund LLC. They have the high revenue share. They don't need anything from us once we set it. The liability is carried by them. They have sent us a first agreement. Mr. Stewart had some questions about that. I was able to get the Virginia Beach agreement and forwarded that to him. That was much more agreeable. And our goal tonight is to get consensus that Mr. Stewart and I can work with Rent Fund to get that agreement settled so we come back in 2 weeks and can hopefully authorize the purchase. There are 10 locations already in Virginia with Rent Fund. All up and down kind of the coastline, obviously. They also do memberships, so folks can come into town and they have a membership with Rent Fund. They can go to any of these locations and rent. Whenever Water Sports has no other locations in the Commonwealth. So in the end, oh, that looks terrible. In 2 weeks, unless you are ready to do this tonight, to authorize the county administrator to issue a notice of award, execute a contract, subject to approval as to form, transfer the money. This would come out of our fund balance, which when we had the budget meeting, we mentioned there was about $400,000 in the recreation activity fund balance. So this is not a budgeted expense, something we want to go outside of it and add another thing, and then allow us to sign the purchase order. But yeah, tonight, just looking for consensus to be able to make all these things happen by the next meeting.
Mr. Chair, Chris, could you go back? Which rent fund was that? The 80? Which one was that?
They're the 50-50 split.
Okay. And then what happened? I know if we do it by June 30th, it locks in. Is that forever locked in, or is it going to change?
It's a 5-year agreement.
Okay, that's all I wanted to clarify.
Yeah, like Virginia Beach, actually, they're trying to get them to do their third at 30/70, and they've fought that back and gotten it back to 50/50 for the third unit as well.
And I do have the follow-up is, I know I've heard from quite a few folks who would like to have a place where they could rent a locker to store their own. Is that an option in the future?
That would be something, different that we could definitely look at as we're going through the master planning process. This is just really seems like a very easy hands-off thing for us to be able to add another amenity to Wayside Park, which, since I've been here, which obviously was closed for most of the time, it's really just, we've had picnic tables and benches and trash cans. And so to be able to add an amenity that people can come and take advantage of, going with the 8 unit, I'm envisioning 4 kayaks and 4 stand-up paddleboards.
What's the cost?
$35,000.
No. I mean, to rent it.
For that, we work with the company to set those costs.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Stroud.
Yes, sir. You said setting the locker, that's our responsibility, or they're going to do it?
We will provide the spot, and they'll bring it, and help us put it in the right, put it in a secure location.
Concrete it down so hurricanes don't blow it away, stuff like that. All right, thank you.
Yeah, and it's solar powered and cell signal, so it doesn't need any utilities.
Is there any other questions? Mr. Stewart, do you have anything to add on this, or you've been working on the agreement? Right. Are you still working on that agreement? I just want to make sure that before someone tries to take action on this tonight, that we're still working on the agreement portion, no matter which way we would go.
Yeah.
We're not violating.
So we can move this, we can put this on the next meeting, that'd be fine?
Yeah.
All right.
As
long as we get in there.
Lots of
before
nodded heads that we can go and work on the agreement. We'll have it worked out and bring it back to you in 2 weeks.
All right, if you get it before then, send it to us so we have it beforehand.
Absolutely, sir.
All right. Chris, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Boyd, Dr. Boyd.
Mr. Chairman. So we took care of the one item under my county administrator's report, and I invited, Dr. Boyd, reached out to me, said he'd like to be here tonight. So watching the school board meeting last night, there was near the end of their agenda, there was a discussion on purchasing 15 weapon detection systems along with associated accessories to begin for the 25-26 school year, which was unanimously approved by the school board. Now, Dr. Boyd and I talked early this morning, on this matter. There's a cost of $270,000. So a couple things, rang through my mind at first. Well, first of all, this is over a $50,000 threshold, Board of Supervisors. The second thing that came to my mind was procurement, state procurement laws, which I got with Levita and Laverne. So then Dr. Boyd presented us with a sole source letter for this particular vendor. And then late in the afternoon, right before the meeting, we found it was actually on EVA. I know Ms. Cobb, as soon as she saw this vendor, she's like, I think they've got a contract on EVA. I've got a copy of it here. My question is, and it looks like it's still valid till 12/2 of 2025. So there may be a state contract with another locality. And looking at the agreement that I sent to the board members here earlier, and there are some things, and I talked to Dr. Boyd about this, and some of my staff, and a good catch, actually, Levita and Laverne brought it to my attention. One of the clauses, if there's a choice of location for any disputes, typically you write in King George County Circuit Court. Well, this one has an out of state. So there are some things that need to be cleaned up on this, but I wanted to bring this up under my county administrator's report for a discussion between Dr. Boyd and the Board of Supervisors and, the actions of the school board at last night. I think is that a pretty decent summary or a lead-in if there's anything else you want to add?
Absolutely it is. So we've been talking about this for a while. It was part of our CIP project. And if you guys remember, I think the first quote we got was well over $1 million for the Evolve company. And it was for weapon detection systems just for the high school at that time. We went out, and obviously that was an expense that I think we were all, both boards, Board of Supervisors and the school board, was very interested in the safety aspect, but the cost was astronomical.
There were ongoing costs with it too, right?
Yeah, so it was a 4-year lease and $250,000 per doorway. So really that $1 million cost was only going to cover the high school.
Right.
So we went out and explored some other options. The company that we've decided to hopefully go with is called OpenGate. OpenGate does the majority of the NFL stadiums. It does MLB stadiums, a number of large universities for events and such. This quote that we have here is for 15 units that would cover the entire school division. It would be 5 units at the high school, 4 units at the middle school, 2 units at each of the elementary schools. If you guys have seen the news lately, there's just as many issues going on at elementary schools as there is high schools. So to cover the entire school division, it would be a $270,000 cost, which is much less expensive than the initial costs. And we, taking a look at our budget, we believe through fund balance and through some savings in some other areas, this is not a request for any additional funds from the Board of Supervisors. We can cover this cost, but because it is over $50,000, we do need to seek your approval. And I can answer any other questions you guys have specifically about the technology or even just the approach.
Is it a reoccurring cost?
There is not a reoccurring cost. These are units that we would purchase. They become ours. This is not a lease. These are mobile units. Each of the towers, there's 2 towers associated with them. Each tower has 49 antennas in it. They're 25 pounds apiece. You need 2 towers for each doorway. We could use these in the building. They're also good to take outside as well, so we could use them in the stadium for football games and things of that nature.
Do they have to be recalibrated every time they're moved, or are these a little bit different than the others?
They do have to be recalibrated, but the recalibration process, we've been told, takes like 10 seconds. You can also adjust the sensitivity on them. At minimum, they're weapon detection systems, so they find, handguns and long guns and things of that nature. But you can also adjust the sensitivity to find even smaller items, even like a ballpoint pen or a vape or even a bullet if you wanted to adjust it to that frequency. And speaking with some other school administrators and other superintendents, they'll take one unit maybe per week and adjust the sensitivity and move it around the building so that they can have a higher level of sensitivity at some of those units at some times. I can tell you most school divisions around us right now, with the exception of, I think, Westmoreland, all have some form of this technology right now.
Well, number one, I'm just going to say thanks. I appreciate you. I know that, the first thing came out and we all kind of looked at it like, but it just goes, just keep looking, do your research, and you've done a good job on that. So
Thank you.
appreciate that.
I did have some questions on
Go ahead.
it. Is there a staffing need for this? Like, how does it operate?
Yes, so the company, what they'll do is come and they'll help us calibrate the units on the first day, set the units up, and also work our administrative and our SSO and SRO staff through the process. I think each unit will probably take 2 or 3 people to man in the mornings. It'll be everybody coming into the building, going through the process. We'll work through the finer details of that right now, but in talking to folks in the community, school board members, and even students, honestly, I was opposed to this, honestly. In full disclosure, on the very front end, I didn't want to be in this place, but I do believe it's the cost of safety and security now, and I think most are willing to pay that cost at this point.
I guess my other question is, so I've been through the ones at like JAM at James Monroe. Are they that big, or are they something like you go through the gates at King's Dominion?
It's exactly like King's Dominion. It's exactly what King's Dominion has.
Because those are a little less prison looking than like James Monroe. That's pretty robust. Even Westmoreland's new high school is pretty robust.
Yes.
And then my next question on that is, what is their rate of detection? Are they very effective?
So you can adjust the frequency on them, and we'll work through probably adjusting it in a couple different ways through a couple different scenarios. I've been told you can adjust it down to the bare minimum of like I said, major weapon detection, or you can get very finite with the detection and pick up, quite frankly, anything that's metal. And then we would do secondary searches from there with the wand before students would enter the building. So I think that it's a question of adjusting the frequency, but in speaking to other superintendents, I think you can find a sweet spot, and there is a learning curve on the front end, and talking to other school administrators, you work through the process of getting everybody into the building, but after that, it gets pretty smooth.
And then my other question, you mentioned the staff you're going to use existing staff, or do you have to hire new staff?
No, ma'am, it'll be existing staff.
Okay. You have people identified that be comfortable doing it?
We'll work through that when we work through the training. It'll most certainly be our school administrators and our security staff, but it may also take some additional teachers that have first block planning likely.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
When are we going to put up fences?
I'm sorry?
We're going to put up fences with concertina wire.
Yeah, I'll have to get back to you on that, sir.
Okay.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
Does the system connect to the internet at all?
It's a Bluetooth connection. So it doesn't connect to the internet, but it will connect via Bluetooth to your cell phone. Both of the towers can be mobile. They're battery operated, and they can also be plugged into the wall if we want to use them. But to adjust the sensitivity, it's through a laptop or a mobile device on your cell phone.
You know what type of cybersecurity protections they have?
I don't think it connects to the internet at all. You mean as far as the Bluetooth signal? I'm not sure.
Somebody coming along and hacking into
That's
the
a good question. I'll take a deeper look into that.
Any other questions? Basically, this is money that's already been budgeted to the school. You just wiggled it around and found a way to use funds that are already coming to you. Just coming to us and
Yes, sir.
seeking our approval and letting us know.
Yes, sir. And because it's greater than $50,000, I would need the blessing of the Board of Supervisors.
What's that motion going to look like? Someone want to tackle it?
I can give you the motion that was made to the school board last night as well. So I recommend that we approve the purchase of 15 weapon detection systems along with the associated accessories as listed in the accompanying purchase order, which Mr. Smolnick has, to use in King George County schools beginning at the 25-26 school year.
Do we need an action tied to that? Do I need an action tied to that, like a signature?
I'm sorry, I did have a question with the agreement. Schools have, you have your attorney, yes?
We have an attorney, yes,
So, subject to review of the contract.
by a school attorney.
Yeah, approved to form by the school attorney. I would put that in there.
Okay.
Okay, I can certainly do that.
Mr. Chair, I also have an add-in to that, because you had mentioned the issues with where to seek if there was we had to file a court case. Would that be to make sure that it's?
That's, yes, I think
I don't think the school can agree to a jurisdiction of a foreign state. So
Okay.
I would assume their attorney will do that. There are also some waiver provisions that I don't think are legal in Virginia.
Okay.
And if anybody else has done this, they may have already crossed that bridge and worked through those documents. If any other localities in the state have.
Yes, sir.
Probably already been through that.
Mr. Chair, I've got a motion.
Mr. Sullins?
I move that we approve the school board's purchase of 15 weapon detection systems with Open Gate in the amount of $270,132, subject to the approval of their attorney, as presented by Dr. Boyd.
What is the category?
This would come out of facilities and technology.
You have a second?
We need to amend it to say, or to include the associated hardware.
You can do that.
And if you like.
Okay, I make a motion that we approve the school board's purchase of 15 weapon detection systems and associated hardware from Open Gate in the amount of $270,132 as presented by Dr. Boyd, subject to the attorney's review.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? By roll call, Mr. Collins?
Yay.
Mr. Stroud?
Aye.
Ms. Bender?
Aye.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, sir. And hey, I just want to, look, there's been times when I've been hard on people, but I just want to say that the past year, I've been impressed. You're not my direct employee, but I feel like you're coming into your own in your job. And this past year, I know you've made some really tough decisions. And so when people do good, I want to say that too. You've done a really good job in the past 6 months or so. And I'd say it wasn't good before, but it's just, you're coming into your own. And I think your first year as a superintendent, and you're kind of coming into your own and you've made some tough decisions and, that I think are for the betterment of our county. So I just want to say thank you.
I appreciate that, Chairman Davis, and thank you, board, for making time for me this evening. I know it wasn't on the agenda, but I certainly appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Collins?
Mr. Smolnick, I see on the workload sheet that there's HR has DEI training ongoing. Can we scratch that off?
Sounds good to me.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, it's still on there.
Okay, we will amend this and make sure it is taken out of their workload.
Thank you.
Mr. Smart, do you have anything else for us?
No, sir, that was it.
All right. And what about the request for Germanna Community College? Did we deal with that?
That was addressed earlier by Ms. Bender. Thank you, sir.
So I guess we are looking at, I need a motion to convene to close session. Oh, we got public comment. Sorry, we have second public comment. Is there anyone who would like to speak? Anyone online? Any correspondence? Everyone online is asleep. All right.
So
Any correspondence? All right. Public comment is now closed. Now I need a motion to convene.
Mr. Chair, I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors convene in closed session pursuant to Section 2.2-3711A7 of the Code of Virginia for the purpose of consulting with legal counsel and receiving legal advice regarding actual or probable litigation specifically related to Hop Yard Farm and AWS where such consultation in open session would adversely affect the negotiation or litigation posture of the public body. The closed session will also involve consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by the public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel. I further move that the county administrator and the interim county attorney be invited to attend a closed session as their presence is deemed necessary and will reasonably aid the board in its consideration of the matters to be discussed pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3712F.
Second.
Motion properly second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We are in closed session. Here we come.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Sullins.
as required by Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia, I move the King George County Board of Supervisors to return to open meeting.
Second.
Motion properly second. Is there any further discussion? Everyone say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Chair votes aye. We're all back in.
Mr. Chair, I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors certify to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which closed meeting was convened for heard, discussed, or considered in the closed meeting, and no action was taken.
Second.
So certify.
So certify.
So certify.
So Chair also certifies.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move that we adjourn the Board of Supervisors to Tuesday, June 17, 2025 at 5:30 PM in the boardroom of the Rivercomb Building.
Second.
Motion properly second, and there's no further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Chair also votes aye. We are closed.